Chapter 584. Fire Dragon Continent, Yi Family Castle. Clang clang. Every day at dusk, the melodious sound of the zither would resound in the east courtyard. When the zither sounded, countless warriors would gather in the east courtyard. They would sit cross-legged on the ground and quietly listen to the zither. Some would close their eyes and cultivate, some would silently look up at the sky, and some would stand there and stare into the distance. Suddenly, the eyes of a cultivator looking at the sky lit up, and a white light flashed on his body. This cultivator's face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised smile, and he cried out in ecstasy, "I understand, so that's how it is." Then, facing the east side of the courtyard, he knelt down and kowtowed. Wow, Yi Xiaoming has also broken through to the Emperor realm. In the past 2 years, 8 disciples have broken through to the Emperor realm. The Empress music is really amazing. Of course, she is Empress Qingcheng. The law of divine sound is amazing. Haha, our Yi family has Empress Qingcheng. There will be more and more Emperor realm experts. The martial artists at the side all revealed looks of envy, and at the same time, incomparably proud expressions. Listening to the music in the east courtyard was a privilege unique to the disciples of the Yi family. The disciples of the Yi family could come and listen at will after reaching the Duke realm. Although the Yu family could send a few people to live in the courtyard every month, they could only send a few people. Every time the Feng family and the Hua family sent a few people to listen to the music, they needed to ask the elders of the family to make an exception. The Shui family didn't have this qualification. At this time, a faint snort sounded. Everyone tensed up and stopped talking. They all looked at the courtyard in the east, and the door that was closed all year round. There were 8 abnormally tall and strong men at the door. They were divided into 2 rows and guarded the green door in the courtyard. At this moment, the man at the front glanced coldly at the warriors who were talking outside, and Yi Xiaoming, who was constantly kowtowing on the ground. He said coldly, "Be quiet. If you disturb the Empress's cultivation, you will be disqualified from listening to the music in the east courtyard." Oh. After the man finished speaking, no one dared to speak. Even Yi Xiaoming, who was kowtowing on the ground, stopped and looked at the courtyard with a very grateful look. Only then did the man stand back up in satisfaction. He raised his head high and continued to guard the door that was closed all year round. Although the cultivators outside occasionally glanced at the 8 guards with a trace of disdain in their eyes, they did not dare to underestimate them. However, it disappeared in a flash, and no one dared to show it. Not to mention contradicting the words of these 8 people. The reason for that was because the gate that the 8 of them were guarding was no ordinary gate. Instead, it was the Chilling Heart Pavilion's gate. No one said anything else. They continued to listen to the music. But at this moment, the sound of the zither suddenly stopped. Then everyone felt a sudden breeze in the courtyard. This breeze came very suddenly, but it made everyone feel very comfortable. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Didn't Heavenly Empress Qingqing play the zither until nighttime every day? It had been going on for almost 2 years. Why did they suddenly make an exception today? In the next second, everyone felt as if the air outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion had suddenly become chaotic. Countless gusts of wind suddenly blew in from all directions. Finally, these gusts of wind blew into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. It was currently June, but there were a few gusts of wind that were incomparably cold. Haha! Suddenly, 2 beams of light lit up the back mountain of the Yi family. Then, 2 loud laughs rang out in the sky above the entire Yi family castle. 2 figures, one green and one white, streaked across the sky from the back mountain of the Yi family and rushed toward the east courtyard. They charged directly into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They were so fast that the people outside couldn't see their faces clearly. Swish! Countless Marquis realm cultivators outside the courtyard looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what was going on. In the next second, countless figures rapidly rose from the west courtyard. Under the lead of a black figure, all of them flew over excitedly. Previously, no one had seen the white and green figures clearly. Now everyone could see these people clearly. This was because these people didn't fly directly into the Chilling Heart Pavilion like the 2 figures before. Instead, they slowly landed at the gate of the courtyard. They looked at the courtyard excitedly and respectfully. Some of them even trembled slightly. "Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, elders." Many Marquee Realm cultivators hurriedly knelt down and paid their respects to this group of people. Their eyes flickered as they began to speculate. Could it be that one of the empresses had broken through to the god tier? Otherwise, why would all the experts of the clan be gathered here? "All of you leave. No one is to speak of what happened today." At the very front was the scholarly and refined Yi Chang. His expression had always been calm, but at this moment he couldn't stay calm anymore. He waved his hands randomly and said something to the Marquee Realm cultivators behind him. Then he looked at the chilling heart pavilion with a burning gaze. Although everyone was bewildered, Yi Chang had already given the order. They bowed and began to leave slowly. Swish. They had just taken a few steps when the space around them rippled. An old man wearing a coat and holding a fishing rod appeared. Then there were several more ripples, and a few more figures appeared in the courtyard. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They had actually seen Yao and brute race cultivators. Furthermore, these cultivators had suddenly appeared out of thin air. The only way they could appear out of thin air was by teleportation. What was going on in the courtyard? Why were the experts of the Yi family gathering here? And why were the god-tier experts of the continent teleporting here? Could it be? Some of the Marquee Realm cultivators suddenly thought of something. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and their footsteps became slower and slower. Their eyes occasionally drifted over to the chilling heart pavilion, as if they were trying to confirm their thoughts. "Third uncle, bring the Yi family to the back of the mountain. I will come over later." A young voice rang out from the chilling heart pavilion. Many of the Marquee Realm cultivators who were slowly retreating suddenly felt their legs go soft, and they stumbled to the ground. However, they were completely unaware of this as they stared fixedly at the chilling heart pavilion. Some of them had tears of excitement in their eyes. Many of them had heard this voice before. Although they had not heard it for 2 years, it was still fresh in their memories. This was the voice of the Frost Empress. "Seniors, please go to the back of the mountain and rest for a while." Yi Chang revealed a brilliant smile when he heard the long-awaited third uncle. Then he cupped his hands towards the god-tier experts in the courtyard and spoke very respectfully. "Clan head Yi, please." Although the god-tier experts really wanted to enter the chilling heart pavilion and sit down, they did not express anything. Instead, they spoke extremely courteously to Yi Chang, then flew towards the back of the Yi family's mountain. It's him. The Marquee Realm cultivators all understood now. They called Yi Chang third uncle, not clan head. There was only one person in the entire Yi family. There were only 2 people in the entire Flame Dragon continent who could make all the continent's god-tier experts wait outside the courtyard, not daring to enter, and now ask them to wait in the back of the mountain. And there was one person in the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. The Frost Empress had returned. Although Yi Chang had instructed them not to spread this news, the entire Yi family's castle and Song City were instantly spread. After a while, the entire city was in an uproar. At the same time, because Yi Qinghan's divine sense had inadvertently swept out, the entire Flame Dragon continent was alarmed. Luohua City, West Wind City, Floating Snow City. Countless figures from countless cities suddenly rose into the sky and flew towards Song City. Chapter 585. Yi Qinghan appeared on the rooftop of the chilling heart pavilion and looked at the familiar scenery. He looked at Yu Qingcheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. She was wearing a peach-colored palace dress and a tacky peach blossom on her head. Her eyes were closed as she played the zither with a serene expression. However, there was an obvious hint of sadness on her face. It felt as if she was in a dream. Zhang. Yu Qingcheng felt a spatial fluctuation on the rooftop. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a green figure on the rooftop. She was slightly stunned and closed her eyes again. Then she suddenly opened them again. The sound of the zither stopped. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were wide open and her lips were trembling slightly. She looked at the figure in front of her in a daze. "Qingcheng, I'm back." Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at Yi Qingcheng. He used his divine sense and easily found Yi Qingyu, who was cultivating quietly in the room, and Yi Qinggu, who was sitting in the hall and drinking tea in boredom. However, he forgot that this was a material plane. With a casual sweep of the divine stone, he scanned the entire continent and alerted the immortal level elites of the continent. Pooh! Yi Qinggu spat out a mouthful of tea. Then, the teacup in her hand slipped and shattered on the ground. She looked at the shattered pieces on the ground in confusion and blinked. Then, like a gust of wind, she rushed toward the stairs. Brother! Yi Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes and softly muttered. There was an expression of ecstasy on her face. Her body flashed and appeared on the rooftop. When she saw the familiar figure and the warm smile on his face, she moved her lips and wanted to say something. She moved her lips, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. She could only rush over and throw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Little Han, you bad person. Bad person, very bad person. Yu Qingqing stood quietly and slowly walked over. A fiery red figure rushed out from the rooftop entrance. Before the person arrived, his voice rang out. She directly rushed over and started beating Yi Qinghan. As she beat him, she cried bitterly. I'm sorry. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yu Qingqing, who was standing there in a daze. He looked at the three people apologetically. Back when he went to the immortal world, he thought that he could return at any time with the help of the unfettered ring. Who would have thought that he would be gone for 2 years without any news? The three of them must be worried sick. Xiao. At that moment, the space above the rooftop trembled as two figures appeared. It was Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, who lived in the mountains behind the Yi clan. Haha, little Han, you're back. As he gazed at the smiling Yi Qinghan, Yi Tianlong's stoic face broke into a radiant smile. Yu Shishui, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. How come she couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's aura after only 2 years? Yi Baihu and Yi Qingniu received Yi Tianlong's voice transmission and hurried over. 2 years had passed, but the group hadn't changed much. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu hadn't grown any stronger, while Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu were still comprehending the profound mysteries of the divine crystals. Even though Yi Qinggu had broken through to the saint level, it seemed like she still needed some time before she could become a god. Hidden Turtle, Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Yao Jieji requests an audience with the Frost Emperor. The island master of Hidden Island's voice transmission rang out in Yi Qinghan's ears. A trace of helplessness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes when he sensed the group of deities standing outside. He had originally planned on coming back quietly and staying for 10 days, but he hadn't expected that he would be exposed on the first day. If he had known, he wouldn't have used his divine sense. Now, all he could do was call out to Yi Chang and tell them to wait in the back mountain. When Yu Shishui heard Yi Qinghan's call, she understood and pulled on Yi Tianlong's hand. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingniu and Yi Qingniu. The 4 of them left for the back mountain, leaving space for the 4 of them. I'm sorry, Qingyu, Qinggu, Qingcheng. Yi Qinghan wanted to explain, but when he saw the 3 pairs of tear-filled eyes, he couldn't say anything. No matter what he said, it would be futile. The 3 women didn't say anything. They just hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, silently crying. All the worry, longing, and love they had accumulated over the past 2 years turned into tears. Alright, don't cry. Let's go to the back mountain first. I'll explain everything to you at night. When night completely fell, Yi Qinghan stretched out her hand and gently wiped away the tears of the 3 women. She looked towards the north. The 3 women cried bitterly for a while, letting out the suppressed emotions in their hearts, and their emotions stabilized. The back mountain of the Yi family was currently brightly lit, as if it were daytime. A banquet had been set up in the spacious area. All of the elders of the Yi family, as well as the various god-grade experts of the continent, were all smiling as they raised their cups and chatted in low voices. However, it was obvious that everyone was a little distracted and restless. Whoosh! Greetings, Frosty the Arch, Empresses. When they saw Yi Qinghan slowly fly over with the 3 women, everyone stood up and bowed in greeting, their eyes burning with passion as they scanned Yi Qinghan's body. When the Hidden Island Master and the others realized that they couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's aura, they couldn't help but be shocked. How long had it been? In less than 2 years, Yi Qinghan had actually broken through to the Divine General Realm? The Divine General Realm. The Sword Sovereign had cultivated for more than 3,000 years, but still hadn't been able to reach that level. At the same time, they felt a little more at ease. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the divine general realm so quickly, and his strength had increased. He probably had a higher chance of becoming the flame dragon overlord, right? Sit wherever you want. Yi Qinghan saw that there were 4 empty seats for Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. He didn't stand on ceremony as he led the 3 of them forward. He retracted his divine power, a warm smile on his face. He swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that the god-level elites of the 3 manors and 1 island were all present. He nodded, raised his cup, and drank from it. Lord Devour isn't on the continent? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to explore the north and easily sensed the castle in the north. At this moment, there was no one there. There was only a little rabbit sitting on the rooftop, dozing off under the grape trellis. He couldn't help but turn to Yi Tianlong in confusion. When did Lord Devour leave the continent? Did he say anything to you? Little Han, Lord Devour said that if you returned, you should go to the soul-devouring manor. When you arrived at the soul-devouring city, you should go directly to the city lord's manor. He said that if you went there, you would know how to repair your soul ring and how to see the Yao Ji. He also said that you don't need to worry about the flame dragon continent, and that he will do what he promised you. As for where he went, he didn't say. Yi Tianlong's sudden voice transmission stunned Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour's strange behavior this time, which didn't follow his common sense, made sure Yan bewildered. Repair his soul ring? The Yao Ji? Why was Lord Devour so familiar with his matters? He even knew that he had entered the illusory palace? What was her intention in doing this? At this moment, the Saber Emperor suddenly spoke, asking the question that everyone was most concerned about. Han Emperor, you've been in the God world for 2 years. Do you have any confidence in becoming the Flame Dragon Overlord? Chapter 586. Confidence. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile, raking his eyes through the others. Seeing the hope and expectation in their eyes, he knew what they were worried about. He paused for a while and then said, "Before I went to the divine world, I didn't have any confidence. But now I'm 80% sure. Guys, don't worry." 80%. Hearing Yi Qinghan's affirmation, people exhaled in relief. With Yi Qinghan's identity, of course, he wouldn't talk nonsense. If he said 80%, it meant that he was absolutely certain. Everybody beamed a bright smile, raising their glasses and bowing to Yi Qinghan. After 2 years, not only had Yi Qinghan broken through to the God General realm, but his rocketing speed had also boosted people's confidence. We're so useless. We can't even help a little bit. We're so ashamed. The island master of the hidden island smiled shamefully. He had cultivated for so many years, but he couldn't break through to the God General realm. Perhaps Enling Air could help a little bit, but Lord Devour had stopped him from telling her something. Now Enling Air had gone to the divine world for a long time without any news. He couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Qinghan understood clearly that the material plane didn't have the god aura. If the god power in his body couldn't absorb the god aura, it wouldn't be pure, which would make it harder to break through. He said, "Haha, you guys don't need to blame yourselves. In fact, it's really hard to break through to the God General realm in this material plane. Wait until I get the Flame Dragon Overlord position. I will find a way to replace the Divine Beast Protector in the last challenge of the Purple Island. At that time, if you guys want to go to the Divine World, you can go there through the Purple Island." To the Divine World. Many people felt excited. Yi Qinghan hadn't cultivated for a long time, so he didn't know how boring it was to stay at the same realm for hundreds or thousands of years without any progress. However, the God Realm warriors who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years understood it clearly. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, they were stirred up. They had stayed in the Fire Dragon continent for a very long time. Initially, they still had a goal. In order to save the Fire Dragon continent, everyone had been working hard to cultivate. Now that the Divine Master too had died, they had lost all motivation. If they could go to the Divine World, their lives might become more exciting. After chatting for a while and satisfying everyone's curiosity, Yi Qinghan brought the 3 of them with him and teleported away. Everyone understood that Yi Qinghan wanted to go back and comfort the 3 of them. Thus, they did not ask him to stay. Instead, they excitedly chatted with each other. You're a bad person. You said that you could come back at any time, but you left for 2 years. We asked Elder Lu, but he couldn't explain it either. Why are you so heartless? We thought you didn't want us anymore. As soon as Yi Qinggu returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion, she pouted and started to vent her anger. Yu Qingqing just stared at Yi Qinghan quietly with her eyes wide open. Yi Qingyu's eyes were also slightly red. She pulled his clothes, as if he would disappear if she let go. I was trapped in a place where the space was unstable. I couldn't open the unfettered pavilion. After I came out, didn't I come back immediately? How could I bear to leave you guys? When I earn enough divine stones, I will buy the Fire Dragon continent and come back forever. I will never leave you guys again. Yi Qinghan explained with a bitter smile. After not seeing them for 2 years, the 3 of them did not look much different. Their personalities did not change at all. However, Yi Qingyu shook her head. She pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and said, "Brother, you always lie to us. You never keep your promise. Brother, how long do you need to earn enough divine stones? After I have completely comprehended the laws in the divine stones, can I go to the divine world to look for you?" Elder Lu said that I need 1 billion divine stones to buy the Fire Dragon plane. I have almost 700 million divine stones now. It won't take long. You want to go to the divine world? I'm afraid you can't even pass the last test on the Purple Island with your current strength. How about this? Yi Qinghan smiled in relief. He flipped his hand and took out 2 divine crystals from his space ring. He handed them to Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu. Yu Qingqing refused to refine the divine crystal last time. It was obvious that she would refuse this time. Therefore, he did not give it to her. He said, "Refine these 2 divine crystals and you can go to the divine world to look for me." The aura contained in the divine crystal is so terrifying. What is this divine crystal? And what is a divine stone? Yi Qinggu picked up the divine crystal and sensed it. She found that the divine power inside was surging. It contained a terrifying aura. She could not help but ask doubtfully. This is the divine crystal of a peak divine general. After you refine it, although your divine power may not reach the peak divine general, it should be comparable to an ordinary divine general. Divine stones are the common currency in the divine world. For example, the divine stone in your hand can be sold for 5 or 6 million divine stones, Yi Qinghan explained. Divine crystal of a peak divine general. 5 or 6 million divine stones. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth when she heard this. Yi Qinghan had been gone for 2 years. It was already shocking that he had broken through to the divine general realm. Now he took out 2 divine crystals of a peak divine general. Moreover, he said that he had almost 700 million divine stones. Didn't that mean he could buy more than 100 divine crystals of a peak divine general? Yi Qingyu was shocked. Then, she handed the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan and said, "I don't want it. You should sell it. That way you can gather 1 billion divine stones and come back as soon as possible." "I don't want it either. I need to refine this divine crystal for a long time." Yi Qinggu did not have the slightest intention of becoming an expert. In her heart, she felt that it was useless to be strong. She had no ambition. She only wanted to live a peaceful and happy life. "Take it. I don't lack divine stones. You can help me when you become strong." Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had other ideas. The immortal world was filled with danger, and no one could guarantee absolute safety. Leaving some divine crystals for them would at least make them stronger. He left more than 10 divine crystals of a peak divine general for the divine realm experts of the continent. If he died, at least they would have a chance to go to the divine world and find a way to buy the flame dragon plane, right? Yi Qinghan took out 3 spatial rings and countless bottles of ordinary elixirs and handed them to the 3 of them. At the same time, he took out a crystal card and let the 3 of them drip their blood on it. This way, at least he had a guarantee. In the divine world, he always felt an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if danger would befall him at any time. Now that everything was arranged, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Qinghan, it's late, go back to your room and rest." After chatting for a while, when they learned that Yi Qinghan could only stay in the Flame Dragon continent for a few days, Yi Qinggu suddenly said shyly. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu blushed slightly, But they did not feel too much rejection. Instead, they were eager to try it out. Why are all of you taking the initiative today? Yi Qinghan asked in astonishment as his eyes swept across the faces of the three of them. Yi Qinggu did not say anything. Yu Qingqing blushed and said, "We want one or a few children. When you are not here, we will have some spiritual sustenance." Chapter 587. Chilling Heart Pavilion Rooftop. 3 square tables had been set up on the spacious rooftop. All of the immortal level elites of the House of Aries had gathered here, as well as the patriarchs and grand elders of the Feng and Hua clans. The Lord of the Hidden Island had also arrived. Everyone sat around and chatted in low voices. A hint of confusion flashed across the Feng clan patriarch's eyes as he asked, "Why has the frigid emperor summoned us here?" Skydragon clan patriarch do you know? All of the elites of the continent had gathered at the Yi clan's castle after a day, but Yi Qinghan had never appeared. 2 days later, he had suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Tianlong to arrange for some people to come to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. However, the people that Yi Qinghan had gathered were very strange. The beast race and man race were not invited, and the House of Aries' Shui clan was not qualified to come either. Instead, the Lord of the Hidden Island was on the list. Therefore, everyone was very puzzled. What was Yi Qinghan trying to do? "I don't know either. He just told me to hurry you all here." Yi Tianlong shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. Yu Shishui, however, smiled sweetly and signaled for everyone not to think too much. "Stop guessing. You'll know when little Han comes out. Young Master Han is a true brother. He didn't forget about us." At the lowest table, Hua Hua and Fengzi looked at each other, a hint of pride in their eyes. The patriarchs of the Feng and Hua clans knew that Yi Qinghan had returned, so they naturally brought the two of them with them. Wasn't that right? Everyone present was an immortal level elite. Even though the Feng and Hua clans didn't have any immortal level elites, they had the right to sit here because of Fengzi and Hua Hua. Didn't the Shui clan not have the right? Thus, the two of them felt that Yi Qinghan had given them a lot of face. Fengzi rubbed his cheeks, his face flushed red as he transmitted, "If it weren't for young Master Han, we wouldn't have been chosen as young patriarchs so early. When I first saw young Master Han, I knew that he wasn't an ordinary person." Hua Chao rolled his eyes and sent a telepathic message in disdain. "Keep bragging. Back then at the Moon Hotel, you bet with me that Shui Wuhan would win. By the way, when are you going to cash in the 1-month hotel's top-notch meal that you lost to me? After so many years, you are now the young master of the Feng clan. Xiao Chao it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're already a father, yet you're still thinking about this all day long. This kind of thinking isn't right." "What was that?" "Sister-in-law Ruyan and my Wubian have been admiring the scenery in Chujian City recently. A few days ago, they even asked me about your past." Fengzi chuckled softly and looked meaningfully at the flowers and plants. You win." Hua Hua's expression changed as he said through gritted teeth. Then he thought of something and suddenly chuckled. "You've married the little tiger girl Yi Wubian. You must have had a hard time. I heard that a few months ago, you were punished by him to kneel on the city wall of West Wind City for a night?" "It's nothing. I drank too much that day, so I went to the top of the city to admire the moon." "A young Master Han is here?" Fengzi's face reddened as he said embarrassedly. Then his eyes lit up and he stood up excitedly. "Everyone sit down. Don't do that, be more casual." At the entrance of the rooftop, Yi Qinghan, dressed in a green robe, slowly walked out with Yu Qingqing and the other two. Seeing that everyone was about to stand up and bow, he hurriedly waved his hand and asked them to sit down. "I'll be returning to the immortal realm in a few days, so let's meet up again. Of course, there are some things that I need to take care of." Yi Qinghan swept his gaze across the crowd and realized that most of the people he was familiar with had arrived. When he saw Fengzi and Hua Hua winking at him, he was in a good mood. Seeing that no one spoke and that they were all listening attentively, he didn't waste any time and threw out the purpose of the day. "I have some divine pills here. Of course, these are just ordinary pills in the immortal realm. I'll give each of you a bottle. These divine pills can make your divine power purer and make it easier for you to break through. Of course, You still need to work hard to comprehend the laws. With a flip of his hand, he took out more than 10 green bottles and gave each of the Immortal Realm cultivators a bottle. However, Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui didn't give any. The two of them knew that since all the Immortal Realm cultivators had pills, they definitely wouldn't be lacking either. And it definitely wouldn't be just one bottle. Divine pills. Thank you, Frost Emperor. The dragon, the Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island all stared at the green bottles in their hands with glowing eyes. Once a cultivator reached the Immortal Realm, the ordinary spirit medicines of the continent would no longer be of any use to them. The spiritual energy of the continent was thin, so these divine pills were extremely important to them. Their divine power had always improved slowly. Now that they had these divine pills, they would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The Feng and Hua clan patriarchs and elders stared enviously at the Immortal Realm cultivators. Their clans didn't have any Immortal Realm cultivators. This was an eternal pain for both clans. Actually, the 5 great clans could no longer be considered the 5 great clans. The Yi clan was the #1 clan on the continent, followed by the Yu and Long clans. The Feng and Hua clans were third. As for the Shui clan, ever since their Immortal Realm cultivator, the Shui clan's ancestor, had passed away, they had become an ordinary clan. However, their foundation, which had been around for thousands of years, had not yet declined. One more thing. Is there anyone among you who wants to refine a divine crystal to become a god? Is there anyone who wants to refine a divine general crystal to break through to the divine general realm? You must consider this carefully. After you refine a divine crystal, your achievements in this lifetime will most likely stop there, and you won't be able to advance any further. Furthermore, your offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as your usage of method power, will be far inferior to your own comprehension. To put it bluntly, even a second-layer divine general, who refined a divine crystal to become a god, will not be able to break through my absolute domain. Their offensive capabilities are far inferior. For example, if my grandfather were to compete with the Yu clan patriarch right now, I believe that the Yu clan patriarch would be able to easily defeat him, right? Yi Qinghan's words, however, left everyone somewhat confused. Who wouldn't want to become a god if they could? Even if their offensive capabilities were a bit lower, they would still be a god. They would still be able to easily kill saints. However, there were still a few people present who understood Yi Qinghan's words. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's face. Although refining a divine crystal would allow one to become a god, the profound mysteries of the method power within the divine crystal were not something that one could comprehend on their own. They could only learn the surface of the method power, not the essence. Not to mention Yu Shishui. Even he had been defeated by a single blow from Dragon Bastard. Young Master Han, I want to refine a divine crystal and become an immortal. Everyone fell silent as they tried to guess the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Feng Zi, however, slapped his thigh and stood up, his face red as he spoke. Oh, where are the others? Yi Qinghan nodded at Feng Zi, indicating for him to sit down. Then he turned to look at the others. When the others saw that Yi Qinghan didn't explain himself, instead asking about the others, they became even more confused and fell silent. What was this Yi Qinghan trying to do? Young Master Han, I also want to refine a divine crystal. Flower Plant was the second to speak. He had interacted with Feng Zi and Yi Qinghan for many years, so he understood Yi Qinghan very well. Yi Qinghan's sudden question was definitely not without reason. Thus, the two of them didn't hide their thoughts and spoke directly. Feng Zi and Flower Plant were juniors, so they could speak freely. However, the others were too embarrassed to speak. For example, Yu Shishui and Dragon Bastard hadn't become gods for long, and after seeing what happened to Yi Tianlong after refining a divine crystal, they weren't interested in refining a divine crystal to become gods. In the end, only 5 people expressed their desire to refine a divine crystal. Of the immortal elites, only the Saber Emperor said that he wanted to refine a divine general's divine crystal. The others didn't say anything, not even a single member of the Yi family. Fine. This is the path you've chosen. I hope you won't blame me in the future. If you want to refine a divine crystal, I'll give you a divine crystal. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. With a flip of his hand, He retrieved 5 peak stage Heavenly God Divine Crystals and 1 peak stage Divine General Divine Crystal, tossing them over. Chapter 588. Qi. The Feng and Hua clan patriarchs wanted to slap themselves. Many people who hadn't spoken yet opened their mouths wide, feeling bitter in their hearts. Looking at Hua, Feng Zi, the other 3 grand elders, and Blade Emperor holding the divine crystal that was surging with divine power, they were elated. Countless people swallowed their saliva, and their expressions became very strange. Even though Yi Qinghan was powerful, he was still young, and many of the people present were his seniors. Even though they were afraid of his strength and his contributions to the continent. Furthermore, the experts of the God realm had made an agreement, so everyone respected him. However, many people felt a little embarrassed by the situation just now. They hadn't expected that Yi Qinghan would actually give each of them a divine crystal. This was something that could help one become a god. How could he give out so many so casually? These are all peak-tier divine crystals? The Hidden Island Master glanced at the divine crystals in their hands and stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. His strength was infinitely close to that of a peak-tier sky god, so he could easily sense that these divine crystals were different. As he watched the Saber Emperor quickly put away the divine crystal, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Could this be a peak-tier god general divine crystal? Yi Qinghan's generosity had also stunned Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. Back then, Lord Devour had given a peak-tier sky god divine crystal to Yi Qingyu, which had made countless people in the House of Aries envious. Now, Yi Qinghan had given 5 divine crystals, and one of them was a god general divine crystal. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu exchanged a glance and laughed. If outsiders had a share, then they definitely would. As he looked at Yi Qinghan, he thought to himself, did this kid make a fortune in the 2 years he spent in the god realm? He's only a first-level god general. Where did he get a god general divine crystal? These are all peak-tier god crystals. Take them all and don't let their divine power dissipate. Actually, I don't approve of refining divine crystals, because without a divine crystal from the previous level, you can only progress at this level for the rest of your life. Don't think that Empyrean gods are that amazing. Divine generals are invincible. In the divine world, heavenly god martial artists are the same as mortals. Divine generals are as common as the hairs on a cow. Martial artists who have refined divine crystals have very low statuses in the divine world. Yi Qinghan said calmly. The reason why he had kept some divine crystals for himself was that he had prepared them for the cultivators of the House of Aries. If more experts appeared in the Flame Dragon continent, if something happened to him, they could still continue to fight in the divine world, right? These are some divine armors and divine weapons. Every divine realm warrior, and those who have collected divine crystals, I'll give you a set. It can increase your attack and defense by a bit. Yi Qinghan then took out some god equipment and god armor and distributed them to everyone. This time, the countless martial artists who had not spoken before even had the thought of dying. For the sake of a moment's face, he had brushed past divine crystals and divine artifacts. Back then, for the sake of a few divine artifacts, countless experts from the 3 palaces had fallen in the past thousands of years. It was difficult to speak before, but now it was even more difficult to speak. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Yi Qinghan would still give them. If he didn't, then it would be even more humiliating. Therefore, many people only glanced at the people who had received divine crystals from time to time, and then looked at Yi Qinghan with incomparably fiery eyes. But Yi Qinghan pretended not to see it, and no longer spoke. After chatting in detail for a while, Yi Qinghan began to ask them to leave. Everyone left one after another. Yi Qinghan let Yi Tianlong take the Yi family to the back mountain first, and then let Yu Qingqing and the others go down first. He looked at the Island Lord of Hidden Island with a smile. Island Lord, do you need something? Yi Qinghan looked at the Island Lord of Hidden Island, and couldn't help but find it funny. He knew that the Island Lord definitely wanted to ask for a divine crystal, but he didn't point it out. Cold Emperor, the divine crystal you gave to Saber Emperor is for a peak divine general? The Island Lord of Hidden Island was silent for a while. His old face was slightly red, but he still asked in the end. Yes. Island Lord wants to refine the divine crystal? Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Although many people knew that refining the divine crystal would have a big drawback to their future development, they couldn't make any progress even after 1,000 years. Moreover, refining it could allow them to break through immediately. Many people still couldn't resist this kind of temptation. Do you know about Ling? The island lord's eyes had a gleam of disappointment. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was at a loss, he said, Ling is from the god world. She's the daughter of the rain butterfly tribe's patriarch. After you went to the god world sent someone to pick her up. I haven't heard from her for a long time. I miss her and worry a lot, so. The daughter of the rain butterfly tribe's patriarch? Yi Qinghan was startled. He recalled that arrogant girl with an abnormal sexual orientation. He didn't expect that she had such a big background. Then he asked in surprise, Did you tell her about the matter between me and the continent? No, Lord Devour told me not to. The island lord shook his head. He still didn't know why Lord Devour wanted him to do that. That's good. Do you want to go to the god world to find her? Your comprehension of the principles isn't bad. If you refine the divine crystal, it will be hard for you to continue comprehending the principles. You have to think about it carefully. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. The island lord didn't know that he had the divine sword and the unfettered ring. If this matter was exposed, he would be hunted down by a large group of experts in the god world. At that time, the fire dragon continent would be in danger. I'm worried about her every day. I can't calm my mind and comprehend the principles. If I continue like this, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break through even if my lifespan is exhausted. I beg Cold Emperor to help me. The island lord sighed helplessly. If he didn't go to the god world, he wouldn't feel at ease. Yi Qinghan nodded, took out a divine crystal, and handed it over. All right. However, when you go to the god world, you can't disclose anything about me. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Of course, if Ling is really the daughter of the rain butterfly tribe's patriarch, you can ask her to buy the fire dragon overlord position. This way, you can be prepared. Okay. The island lord had the same idea. That year he had put his hope on Yi Qinghan and Ling. However, after he got Ling's identity, Lord Devour didn't allow him to say it. At this moment, as Yi Qinghan had told him, he was more certain about this idea. Grandpa, here are 10 peak divine generals divine crystals, and 50 peak heavenly god realms divine crystals. Also, there are some divine weapons and divine armor and divine pellets. However, these things can only be used to protect the clan. Personally, I don't recommend refining the divine crystals to become a god. Of course, if you're like Green Bull and Grandpa White Tiger, who have no hope of becoming a god, you can choose some divine crystals for them to refine. After you're done, you can refine a god general's divine crystal. After the island lord left, Yi Qinghan teleported to the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Tianlong, Yi White Tiger, Yi Qingniu, Yi Shishui, and Yi Chong were waiting for him in the pavilion under Yi Qinghan's direction. Seeing Yi Qinghan hand them a spatial ring and listening to Yi Qinghan, the 5 blinked in disbelief. 50 heavenly god realms divine crystals? 10 divine generals divine crystals? And they're all at the peak? Are there so many divine crystals in the god world? Little Han, how did you get so many divine crystals? Yi Tianlong's hands shivered as he received the spatial ring. His mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything after a long while. You don't need to ask. I'll come back often. If I don't come back within 300 years, the warriors who have refined the divine general's divine crystals should go to the god world and find a way to go to the soul-devouring palace to see Lord Devour. Of course, if Lord Devour comes back, you can also go and beg him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and didn't explain much. Leaving the 5 with complicated faces, he teleported away. Chapter 589. In the following days, Yi Qinghan closed his door and refused to see any guests. He accompanied Yi Qingyu and the others. 10 days in the divine world and 20 days in the flame dragon continent. Yi Qinghan stayed in the chilling heart pavilion for half a month. Under the reluctant gazes of the other 3, he entered the carefree pavilion. You're back? As soon as he entered the carefree pavilion, Elder Lu teleported over. Looking at the depressed Yi Qinghan, he patted his shoulder and wanted to comfort him. However, he didn't know what to say. Elder Lu, Lord Devour went to the divine world. She left me a message saying that if I want to know how to repair the soul ring and how to meet the Yao Ji, I should go to the soul-devouring manor. Yi Qinghan lowered his head and pondered for a while. Elder Lu frowned in surprise and pondered for a moment. He thought for a while and said, "She went to the divine world? Of course, Lord Devour knows how to repair the soul ring. The Yao Ji? Which Yao Ji? Let's talk about it later. Let's go out and see the situation first." Seeing that Elder Lu didn't know anything, Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched, but he didn't explain. His heart was in a mess. Actually, he had a feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands in the sky that was controlling his fate. It seemed like Lord Devour was controlling his life. Or perhaps, she was arranging some things for him to do according to her arrangements. For example, she could have easily saved him at the god-slaying mountain, but she didn't. For example, she could have become a god in 50 years or become the flame dragon overlord. With her power and status, as well as what she had seen in the divine world, Yi Qinghan believed that she could do it easily, but she wanted him to go. For example, God Emperor Mo in the Enfeen stream. Was it really a coincidence? Or this trip to the soul-devouring manor? The soul ring was a soul emperor's ring. If it was repaired, it would be awesome. However, Lord Devour had never thought about the soul ring. He had only told a few people about his encounter with the Yao Ji in the Illusion Palace, but Lord Devour seemed to know everything. All kinds of doubts and strange things made Yi Qinghan suspicious. Lord Devour seemed to know everything about Shi Yan. Moreover, she was purposely guiding him to do some things and go to some places. Or in other words, he was following the route she had arranged for him. However, his relationship with Xiao He, Lord Devour wouldn't harm him, so why did he do all these things? What was his motive? When Yi Qinghan returned to the Fire Dragon continent, he distributed all the extra divine crystals and divine weapons in his possession. He wanted to leave a way out for himself. He had a feeling that this trip to the soul-devouring manor would not be peaceful. What awaited him were many unknown challenges, or perhaps a path of no return. There were many restraints and many misgivings that prevented him from walking down this path. Therefore, after Yi Qinghan arranged some things, he decided to go to the Soul Devourer mansion to meet Lord Devour and ask her face to face to clarify some things. The two of them flashed out of the carefree pavilion and saw Yi Qianrao sitting alone in the main hall. She was in a daze, looking a little lost and a little lonely. When she saw the two of them, her dazed eyes brightened. She was about to pounce on them when she saw Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu together. After a pause, she bowed to Elder Lu and smiled at Yi Qinghan, not saying a word. She didn't know the relationship between this person and Yi Qinghan. Moreover, this person's strength wasn't as high as hers. However, since Yi Qinghan was very respectful to him, she didn't question him. She was also very polite to Elder Lu. "Yao Rao, did you go out these days?" Yi Qinghan smiled at her apologetically and asked Elder Lu to sit down. Yi Qianrao hurried to pour tea for the two of them. "No, I've been in my room." Yi Qianrao poured tea and sat down next to Yi Qinghan. She didn't say a word and just looked at Yi Qinghan quietly. However, it seemed like she was in a very peaceful mood. His cold face revealed a trace of gentleness. I'll go out and scout later." "Oh right, Elder Lu. How should I go to the Soul Devourer manor?" Yi Qinghan turned to look at Elder Lu. That day, when he heard that he was going to stay here for about 10 days, he thought of returning to the Flame Dragon continent. He didn't care about anything else and hurried into the carefree pavilion. Now that he had decided to go to the Soul Devourer manor, he naturally had to plan carefully and clarify some things. Elder Lu drank a mouthful of tea and pointed at him. "Didn't you buy a map? Look at the map first." Yi Qinghan took out the map and scanned it casually. He was incomparably shocked. The first page of the map was a simple map of the divine realm. 6 huge continents were connected in a circle, and in the middle was a star sea that was the size of 3 continents. The star sea was densely packed with millions of islands. The misty continent was a square continent located in the east of the divine realm. To the north was the Grace mainland, and in the middle was the Wandering Sea. To the south was the Blood Night continent, and in the middle was the Blood Night Sea. After finding the map of the misty continent, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. The Longyang prefecture they were in was located in the south of the Misty Continent. After passing through a prefecture, they would reach the Blood Night Sea. The Soul Devourer Manor was located in the northernmost part of the continent, connected to the Wandering Sea. The two manors were separated by a total of 22 prefectures. This how far is it? Yi Qinghan blinked his glasses and looked at Elder Lu in confusion. Elder Lu smiled faintly and replied, "No one knows exactly how far it is. However, some people have calculated that if a divine general martial artist like you flew from south to north in a straight line, day and night, and did not stop in between, it would take about 2,000 years. Probably 2,000 years. That's the time of the divine realm." Qi. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. He licked his lips and had the urge to curse in his heart. "Elder Lu, are you kidding me? It's so far, how can I go there? How can I go there? 2,000 years? I'm afraid the Fire Dragon continent will be wiped out before I reach the Soul Devourer Manor. What's the point of me going there?" "You have to go. Look at the prefecture south of the Soul Devourer Manor." Elder Lu sighed faintly. "The prefecture south of the Soul Devourer Manor? What does it have to do with this? Misty Prefecture?" Yi Qinghan looked around in confusion. Then his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Misty Prefecture? That's the Misty Continent's sovereign's mansion? Could it be that I have to go to the Misty Prefecture to buy a lord's position?" Elder Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Unfortunately, you are right. If it's an ownerless material plane, as long as you have God stones, anyone can apply for it in one of the 108 main cities. Then, you just have to wait for the sovereign's mansion to approve it. If you want to buy a plane with an owner, you have to go to the monarch's mansion, and you have to be in person. There are some complicated problems during the process. You'll know when you get there. I don't know the specifics either." Mother***. After a long while, Yi Qinghan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. However, when he saw that Elder Lu seemed to have a well-thought-out plan despite his pained expression, he sighed deeply and asked, "Then, how do we get there? He couldn't just fly there, right? Putting aside the fact that there are demonic beasts rampaging outside the city, and that I would be dismembered the moment I step out of the city, even if I were to fly in a straight line, the demonic beasts would give me face and not attack me. By the time I fly over in 2,000 years, the blood of the 10 billion corpses on the Fire Dragon continent will have turned cold. It's very simple. After becoming a battle god, you can go to the Battle God Pavilion to accept missions. Accept transport, escort, and other similar missions. The House of Ares had specialized flying tools that could match the speed of a god emperor. If you can accept a mission that leads you straight to the Misty Manor. Furthermore, if the Battle God Pavilion were to send a flying tool to the Ethereal Manor, you will only need a few decades to travel across the Misty Manor." Elder Lu did not beat around the bush and spoke his mind. Battle God. Yi Qinghan shuddered as he thought of the Tusk Battle God from the Firework Tribe and the Dancing Phoenix City Plaza. When everyone heard Battle God Lei Yun's expression and thought of Lei Yun's unparalleled demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a burning passion in their hearts. "I can also become a battle god?" Elder Lu chuckled and explained, "Why not? The quasi-battle god test is very easy. The two of us might not be able to do it, but you can definitely do it. As long as you become a quasi-battle god, you can accept missions. You can bring Yi Yarao to participate in the battle god test. With your strength, the two of you should be able to pass it easily. If you really have no choice, you can use the Slaughter God Blade. However, if you use it, everyone in the vicinity will be killed. You must remember that there is no such thing as kindness in the divine realm. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself." Chapter 590. Oh, then when are we going to participate in the God of War test? If the Dancing Phoenix City is sealed now, I can't participate either, right? Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and spread his hands helplessly. There was nothing he could do. "Tomorrow." Elder Lu smiled disdainfully and said, "The Dancing Phoenix City is sealed, but it has no effect on the God of War Pavilion. The God of War Pavilion has a special status. Even if Longyang City is sealed, the people of the God of War Pavilion can enter and leave at will. The God of War is one of the most powerful people in the divine world. There is no other." "Good. Tomorrow, I will bring Yao Rao to take the God of War test. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Then he asked curiously, Elder Lu, why can't you show yourself? Elder Lu glanced at Yi Yaorao and suddenly transmitted his voice. Because I am the only member of the blood deer race in the divine world. After the Soul Emperor saved me, I performed a meritorious deed for him. Then the Soul Emperor helped me slaughter the water shark race. This matter caused a sensation in the divine world, and it was one of the battles that made the Soul Emperor famous. Many forces in the divine world know that I am a servant of the unfettered pavilion. If news of me being in the divine world is leaked, countless experts will know that the unfettered pavilion has appeared, and the 12th divine sword has appeared. You can imagine the consequences. This, Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. He did not expect such a relationship to be involved. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice. Elder Lu, is this divine sword really that valuable? Will the entire divine world come to snatch it once it appears? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. He could not use this divine sword now, but it had caused a lot of trouble. He had thought of selling the divine sword in the past, but Elder Lu had said that he would lose his life before he could sell it. He had some doubts now, so he said that. Elder Lu stood up with a proud look on his face. He transmitted his voice. The Soul Emperor is the most powerful person in the divine world after the 8 sovereigns. I am afraid that any god emperor or force in the divine world would want to snatch his wealth and treasures. The Soul Emperor Pavilion opens once every 1,000 years, and one can enter with the divine sword. Every time an expert entered, they would bring out a huge pile of treasures and wealth. And most importantly, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's inner pavilion required all 12 divine swords to be gathered together before it could be opened. There were countless treasures within the inner pavilion, including the Soul Emperor's 9 divine tools that shook the divine realm. If one entered, it was possible to obtain them. Don't you think your godly sword is precious? Won't I be hunted down by the entire divine world if I'm exposed? 9 god artifacts. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, thought of that spatial artifact, the illusory palace, thought of that incomparably seductive woman, and thought of that little red string. The enchantress had said that as long as they could meet again, she would let him have a taste of the special service of the enchantress clan that all men in the god realm yearned to have a taste of. After chatting with Elder Lu for a while, Yi Qinghan decided to apply for the assessment at the Battle God Pavilion the next day. Then he brought Yi Yaorao back to his bedroom and began to explain some things to her. However, he still did not tell her about the divine sword and Xiaohei's identity. It was not that he did not trust Yi Yaorao, it was just that there were some secrets that he instinctively did not want to tell too many people. The next day, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Yaorao out of his room and asked around the yellow-clad lady in the hall. He found out that although people from Longyang City had come, Fengwu City was still under lockdown for some reason. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators had been captured in the divine prison. When Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were about to leave, the yellow-clad lady smiled and said, "From tomorrow onwards, the price of Fengwu City's rooms will be restored to their original price." The heaven-grade rooms that they were staying in cost only 100,000 godstones a day. She asked Yi Qinghan if he wanted to continue staying there. Yi Qinghan cursed the profiteers inwardly. He guessed that the prices in Fengwu City had increased too much during this period. Countless cultivators had gone bankrupt, and the hotels and inns were no longer full. That was probably why the prices had been lowered. Because he was not sure how to take the Battle God assessment, Yi Qinghan took out another 500,000 godstones and paid for the 5 days' worth of rooms. "Welcome to the Battle God Pavilion again. My lord, do you need anything today?" Yi Qinghan walked around the 2nd floor of the City Lord residence and didn't find any other rooms marked as Battle God Pavilion. Yi Qinghan could only walk to the room that sold god crystals. It was the same purple-clad lady who greeted Yi Qinghan politely the moment she saw him. Yi Qinghan replied with a smile and asked, "Hello, I would like to apply for the Battle God assessment. May I know where I can apply? Is it at your place?" Battle God assessment? The purple-clad lady was taken aback and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. The mortality rate for the Battle God assessment was very high. Normally, no one would dare to take the assessment unless they were a peak god general. This first-tier god general actually dared to take the assessment using his expression? However, when she recalled that Yi Qinghan had sold a few thousand god crystals, and over 100 peak god general god crystals, the purple-clad lady felt slightly relieved. She thought to herself that this person probably wasn't a young master from a large family clan who had come out to train. He probably had someone to rely on. She explained to Yi Qinghan, "I am only here to buy and sell items. The assessment and the battle god's acceptance of missions are all done in the hall of the battle god pavilion on the 3rd floor. My lord, you can go to the 3rd floor and say that you want to take the battle god assessment." Yi Qinghan nodded in thanks and led Yi Yaorao to the 3rd floor. "Stop right there. The 3rd floor is the city lord residence's restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Leave now." When they reached the 3rd floor, there were 2 guards at the entrance. Yi Qinghan checked and realized that they were both peak god generals. Even the guards were peak god generals. It seemed like this was a restricted area. "My lords, we are here to apply for the battle god assessment." Yi Qinghan hurriedly cupped his hands and explained, "Oh, go to the left corridor. Don't go to the right. Otherwise, don't blame us if you die." The 2 peak god generals looked at them with disdain and waved their hands, indicating for them to enter. After Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao entered, they mocked in a low voice, "First layer god general? Another 2 going to die. I really don't know what these people are thinking. Being locked up in the god prison for a few months is better than dying. Do they all think that the battle god assessment is so easy to take? Hee, let's make a bet on the assessment in 3 days. How many of us will survive?" Yi Qinghan heard the 2 guards whispering to each other, but he didn't care. He wasn't here to take the battle god assessment, because he couldn't afford to stay in a hotel. When they reached the 3rd floor, they discovered that there were 2 long corridors. The left corridor was marked with a small demon symbol, while the other corridor was marked with a phoenix symbol. After walking down the left corridor, Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao finally arrived at a large hall. So many people. Oh, there are even a few battle gods sitting there. Their auras are so strong. I'm afraid many of them are God King experts. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the large hall and looked inside. He discovered that there were countless square tables inside. Several martial artists sat at the square tables on the left, while the crystal tables on the right only had a few martial artists. These martial artists were dressed like the Tusk battle god, but they weren't wearing bamboo hats. They laughed and drank, chatting in low voices. They didn't pay attention to the envious gazes of the hundreds of martial artists on the left. "What are you standing at the entrance for?" Scram. Just as Yi Qinghan was trying to sense the cultivation realms of these battle gods, a few people quickly walked over from behind. They blocked Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao at the entrance and started scolding them in a domineering manner. Yi Qinghan was startled and quickly pulled Yi Yaorao to the side. Then, he turned his head and saw a young man in white walking towards them. He was very handsome, and he exuded an elegant aura as he walked. However, the arrogant expression on his face and the cold, gloomy look in his eyes made people uncomfortable. Behind him were 3 black-armored guards. Yi Qinghan sensed that this young man was a 3rd-layer divine general. The 4 people behind him were all peak divine generals. Judging from their auras, they were definitely not cultivators who had become immortals by refining divine crystals. Humph, 2 first-layer divine general martial artists? What are you doing here? The young master walked into the hall and stopped beside the 2 of them. His cold gaze swept across the hall before he looked at Yi Yaorao with interest and said coldly and arrogantly, "My lord, we are here to take the Immortal of War assessment." In the Immortal of War pavilion, Yi Qinghan wasn't familiar with the situation and naturally didn't dare to say anything. He cupped his fists respectfully and replied, "Haha, everyone, are they here to take part in the Immortal of War assessment? Did I hear that right? 2 first-layer divine general martial artists are here to take the Immortal of War assessment." Haha. When the young man heard this, he threw his head back and laughed. The disdain and mockery in his voice was obvious. The hundreds of martial artists on the left also laughed heartily. They looked at the 2 of them with mocking eyes. Even the war gods at the crystal table on the right turned their heads and smiled. Then they continued to drink. Yi Qinghan's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable. It didn't matter if he was wronged, but it infuriated him that Yi Yaorao was wronged as well. Yi Yaorao didn't say anything. She only reached out and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand. The young man's expression didn't change when he saw Yi Yaorao holding Yi Qinghan's hand. His body was still emanating an icy aura. He stood there gracefully, exuding an alluring aura. His eyes flashed with lust as he smirked. He extended a finger and hooked it towards Yi Yaorao's chin. Little beauty, you will definitely die if you follow this piece of trash to take the assessment. There will be no accidents. This young master is also going to take part in the assessment. Why don't you follow me? I can guarantee your safety, and I will definitely help you obtain the qualifications to become an immortal. Haha, young Master Lu Ji is right. With 4 peak immortal generals as guards, this assessment mission will be easy. Little beauty, just follow young Master Lu Ji. Young Master Lu, what's wrong with you today? Countless beauties usually want to follow you, but you don't want them. Why are you being so kind today? Young Master Lu, I want to follow you too. Please be kind and take me as your servant. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the martial artists on the left recognized him and started to make a ruckus. It was obvious that they wanted to flatter him, so that they could get some help from this young man during the assessment mission. Please be more respectful. I already have a partner. Yi Yaorao tilted her head and dodged the young man's outstretched hand. The icy aura on her body intensified, but she didn't get angry when Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. She only said coldly, "Huh, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? But this young master likes it." The lust in the young man's eyes intensified. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain and snorted. Partner? Your partner is a piece of trash. Look at him. He's just like a coward. What's the use of having a man like him? Haha. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of getting angry, he started to laugh. At first, he thought that this young man was from the God of War Pavilion. Now that he heard that this young man was also here for the assessment, and that he had a few peak immortal general guards with him, he didn't seem to be a young master of some great family. Hence, his lips curled into a devilish smile. He looked at the young man and said word by word, "Go to your great master Scram." Chapter 591. The main hall of the Battle God Pavilion in the City Lord residence became so quiet, because of this simple sentence that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Ji was stunned. He looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. The 4 peak stage god generals behind him were also stunned. Then a cold glint appeared in their eyes. The hundreds of people sitting at the table on the left of the hall looked embarrassed. Some people wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Some people wanted to help scold Yi Qinghan, but they were afraid of hurting young Master Lu Ji's reputation. They could only lower their heads and bear with it. They looked at Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji from time to time. Some people lowered their heads and pretended to drink tea. They didn't dare to pay attention to Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji. Hee. On the other hand, the 5 or 6 war gods at the crystal table on the right looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Then, when they saw Lu Ji's confused expression, they started to laugh softly. The Lu family was very famous in Dancing Phoenix City. The Lu family head, Lu Changshu, was one of the few god emperors in Dancing Phoenix City. Although he wasn't very strong, he was still a tyrant in Dancing Phoenix City. Moreover, the Lu family had 2 god kings. They were war gods in Dancing Phoenix City's Battle God Pavilion. Lu Ji was the son of one of the war gods. Therefore, Lu Ji dared to scold Yi Qinghan and tease Yi Yaorao in the Battle God Pavilion. Lu Ji didn't expect that someone in Dancing Phoenix City would scold him like this. Yi Qinghan scolded him word by word. It was even worse than scolding him in the nose. Lu Ji had never been scolded by anyone other than his father and grandfather in Dancing Phoenix City since he was young. Of course, he couldn't believe it and was stunned. Can you repeat what you said just now? Lu Ji blinked. Then he looked at the 4 gloomy guards behind him. Then he looked at the group of martial artists on the left. When he heard the laughter of the war gods on the right, his expression finally changed. His handsome face became distorted as he stared coldly at Yi Qinghan. Looks like you are not only a fool but also a deaf person. Screw your grandfather. Yi Qinghan smiled at Yi Yaorao behind him, telling her not to be nervous. Then he raised his head and said to Lu Ji in disdain. He deliberately slowed down the last few words. Looking at Lu Ji, whose facial muscles were completely twisted, Yi Qinghan felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Who was he? When he was still an elite martial artist, he dared to beat up Yi Qingxian. What did he care about the most? Family and women. Back then, when his sister was almost killed, he dared to go behind Yi Qingyu's back, burning down the house, killing his way over and crippling Yi Qingquang. He even dared to kill the family's elders, Yi Rong. As someone who had lived 2 lives, the thing he was least afraid of was the word death. You can scold me, but if you humiliate my woman and family, then I will drag you down with me even if I have to risk my life. Of course, he was not an idiot. When he crippled Yi Qingquang, he had calculated that he would be able to lure out the 3 old fogies from the Yi family. In the end, he had lured them out. He dared to scold Lu Ji now because he knew that Lu Ji was not from the God of War Pavilion. His family clan was definitely not big or not important. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned 4 peak God General bodyguards even though he was only a 3rd-tier God General. Dancing Phoenix City was currently under lockdown. He believed that Lu Ji would not dare to make a move. If he could only scold people, then he would enjoy himself first. As for leaving the city, he did not care about these few people. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan had already decided to go to the Soul Devourer Manor. Since he was going to leave, he definitely would not tolerate this. To him, not being able to live a happy life was more painful than death. At most, he could spend some divine stones to teleport away or stay in the carefree pavilion for a few decades. Compared to letting his woman be humiliated, he would rather pay some price to help her vent her anger. Therefore, all the repressed emotions that he had suppressed in the fireworks settlement and baleful Yin stream erupted at this moment. Wow! Yi Qinghan's words caused a huge commotion in the hall. Being slapped once and being slapped twice were 2 different things. Yi Qinghan's brazen slapping of their faces infuriated Lu Ji and his 4 bodyguards. Bastard! Do you know who you are talking to? It seems like the 2 of you are seeking death. Not seeking death. The 2 of them are dead meat. Lu Ji did not say anything, but the 4 bodyguards behind him started scolding angrily. Slapping their master's face was the same as slapping their faces. How could they not be angry? Lu Ji did not say anything. His hands glowed faintly as his body trembled slightly. He seemed to be suppressing the rage in his heart. However, Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and pulled Yi Yara behind him. It seemed like this young master was about to go berserk. Yi Qinghan began to secretly prepare himself. Haha! The 4 bodyguards scolding and Lu Ji's hands were interrupted by a hearty laugh from the crystal table on the right. Yi Qinghan looked over and saw an expert with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and very long ears. This person laughed and then glanced at the crowd. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Lu Ji's extremely gloomy face. He said mockingly, "Young Master Lu, I don't know your temper. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Even if I have to violate the iron law, I will kill them. Don't worry, go. Don't worry, I will support you in spirit." Viper War God, you don't have to provoke me. I am not a fool. If we fight here, I am afraid that even my father will not be able to protect me. I know the severity of this. This man's words calmed Lu Ji down. At this moment, the emissary of Longyang City was on the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion. If they fought here, it would definitely attract their attention. At that time, he would definitely die. He turned his head and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. He did not know whether it was intentional or not, but he actually stuttered. "Good, very good. You have guts. How dare you scold my grandfather? Do you know who my grandfather is? My grandfather is Emperor God Lu Changshu. Young man, I can only say that. You have guts." "Hee, I have always had guts. You don't have to doubt this." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly, but he was secretly bitter. He did not expect to scold an emperor god. However, he did not regret it at all. He felt very lucky. Lu Ji said that his father could not protect him, not his grandfather. Presumably, he was not very favored in the family. When he thought of this, he relaxed and the smile on his face became brighter. "Gugu. I wonder if you dare to continue to have guts? For example, to participate in the God of War assessment? Lu Ji saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face and his body trembled slightly again. He suppressed himself for a long time and then laughed. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. I need to take a look at the assessment rules. Yi Qinghan, of course, would not be provoked. Instead, he turned his head and said to the few war gods, Ilong, go and take a look at the rules for this young man who has guts. Also, help our young master Lu Ji to complete the assessment procedure for the prospective war god. At this moment, the Viper war god spoke with a smile. His hearty voice made everyone have a good impression of him. Chapter 592. Yi Qinghan took a short martial artist beside the Viper war immortal and handed him a short record. He looked at it carefully. The war god assessment was the only way to become a war god. Anyone below the godly king level could participate in the assessment. Once a certain number of martialists applied for the assessment, some missions would be arranged for the martialists to complete together. Once they reached a certain standard, they would pass the assessment. After passing the assessment, they could become a quasi-war god. They could only become a war god after another assessment. Godly kings didn't need to take the assessment, and could become a quasi-war god directly. The god of war pavilion only accepted martialists who could comprehend the laws to become a war god. Refining divine crystals wasn't part of the list. Quasi-war gods could accept some missions. Depending on the level and number of completed missions, they could become a true war god directly. After becoming a war god, one had to complete missions that were one level higher than their own war god level in order to be promoted to the next level. The higher the level of a war god, the more power and privileges one could enjoy in the God of War Pavilion. It was obvious that the God of War Pavilion's assessment was a test of a martialist's overall strength and potential. Martialists who refined divine crystals had no potential, so they didn't need them. Elder Lu had said that there were tens of billions of war gods in the divine world. This showed how powerful the God of War Pavilion was. All right, my lord, please help us with the procedures for the war god assessment. We are applying to become a quasi-war god. Yi Qinghan smiled and heaved a sigh of relief after he found out that the people taking the assessment were all god generals. He cupped his hands respectfully and said to the dragon war god in front of him, Yi Qinghan took a look and made a decision. This caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned, and they looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at an idiot. The expressions of Lu Ji and the other war gods were very interesting. After a moment of shock, Lu Ji laughed, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. As for the few war gods, they all looked at Yi Qinghan. After a moment of astonishment, a trace of pity appeared on their faces. The Viper war god's eyes revealed a trace of admiration, and he slowly said, Hee little brother, although it is important whether a man has balls or not, there are some things that are more important. Do you want to consider it carefully? Seeing the appreciation in the Viper war god's eyes and hearing his words of concern, Yi Qinghan's impression of him became even more favorable. He cupped his hands towards him and smiled. Thank you, Lord. However, I believe that whether a man has guts or not is more important than some other things. All right. Viper war god stood up for the first time since Yi Qinghan came in. He slapped the table and laughed loudly. He said to Ilong war god, Ilong, handle the assessment procedure for this little brother. 3 days later, I will personally lead a team to assess you. Little brother, if you can pass the test, I will personally put on the war god's robe for you. Thank you, my lord. With your hospitality, Yi Qinghan will definitely not disappoint you. Yi Qinghan chuckled as well. He exchanged glances with the Viper war god, and the two of them burst into laughter at the same time. Between men there were some things that didn't need to be said. They could understand with just a glance. The two of them had a feeling of mutual appreciation. Although one of them was a first-layer divine general, the other was a god king expert. Very good. You do have guts. However, I think you will definitely regret it. Lu Ji looked at Yi Qinghan, and the Viper war god smiling at each other. His expression became even worse. He stared at them for a while and sneered coldly. Oh, is that so? I will say the same to you, but remove the first few words. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Lu Ji with his pitch-black eyes. He didn't sneer or show much emotion. He just looked at Lu Ji quietly. However, The invisible aura made Lu Ji feel like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He had been living under the protection of his family since he was young. How could he resist the imposing manner of Yi Qinghan, who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? He swallowed his saliva and took a step back in fear of Yi Qinghan. Lu Ji snorted coldly when he felt the war gods in front of him start to laugh mockingly. He no longer had the face to stay here. He stared hatefully at Yi Qinghan, then turned around and left with his men. Little brother, do you have a place to stay? You can stay here until 3 days later if you apply for the war god quasi-assessment. The Viper war god said with a smile as he looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain. Thank you, Your Excellency. I have a place to stay. I will come back in 3 days. We will take our leave first, Your Excellency. After registering their information, Yi Qinghan took out his deity world badge and had the dragon war god duplicate his soul aura. Then he prepared to leave. Yi Qinghan smiled at the Viper war god gratefully when he heard this. He now understood why there were hundreds of martialists sitting at the square table on the left of the hall. It seemed that most of them had come to apply for the assessment in order to avoid being imprisoned by the Dancing Phoenix City. No wonder there were so many martialists at the second level of the Divine General Realm. But only 2 of them were at the first level of the Divine General Realm. I will personally lead the team in 3 days. I can guarantee that the assessment will be fair. However, you have to be careful of Lu Ji's 4 guards. If they try to trick you during the assessment, I won't be able to do anything about it. Good luck, little brother. As Yi Qinghan led Yi Qinghan out, the Viper war god's voice rang out in his ears. He smiled at him gratefully again before the 2 headed back to the Dancing Wind Hotel. When Yi Qinghan disappeared from the Dancing Wind Hotel, 5 figures appeared at the corner of the street. It was Lu Ji and the other 4. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was staying in the biggest hotel in the Dancing Phoenix City, their expressions turned complicated. Could this person be the young master of a large family? What should we do about the young master? If he is a young master of a large family, will we get into trouble if we kill him during the assessment? Young master, why don't we send a message to master? Let him arrange for a war god to secretly ambush him. Wouldn't that be enough? The expressions of the 4 guards turned serious. Yi Qinghan had been so arrogant in the Battle God Pavilion, and now he was staying in the Dance of Wind Pavilion. How could ordinary god generals afford to stay here? The others couldn't help but hesitate, and they all tried to persuade him in a low voice. T. Didn't you hear the Viper war god say that he would personally lead the team? This person had always been at odds with his father. How could he allow such petty tricks? Furthermore, father is out on a mission. If I keep sending messages back and forth, father will definitely disqualify me from the war god test. Forget it. How could he let it go? If I don't get back at them and kill them, how am I supposed to show my face in Fengwu City? Lu Ji's handsome face became very unsightly because of the black qi on his face. He pondered for a moment and said coldly, "You are not allowed to reveal anything about this. Last time, Grandpa was very angry. If he knew about this, wouldn't I be locked up for 1,000 years? 2 first-level divine generals. There's no need for you 2 to take action. I alone can deal with them. Let's go." All right. The 4 guards exchanged glances and then looked at the Dancing Wind Pavilion. Finally, they sighed deeply and followed Lu Ji into the distance. Chapter 593. After returning to the Dance of the Wind, Yi Qinghan briefly explained the situation to Elder Lu. However, to prevent Elder Lu from worrying, he did not mention his conflict with Lu Ji. Then, because of the sudden price reduction of the Dance of the Wind, as well as today, he had vented all of his pent-up emotions. Yi Qinghan was in a great mood. He asked the waiter outside to bring a table full of dishes. The table of dishes actually cost more than 10,000 divine stones, which was comparable to the price of an inferior-grade divine sword. However, these dishes were delicious food that Yi Qinghan had never eaten before. After cultivators reached the immortal tier, they did not need to eat or excrete. They could directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. Excretion was even simpler. They just needed to circulate their divine power through their pores to remove the remaining substances and toxins from their bodies. The wine of the immortal realm was wonderful. Its color was beautiful, and it glowed with a gentle light. It also emitted an alluring fragrance. After drinking it, one's entire body felt comfortable. Every cell in one's body trembled slightly. Yi Qinghan did not recognize many of the dishes, let alone the dishes that he had eaten. However, not only was it wonderful, but his body also felt warm after eating it. His divine power actually increased slightly. This made Yi Qinghan sigh. This divine stone was worth it. Yi Qinghan was different from her usual cold self today. She kept pouring wine for the two of them. She seemed to be in a good mood as well. After drinking several times, her face was flushed. She no longer looked as cold as before. Instead, she looked a little charming. After eating and drinking, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qinghan back to his room to rest. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Qinghan discovered that Yi Qinghan had actually activated the room's defensive barrier. Yi Qinghan thought that Yi Qinghan had been wronged during the day, so he hurriedly consoled her apologetically. Yi Qinghan, ignore that piece of trash during the day. There are many cultivators in the immortal realm. There must be a lot of trash as well. Just laugh it off. Yi Qinghan shook her head slightly. She sat on the bed but did not speak. Instead, she stared blankly at Yi Qinghan. Suddenly, her tears fell silently. Yao Rao, don't cry. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough. That's why you've suffered like this. I'll work hard to cultivate. Also, I'll definitely avenge you today. Trust me, don't cry, okay? Yi Qinghan panicked when Yi Qinghan saw Qinghan cry. Yi Qinghan was flustered. Yi Qinghan was most afraid of a woman. Yi Qinghan of Yi Qinghan, and quickly of ran. Yi of Yi Yao, spirit of dragon. As Yi Qinghan said, Yi of Qinghan of. It's not because of that. Yi Qinghan kept shaking her head, but a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Her tear-stained face combined with the smile at the corners of her mouth gave off a different kind of charm. She reached out and grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, she let Yi Qinghan place his hand on her face. Her eyes were filled with boundless affection, and her body trembled slightly with emotion. She moved her red lips and said, I did it because I am happy. Qinghan, I never thought that you would do this for me. Yi Qinghan is very touched. In this life, you are the first person who has moved Yi Qinghan so much. Yi Qinghan was right about you. With you, even if I were to die now, I would be willing. Phew. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that it was something big, but he did not expect it to be this. He had always felt that if a man could not even protect his own woman, then he would be a man in vain. Thus, he had no idea that his instinctive actions had moved Yi Qinghan, who had been lonely and traumatized since she was a child. As he watched the tears in Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually melt away and be replaced by a fiery passion, Yi Qinghan held her face and said solemnly, Yi Qinghan, you are my woman now. Protecting you and making you happy is what I should do. If you are unhappy or hurt, it will be my fault. This is a man's duty. You don't have to. Yi Qinghan's words were suddenly blocked by two fiery and cold lips. Yi Qinghan actually started kissing Yi Qinghan wildly. Her hands also started to untie his robe. After a series of passionate kisses, Yi Qinghan pushed the dazed and naked Yi Qinghan onto the bed. Then, her red lips started to kiss Yi Qinghan's body. His earlobe, his neck, his upper body. Slowly she kissed him. Oh! Yi Qinghan swallowed a few times. Yi Qinghan had always done this in the past. Aside from saving him, she had always been extremely shy. She had never taken the initiative. However, she was so wild today. He could not accept it. When Yi Qinghan felt the somewhat cold and somewhat hot lips that were holding his thing, he almost spurted out. This was the true 9 heavens of ice and fire. Those who only had ice and hot water in their mouths were far inferior compared to this. The night was long, but Yi Qinghan did not seem to be in the mood to sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Lu enjoyed himself for a few days before returning to the carefree pavilion. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qinghan down to check out of his room, and went to the city lord residence. He bought some consumables, clothes, wine, and outdoor supplies on the first floor. Then he went straight to the 3rd floor of the Battle God Pavilion. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Yi Qinghan entered, the hundreds of martial artists in the hall focused their attention on him. They all had strange looks in their eyes. From their point of view, Yi Qinghan was obviously trying to hang himself. He was tired of living. Lu Ji was sitting at a square table. When he saw Yi Qinghan, he revealed a cold smile. Then he turned around and started conversing with the other martial artists in a low voice. The 4 guards followed behind him. They glanced at Yi Qinghan but did not say anything. No one paid any attention to him. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt at peace. As if he did not see the strange looks in everyone's eyes, he brought Yi Qinghan and sat at a square table. The people at the table, however, found an excuse to leave. It was obvious that they did not want to interact with Yi Qinghan any further. Time's up. Roll call. After an hour, a stone door on the right side of the hall slowly opened. 3 battle gods entered in a line. The one at the front was the Viper battle god. Behind him was a dragon battle god. The last battle god was also the one Yi Qinghan saw the other day. The Viper battle god scanned the crowd. When he saw Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan sitting alone at a square table, he smiled slightly. Then he took out a name list and shouted in a deep voice. "All right, the battle god quasi-battle god exam officially begins. From now on, no one is allowed to leave until the exam is over. Now everyone follow us to the plaza." The Viper battle god finished speaking coldly. Then, the 3 battle gods flipped their hands, and a bamboo hat appeared in their hands. After putting it on, they walked out. Hundreds of people walked out majestically. Along the way, the passers-by all gave way to them. However, there were still people following behind them. It was obvious that they were curious or wanted to watch the show. When they reached the plaza, there were even more onlookers. However, they didn't dare to get close. Instead, they watched from afar. It was obvious that they were intimidated by the might of the battle god pavilion. From their eyes, Yi Qinghan could see pity and pity. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. His heart tightened. It seemed like this exam was going to be very difficult. Poop. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He raised his hand to look, and his eyes suddenly widened. A huge black monster flew over from the sky. Its body was at least 1,000 meters long. Its 2 huge wings covered the sky and even the light was blocked. However, there was a black shield covering the monster's head and body. One could only see its 2 huge wings and 2 sharp claws that shone with a cold light. "Everyone fly up!" The Viper battle god shouted in a deep voice. Then he took the lead and flew up. The huge monster in the sky also stopped. However, a door suddenly appeared on the black shield. The Viper battle god signaled for everyone to enter one by one. After the last person entered, he turned his head to the south and shouted, "The battle god pavilion is on a mission. Activate the shield. Activate the shield." As the Viper battle god shouted, countless red figures suddenly rose into the sky from the south. A strong martial artist shouted, "All guards be on alert. Other than the people from the battle god pavilion, if any martial artists dare to leave the city, kill them without mercy." Chapter 594. After entering the black protective shield, Yi Qinghan saw a huge hall. The surrounding walls emitted a gentle glow. There were no special decorations inside, only about 1,000 neatly arranged chairs. There was also a small door in front of them. The dragon war god was the first to enter. After entering, he gestured for everyone to sit. After the Viper war god entered, the door was closed. The 3 war gods did not say much and walked straight into the small door in front of them. "What is this thing?" This was the first time many people had seen such a thing. They looked around curiously and asked. This was obviously a monster. They did not expect to enter a hall, and it was actually a sealed hall. Their divine senses could not sense anything outside at all. "This is called a phoenix." A cold and arrogant voice rang out, interrupting everyone's discussion. Yi Qinghan immediately knew that the voice belonged to the young master of the Lu clan, Lu Ji. She didn't turn around, but Lu Ji's arrogant voice rang out in her ears again. "This is a flying tool specially used by the divine battle residents. Its flying speed is comparable to a god emperor's. We are currently sitting on the back of this phoenix. This is a formation set up by a spatial expert on the back of the phoenix. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sit steadily at such a high speed." Hua. As soon as Lu Ji finished speaking, Countless martial artists in the hall were shocked. Its speed was comparable to a celestial thearch's. They were god generals, but without this protective shield, they would not be able to sit steadily. This was unbelievable. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself. Elder Lu was right. This god of war pavilion was indeed powerful. If he could have such a tool, it would be much more convenient for him to go to the Soul Devourer Manor, or the Ethereal Manor. Moreover, this phoenix is very powerful. It is comparable to a 5th-level demonic beast. Ordinary demonic beasts would not dare to provoke it outside the city. Even if a powerful demonic beast attacked, the array outside would be able to hold it off for a while, and allow it to escape easily. Lu Ji continued speaking proudly. The martial artists around him looked at him with admiration and awe. His father was a powerful war god of the Fengwu city's God of War Pavilion. Hence, he knew a lot about the God of War Pavilion. Young Master Lu, where are we going? Are we going on an assessment mission? Is it dangerous? That's right. Young Master Lu, you are so knowledgeable, and there are people in the Battle God Pavilion who are definitely very clear about this. Why don't you explain it to everyone? Young Master Lu, you're so powerful. When the time comes, you have to help me. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. In an instant, countless cultivators respectfully asked Lu Ji questions and flattered him. Everyone saw the countless martial artists in the dancing Phoenix City Square, and their expressions. They were very nervous. Now that Lu Ji had spoken, they all wanted to get some information so that they could make preparations. A trace of viciousness flashed across Lu Ji's eyes. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting quietly in front of him with his head lowered. With a cruel smile, he said, "As for the details of the assessment, no one knows until we arrive at the destination. However, I only know that less than 1/5 of the participants will survive each assessment. Those who are the weakest, such as First Layer Immortal General, will probably die at the beginning of the assessment." 1/5. Everyone's heart palpitated. Even Yi Qinghan was shocked. However, Yi Qinghao remained calm and indifferent. To her, as long as she was with Yi Qinghan, it didn't matter where they went. Even if they went to the Netherworld realm, it didn't matter. After Lu Ji finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored the complicated looks from the people around him. The crowd also fell silent and started to ponder. They started to feel uneasy. Buzz! Suddenly, a gentle light flashed on the white walls of the hall. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the white color gradually faded and turned transparent. Apart from the small house in front of them, the surroundings could be seen clearly. Yi Qinghan and countless cultivators stood up immediately. They opened their eyes wide and looked outside. The singing phoenix had already flown thousands of meters into the sky, but no one noticed it at all. They didn't even feel the slightest tremor. It seemed that this was the effect of the grand array. After everyone came in and sat down, they chatted for a while. Only a minute or two had passed, but the fiery red phoenix dance city in the north had already become the size of a fist. In other words, the singing phoenix had flown tens of thousands of meters in just a minute or two. This speed was simply shocking. The space of the divine realm was extremely stable. If a cultivator wanted to fly thousands of meters into the sky, they needed to be very strong. And to maintain such a fast speed, they needed the support of powerful divine power. Even with Yi Qinghan's strength, he could only fly a few hundred meters into the sky at most. He didn't dare to fly any higher, because the higher he went, the greater the spatial pressure would be, and the more divine power he would consume. Looking at the two huge wings gently flapping outside, the scenery on both sides was constantly retreating. Looking at the black wings, the iron feathers emitting a cold light, Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. This divine realm was really full of strange things. But in his heart, he was thinking that if he became extremely strong and could have a singing phoenix, he could bring a few wives and roam the divine realm in the future. How comfortable would that be? Look! There's a demonic beast in front. Suddenly, a person cried out in fear. Everyone turned to look and saw a huge green eagle-like demonic beast flying towards them from the left. It had a sharp and long iron beak that emitted a faint cold light under the sunlight. It had a pair of eagle claws that were as big as a person's body, and the feathers on its wings were as sharp as swords. However, When this huge eagle saw the singing phoenix, it didn't know if it was afraid of the singing phoenix, or because it recognized it as a mount of the battle god pavilion. It didn't rush over. Instead, it descended rapidly and turned in an arc, flying in another direction. However, the singing phoenix didn't seem to stop at all. It continued to fly forward in a straight line. Everyone. At this moment, the small door in front suddenly opened, and the three battle gods slowly walked out. The venomous dragon battle god raised his hands high, and then slowly lowered them so that everyone's attention was focused on him. Then he continued to speak. In a short while, we will reach the destination of this test. Now let me explain the rules of the test to everyone. The venomous snake battle god paused for a moment, and continued to speak. The location of this test is Beehive Mountain. Once you reach Beehive Mountain, all of you will be thrown down. You can only return here after you have completed your mission. There is a group of powerful god bandits on Beehive Mountain. There are about 10,000 of them. Your mission is to each of you kill 10 junior commanders and bring back their divine crystals. Then you will pass the test. The venomous snake battle god ignored everyone's shocked expressions. Without waiting for them to speak, he waved his hand and continued. Also, don't think about escaping. Beehive Mountain is millions of kilometers away from Fengwu City. Demonic beasts roam the area. If you want to fly back, you will definitely die. There are no exceptions. Hence, your only way out is to enter the mountain, and think of a way to kill 10 junior commanders before returning here. Also, don't think about using the divine crystals in your hands to pass the test. The god bandits here are all from the Netherworld ghost race. Their divine crystals have the unique mark of the Netherworld ghost race. Hence you only have two outcomes. Either you pass the test or you die. Chapter 595. Wow. After the Viper Battle God finished speaking, the expressions of the hundreds of martial artists present all changed. Only a few of them could remain calm. However, the glint in their eyes betrayed their anxiety. Yi Qinghan groaned in his heart. He knew that this assessment would be extremely difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. No wonder the survival rate was so low. They only had a few hundred martial artists, and some of them were even second-stage god generals. However, there were more than 10,000 martial artists in Beehive Mountain. What's more, they belonged to the same group of god bandits. This group often fought together and cooperated well. What's more, this was their territory. Kill 10 junior commanders? Those who could become junior commanders among tens of thousands of martial artists were definitely at least at the God General realm. They might even be at the God King realm. How could they kill them? How could they kill them? What's more, if there were junior commanders, there would definitely be senior commanders, or even stronger people. Needless to say, there were definitely God Kings among them. Otherwise, the Viper Battle God wouldn't have said that this was a group of powerful god bandits. This was a dead end. There were demonic beasts all around, and they had nowhere to run. What was the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? However, Yi Qinghan sighed and felt that since this was an assessment to test a martial artist's strength and potential, there should be a way out. Otherwise, if everyone died, what would be the point of this assessment? Hence, they didn't panic and waited for the Viper Battle God to explain again. Lord, we can't do this. Aren't you sending us to our deaths? Lord, this assessment is too insane. Can I withdraw from it? There are tens of thousands of martial artists in Beehive Mountain, but there are only a few hundred of us. How are we going to fight this battle? Lord, are there god kings on Beehive Mountain? If there are, we don't even have to go down. We can just kill ourselves. Countless martial artists started to speak up, expressing their fear and doubts. Some of them were starting to regret their decision. If they had known that it would be so difficult, they would have stayed in the divine prison in Fengwu City for a few months. They might even have been released. It was better than this **TY assessment. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao didn't speak. Lu Ji and the four guards didn't speak. There were 7 or 8 other martial artists who were also sitting quietly. Their expressions didn't change. They just quietly looked at the Viper War God, waiting for his explanation. Of course, if there was no explanation, they wouldn't be able to sit still. After listening to the warrior's words, the Viper War Immortal's complexion suddenly became gloomy. He coldly snorted, and the air in the hall instantly froze. Everyone felt an invisible oppressive aura, so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Their expressions changed again, and they looked at the Viper War Immortal in horror. Withdraw. Sure. If anyone wants to back out, I will let them go right now. Elong, open the barrier. If you want to back out now, you can scram immediately. The Battle God Pavilion doesn't need such trash. The side door suddenly opened, and a gust of wind blew in, causing everyone to almost lose their footing. They channeled their divine power and steadied themselves. They looked at the dense forest below and heard the angry roars of the demonic beasts. No one dared to reply, and no one dared to go out. This Viper War God was truly ruthless. With their current strength, there was no way they would be able to return to Dancing Phoenix City. No one left. Then shut your mouth for this, Daddy. All of you sit down. The Viper War Immortal waved his hand and closed the door again. His eyes swept across the crowd coldly, and he said in a deep voice, I can guarantee that if you continue to take the test with such an attitude, the chances of you making it back alive will be less than 10%, maybe even 1%. A warrior's cultivation is to go against the heavens and change one's fate. Without the heart of an expert, how can you become strong? Without the determination to face all difficulties and go against the current, how can you overcome all obstacles and become an expert, and laugh proudly in the divine world? Which elite expert didn't use their weapons and brains to forcefully carve out a bloody path between life and death countless times? Why doesn't the Battle God Pavilion want trash who has refined divine crystals? It is because they don't have the heart of an expert. They don't have the heart to challenge all difficulties. The Viper War Immortal reprimanded them. It was obvious that he was not in the mood to talk nonsense with them. He let the One Dragon War God beside him explain for everyone. Beehive Mountain is currently occupied by a rebel army of the Netherworld ghost race. There is a peak stage God King Senior Commander. The second commander and third commander are both God King formidable martial artists. The remaining 1,000 junior commanders are all God General martial artists. Of course, there are many third stage God General and peak stage God General martial artists. The rest are first stage God General martial artists. Most of them are Heaven God martial artists. A month ago, this group of God bandits had consecutively attacked dozens of tribes and snatched the tribe's array core stones. They had attempted to build a huge array formation on Beehive Mountain. In the end, a top-notch formidable martial artist had passed by and killed their commander. The three of us will take part in this mission. However, we will only deal with their second commander and third commander. Even if you are killed by them in front of us, we will not care. Huff. When everyone heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there were no God King formidable martial artists, at least it was not a hopeless situation. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Who knew how many peak stage God General formidable martial artists among the 1,000 junior commanders? What's more, there were so many God Generals and Heaven God martial artists. Even ants could bite an elephant to death if there were enough of them. The shape of Beehive Mountain is very unique. The entire mountain has countless passageways. Many of these passageways even extend hundreds of thousands of meters underground. The Netherworld ghost race is also adept at assassination. After you enter, you must be careful. I do not wish for only the three of us to return. The Viper War Immortal spoke again. As he spoke, he intentionally looked at Yi Qinghan. After the three of them finished speaking, they once again entered the small room in front of them. Wow. This time, it was as if the entire hall had exploded. All sorts of noises rang out. Half of these hundreds of people were trying to avoid being captured by the Dancing Phoenix City Guards. In the end, they were afraid that they would be sent to the shady evil stream. Hence they took the risk. Now they did not expect to find themselves in such a dangerous situation. However, these people were all enlightened on nomological laws and became gods. Most of them had ascended from the material plane. Those who could become gods, regardless of their character, at the very least, had experienced great things. Gradually they no longer panicked. Instead they began to study their battle tactics. Following that, countless martial artists began to form alliances and form temporary teams. Forming alliances did not mean that everyone would pass the assessment. However, At least they could look out for each other if they walked together. Lu Ji and the 4 peak stage god generals had clearly become the target of everyone's recruitment. However, Lu Ji's standards were extremely high. If they were not peak stage god generals, he would directly reject them. These martial artists could only choose people with similar strength to form temporary teams. They hoped that they would be able to carve out a bloody path in the upcoming battle. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yarao were both first-level god generals. It was obvious that they had been forgotten by everyone. Regardless of the conflict between him and Lu Ji, even with his strength he would definitely be a burden. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to form a team with him. Yi Qinghan did not care at all. It was still uncertain who would be a burden. Chapter 596. Little brother, I'm Kong Luo. My name is Kong Luo. May I join your team? At this moment, a tall man in a blue robe slowly walked toward Yi Qinghan and spoke to the two with a smile. Everyone was stunned. They looked at this man as if he was a fool, thinking that he had gone mad. However, Lu Ji and a few others seemed to be deep in thought. They all knew Kong Luo, and he was someone they wanted to rope in. This was because he was a peak stage divine general. Lu Ji also collected information that showed that this man cultivated the supreme law of destruction. Moreover, he specialized in one type of law. He could be considered one of the strongest people present. Lu Ji started showing off his knowledge as soon as he came in. He explained the matters of the Phoenix to the crowd. He wanted to rope in the strongest people present and complete the mission together. Or rather, he wanted to use them to complete the mission. Just now, he and a few other powerhouses had invited Kong Luo, but he rejected them without saying a word. Now he wanted to team up with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he used the word join and spoke in a very polite tone. This was very interesting. Lu Ji and the 4 guards looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Could it be that they had made a mistake? Everyone locked their gazes on Yi Qinghan. Could it be that this first-layer divine general trash cultivator had been hiding his strength? Or was there something special about him? However, they realized that Yi Qinghan only had a head, 2 arms and 2 legs. There was nothing special about him. Hee big brother, why do you want to team up with me? Aren't you afraid that I'll be a burden to you? Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up as he asked in confusion. He believed that he was only a first-layer divine general on the surface. Why did Kong Luo want to team up with him and speak in such a polite tone? You're strong and I'm not bad either. If we team up, I have an 80% chance of completing the mission successfully. Kong Luo squinted his eyes as well. His eyes shone brightly like a wolf in the forest, making Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger. Oh, big brother, you think too highly of me. I'm afraid I'm the weakest person here. You said I'm very strong, but where did that come from? Yi Qinghan was even more confused, so he continued to probe. Kong Luo continued to stare at Yi Qinghan, but this time, he transmitted his voice. Although you're only a first-level divine general, you're the only one who can make me feel threatened. I grew up with wild beasts, so I'm very sensitive to danger. You make me feel very dangerous, so you are incomparably powerful. Since Sir doesn't want to team up, then Kong Luo will take his leave. After saying that, Kong Luo turned around and walked away coldly. Finally, he returned to his seat alone and closed his eyes in silence. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and didn't say anything. He pulled Yi Yarao back to their seats. However, he realized that everyone was looking at him differently this time. Although they didn't understand what Kong Luo said at the end, Kong Luo's attitude could indicate some problems. Lu Ji began to be vigilant. After an hour, everyone saw that the celestial phoenix had started to slow down, and an incomparably tall mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was like the peak of the ascension platform. It pierced straight into the sky, and there were countless holes on the mountain. It really looked like an erect beehive. As the celestial phoenix approached, hundreds of black-robed cultivators emerged from these holes. However, when they saw the celestial phoenix, they all rushed into the holes, looking terrified. Clearly, they recognized the celestial phoenix of the Battle God Pavilion. Everyone get out. The Viper War Immortal and the other 2 walked out. The celestial phoenix also started to descend and finally stopped in front of the beehive. The Viper War Immortal put on his bamboo hat and took the lead to fly out. under the cold stare of the Dragon War Immortal, and the other two. Everyone flew out in twos and threes and stood in the air behind the Viper War Immortal. After everyone flew out, the celestial phoenix spread its wings and flew 10,000 meters into the sky, circling above. Everyone stay where you are and wait for my orders. The Viper War Immortal turned around and released his divine power. His body emitted an incomparably tyrannical aura as he soared into the sky and stood proudly above the beehive. Space. Space. Imprisonment. The Viper War Immortal suddenly roared. Then he started waving his hands in the air. As his hands formed strange hand seals, everyone felt the surrounding space tremble. Many cultivators swayed and nearly fell down. Fortunately, the Dragon War Immortal waved his hands, and a faint ripple spread out, stabilizing everyone's bodies. Spatial imprisonment? When Yi Qinghan heard these words, his body suddenly tensed up. This Viper War Immortal was actually an expert that cultivated the spatial law. What kind of profound mystery was this spatial imprisonment? Was it mid-grade or high-grade? He could feel the surrounding spatial power continuously surging towards the Viper War Immortal. He could feel the strange hand seals on the Viper War Immortal's hands, causing the gathered spatial power to radiate outwards and form unique ripples. Yi Qinghan also cultivated the spatial law. His spatial fluctuations were profound and mysterious. He was extremely sensitive to all changes in space. He started to close his eyes and sense carefully. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened and shot out two beams of light. Then he actually closed his eyes in the air and carefully comprehended. Just a moment ago, when he was in the spatial imprisonment released by the Viper War Immortal, he had actually comprehended two types of profound mysteries of the spatial law that he hadn't even crossed the threshold of the spatial power and spatial oscillation. He had directly entered an epiphany. This Yi Qinghan's strange movements caused Yi Qianrao's expression to change. At such a critical moment, Yi Qinghan had entered an epiphany? She hurriedly drew her silver sword and tightly guarded Yi Qinghan's side. The cultivators beside her were also shocked. Then they sighed. This kid was really fierce. He actually dared to enter cultivation at this moment? Lu Ji revealed a serious expression. However, when he saw the Dragon War Immortal beside him, he didn't dare to move. Kong Luo quietly moved closer to Yi Qinghan. When he was 2 meters away from Yi Qinghan, he stopped and smiled kindly at Yi Qianrao. Then he turned around and guarded the two of them. This kid. The Dragon War Immortal and the other War Immortal exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. At this moment, this kid actually dared to cultivate so recklessly? He really had guts. In the blink of an eye, the Viper Dragon War Immortal in the sky had already completed his ultimate move. The space 10,000 meters around Beehive Mountain suddenly trembled. A visible ripple spread out from his body into the sky. In the end, the surrounding 10,000 meters actually formed a translucent barrier. It was as though a formless prison had formed around Beehive Mountain. All right. The spatial imprisonment has been completed. None of the Beehive Mountain God bandits can escape. The Viper War God descended rapidly from the sky. When he neared the crowd of martial artists, his body suddenly stopped. His movements looked very awkward, but he looked incomparably relaxed. Everyone listen to my orders? The assessment mission has begun. Eh? The Viper Dragon War Immortal looked at everyone coldly. He raised his hand high and was about to order everyone to attack. However, when he saw that Yi Qinghan had closed his eyes and was standing quietly in the sky, he was stunned. Then, he revealed an expression that was both infuriating and amused. He muttered, "This kid actually also cultivates spatial laws? Hee, I like you, so I'll give you a chance." The Viper Dragon War Immortal retracted his hand and suddenly raised his voice. "The assessment mission will begin in an hour. Everyone get ready. The massacre will begin soon." Chapter 597. After an hour, Yi Qinghan still had his eyes closed and was quietly cultivating. The Viper War God could only look at Yi Qinghan helplessly, then at the Dragon War God. The two of them nodded at the same time. "Kill." With a wave of his hand, the Viper War God shouted and rushed toward Beehive Mountain. The other War God followed closely behind. The two of them rushed into a cave with lightning speed and disappeared. Everyone hurriedly rushed into the cave. Lu Ji saw the dragon war god still standing quietly beside Yi Qinghan. He rushed into the cave with 4 guards and several peak god general martial artists. Kong Luo also looked at Yi Qinghan, then turned and rushed toward Beehive Mountain. However, he did not choose a cave like everyone else. Instead, he rushed to the other side and entered a cave alone. We've all entered. There are many traps inside, just like a maze. We won't be able to come out anytime soon. I'm leaving. The dragon war god looked at Beehive Mountain and said indifferently. He turned into a breeze and drifted into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into a cave. Just like Kong Luo, he also chose another entrance. Thank you, my lord. Yi Yaorao was very clear about the meaning behind the dragon war god's last words. She bowed respectfully at his back and said softly. She believed that the dragon war god would definitely be able to hear her. Then, she held her sword and guarded closely by Yi Qinghan's side. She did not disturb Yi Qinghan. She was very clear about the importance of this moment of enlightenment. Some time ago, because of this moment of enlightenment, she broke through the bottleneck that had troubled her for 6 years and successfully advanced to the God General realm. She was very clear about this moment of enlightenment. If she was at a bottleneck, it was very likely that she would break through the last barrier. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation of laws would be incomparably fast. Yi Qinghan must have comprehended some kind of law. That was why he suddenly started cultivating at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, Yi Yaorao's body tensed up. The silver sword in her hand trembled. Her phoenix eyes swept around coldly. However, he did not notice any enemy attack. She couldn't help but stare at the top of Yi Qinghan's head with an incomparably strange expression. She could clearly sense that divine qi had suddenly begun to gather above Yi Qinghan's head, and a sudden gust of wind had begun to blow all around him. Even the spatial shackles in the distance had begun to shine with a gentle light. Divine qi from all directions began to rush towards the two of them, and finally all converged into Yi Qinghan's body. What kind of cultivation method is this? If she's a freak, Qinghan must have a lot of secrets. Feeling the divine power in Yi Qinghan's body rapidly rising, Yi Yaorao revealed a cold smile. Although her smile was cold, it was like a blooming ice lotus, possessing a unique charm. She sighed inwardly. Not only was she not wrong in choosing people, but she was also becoming more and more accurate. Although she didn't usually speak much, she was very concerned about Yi Qinghan's matters. At this moment, when she saw Yi Qinghan's strange behavior, she didn't blame him for hiding it from her. Instead, she was sincerely happy for him and herself. That's right, Yi Qinghan had once again entered the state of soul stillness. This time, the state of soul stillness was very strange. He had forcibly entered it halfway. This had never happened before. Moreover, as Yi Qinghan was meditating, he suddenly felt that some knowledge had suddenly appeared in his mind. However, he didn't have the time to care about it. He continued to concentrate on comprehending the 2 space laws. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. So many martial artists had entered Beehive Mountain, but not a single one had come out. However, angry roars, screams, and the sounds of energy colliding could be heard from within Beehive Mountain. The lofty Beehive Mountain also trembled from time to time, not because of the energy explosions. Yi Yaorao didn't move. There wasn't a trace of urgency on her face. She just kept scanning her surroundings with her divine sense, staying vigilant of the situation. A slight noise aroused Yi Yaorao's vigilance. However, her snow-white face didn't reveal anything strange. Her body didn't move either. However, the cold energy surrounding the silver sword in her hand had become even denser. Swish! Suddenly, the silver sword in Yi Yaorao's hand shone with a cold light. Without any rhyme or reason, she thrust her sword towards the sky on the right. As she thrust her sword, a white mist radiated from her silver sword. It quickly shrouded the sky on the right. Tisk. 3 figures condensed in the mist. Surprisingly, they were 3 black figures. They had short black hair and held 2 black daggers in their hands. Even their faces and eyes were black. Only their teeth were snow white. The 3 figures looked at Yi Yaorao with astonishment. Their bodies started to slowly condense into blocks of ice. Even their eyebrows and hair were covered in ice. Their bodies stiffened, and their speed decreased drastically. Run! The three netherworld ghoul race experts felt their blood and divine power freeze. Their combat power and speed were greatly reduced. Most importantly, this woman's cold energy could break through their spatial ghostly shadows. They didn't dare to continue their sneak attacks. They twisted their bodies and rapidly charged towards Beehive Mountain. While they were in midair, their figures flickered. They appeared and disappeared in an eerie manner. Yi Yaorao snorted coldly, but didn't give chase. These three were first-level divine general martialists like her. She could actually kill them easily with her ice elemental laws. However, Yi Qinghan was cultivating. She naturally didn't want to kill the three of them and attract more ghoul race experts. She was only trying to intimidate them. Bang! An hour later, a loud sound came from the Beehive Mountain. The entire Beehive Mountain started to shake violently. Before Yi Yaorao's astonished gaze, one side of the Beehive Mountain suddenly burst open. A dark hole started to expand endlessly, sending debris flying everywhere. Finally, a huge hole was blasted open. Swish! A black figure shot out. Its figure also flickered in midair. However, its speed was incomparably strange. It was as though it was teleporting. Before the figure even charged out, a cold intent could be felt from its body, especially its pair of black eyes. They were like an icy lake, causing one's heart to palpitate when looking at it. It also made Yi Yaorao feel her entire body turn cold. Her divine power actually showed signs of slowing down. Following behind the black figure was a black longsword that tore through the air. The black longsword followed closely behind the black figure. Its speed seemed to be very slow, but it continued to follow behind the black figure. However, it continued to follow behind the black shadow. The space around the sword was visibly trembling. Viper War God. When Yi Yaorao saw the figure behind the longsword, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very nervous. A netherworld ghoul race expert that could be chased by the Viper War God must be either their second commander or third commander. This was a God King expert. A casual sweep from him could cause their divine crystals to explode and kill them on the spot. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was still in the midst of enlightenment. Swish. Suddenly, two figures shot out from a cave on the right. Their speed was incomparably fast. Then, they stopped not far from Yi Qinghan's right and stood there coldly. Yi Yaorao had already noticed that it was the Dragon War God and the Netherworld Ghoul Race expert. Now, she was even more relaxed. The Dragon War God didn't even look at the two of them. Instead, he looked at the black figure that was being chased by the Viper War God and said indifferently, "Gui Xiong, surrender. You might not die if you follow us back to the Battle God Pavilion. However, if you continue to resist, only death awaits you." Chapter 598. Surrender? Tithefe. Ever since we three brothers betrayed the ghost race, we never thought of returning. Captured and brought back to our race? To us, it is more painful than death. Living as a hero, dying as a ghost might. Since I am called Ghost Might, you should know my choice. A dead end? Do you really think that with your space shackle, I can't escape? If I want to leave, you three might not be able to stop me. That black shadow laughed twice, and the black light on his body became even brighter. Then his speed suddenly increased, and he flashed towards the north. However, before he finished his words, he was already close to the space shackle of the Viper War God. Yi Yaorao was secretly shocked. This speed was too frightening. Really? Since you are so stubborn, I can only send you on your way. The Viper War God sneered. Before his voice could be heard, he suddenly waved the black longsword in his hand. A formless stream of air rushed forward at a rapid speed. Its speed was much faster than the Ghost Might's. As this stream of air brushed past, the space in front of it became like boiling water, unceasingly fluctuating. The body of the Ghost Might, who was in midair, suddenly became sluggish. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed greatly. His completely black eyes expanded infinitely. A black dot appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The black dot began to slowly expand, and then turned into the blade of a black longsword. Behind the blade was a bamboo hat that appeared out of nowhere. Under the bamboo hat was a pair of cold eyes. In the end, he saw the longsword pierce through his forehead. The killing intent contained in the longsword instantly shattered his soul. He didn't even have time to react. Looks like Big Brother's space blade has reached great accomplishment. So powerful, silent, and several times faster than the third-level God King Ghost Might. Does this Ghost Might really think that Big Brother has no way to deal with him? Many divine world martial artists think that the space law is useless. Actually, when you cultivate it deeply, you will see its power. However, when you cultivate to the peak, you will discover the power of the space law. They won't be stupid enough to spread it. That's why ordinary divine realm martial artists think that the space law is useless. How can the supreme law be useless? Ilong and the other war god looked at the viper war god who was collecting Guixiong's divine crystal and space ring. Admiration and pride appeared in their eyes as they sighed in amazement. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. He looked at the dense god's aura above Yi Qinghan's head in surprise. And as he sensed it, he became more and more shocked. Oh, no wonder he took so long to comprehend. This kid has the potential to become a soul cultivator. The viper war god glided down from the sky like a large bird. He looked at the abnormalities above and beside Yi Qinghan, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Then he looked at the two people who were puzzled, and explained, "This is a very miraculous soul cultivation state. Of course, in this state, the comprehension of the laws is also very fast. This state can only be encountered, not sought. This kid's luck is heaven-defying." Big Brother, is it that magical? Why haven't I heard of it? One dragon raised his bamboo hat, blinked his eyes and asked, "There are still many things you don't know? But there's nothing special about it. This is called soul silence. Those who can enter this state may not necessarily become soul cultivators, but all soul cultivators can enter this state. That's why soul cultivators are so powerful. Their cultivation speed is so fast. But it seems that there are many layers to this state. This kid doesn't seem to have comprehended it deeply." One dragon war god and the other person nodded. This immortal realm was full of strange things. Every moment was filled with opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Those who ascended might not all be top-notch geniuses, but at least they all had something special about them. Therefore, the two people did not delve too deeply into it. "Alright, things are done. You can go back and rest." The viper war god sheathed his longsword and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Then his body flew straight up into the sky. The dragon and the woman also smiled faintly and followed the viper war god towards the mythical phoenix in the sky. "When this kid wakes up, tell him that the assessment mission only has 10 days. Tell him to hurry up. Also, there's a small commander of the ghost race with a gray devil tattoo on his clothes. Alright, good luck to the two of you." The three of them directly passed through the spatial shackles above their heads and flew into the circling phoenix's protective barrier. However, they left behind a voice transmission for Yi Yaorao. Yi Yaorao gratefully bowed to the sky, but her gaze towards her man became even gentler. This weak man was the center of attention no matter where he went. Even a few God King experts had a whole new level of respect for him. Why is he still not awake? Yi Yaorao's heart gradually grew anxious. Another few hours passed, and she had already forced back a few waves of ghost race assassins. However, as the battle in the mountain grew more intense, more and more ghost race experts came out from the countless caves. Although most of them were heavenly god martial artists who came out in fear, if a ghost race god general expert appeared, she was not confident that she could defeat such a strong enemy. Tsk tisk. Suddenly, she heard a few sinister laughs. However, when Yi Yaorao swept out with her divine sense, she only sensed a slight spatial fluctuation nearby. She could not help but be shocked, and her pretty face turned even whiter. At this moment, not only was her silver sword emitting cold energy, but her body was also emitting cold energy. Rustle! Rustle! Yi Yaorao turned to look at Yi Qinghan, who still had his eyes closed. Her divine power surged, and she began to stroll in the air near Yi Qinghan. As her body spun, she stabbed her sword in all directions, enveloping Yi Qinghan in cold energy. Ice elemental law, cold ice jade body. Tsk. In the air, 3 black figures condensed in the cold energy. The slightly shorter ghost race expert in the middle cried out in surprise. Then, a fiery light appeared in his eyes as he stared at Yi Yaorao. The greed in his eyes was extremely obvious. "Small commander?" Yi Yaorao looked down, and her eyes were filled with extreme shock. The armor of the shorter ghost race expert in the middle had the image of a devil with 5 claws and fangs. Moreover, judging from the aura of the ghost race expert, he was definitely a 3rd-level divine general cultivator. This was an expert that she could not handle. Stealing her heart, Yi Yaorao took 2 steps back and stood next to Yi Qinghan. Then, she stretched out her hand to wake Yi Qinghan up. When a cultivator entered a state of enlightenment, his spirit would be completely immersed. If she wanted to wake him up, she could only move his body and make him feel as if someone was calling out to him. However, before she could push him, a hand reached out and pulled her behind him. Yi Qinghan opened his pure eyes and glanced at the 3 people in the air. Then he smiled and turned to look at Yi Yaorao. He said, "Yaorao, I've made you worry. All right, leave the rest to me." Oh. Yi Yaorao looked at Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were filled with smiles, and her heart completely relaxed. Yi Qinghan's warm smile always made her feel an inexplicable sense of security, allowing her to completely relax. "You 3 damn things, get down here and die." Yi Qinghan took out a soft sword from his spatial ring and merged with his battle beast. He was in a great mood. After half a day of enlightenment, the 2 fundamental profound mysteries that he had been unable to touch, spatial force and spatial vibration, had actually reached the small success stage. Furthermore, he had entered the long-awaited state of soul stillness, and some strange things had happened. However, there was no time to think about it now. He had to complete the test first. What? A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the 3 ghost race experts. Then they were all enraged. The black daggers in their hands glowed coldly, and their dark faces turned even darker than charcoal. With a cold snort, the 3 of them disappeared into the air and charged at the 2. Chapter 599. Humph 3rd-tier Divine General. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to easily determine the cultivation levels of the 3. The junior commander was a 3rd-tier Divine General, while the other 2 were 2nd-tier Divine Generals. He had killed too many cultivators of this level. Without moving an inch, the soft sword in his hand danced in the air. As the soft sword danced, the space began to vibrate. Although it was not as powerful as the Viper War Gods, one could still see ripples in the space. The sword in Yi Qinghan's hand radiated in all directions, causing the surrounding space to vibrate continuously. "Tizi, you have some tricks up your sleeves." The 3 silhouettes that had disappeared in the air reappeared. Their bodies seemed to fold and distort in the trembling space. The junior commander laughed sinisterly, and no longer concealed himself. He directly charged towards Yi Qinghan with 2 daggers in his hands. Spiritual chaos. Yi Qinghan did not play around anymore. A purple light flashed, and the soft sword in his hand moved like a viper, twisting and moving forward in the air. Finally, it slid across the 3 men's necks. 3 ugly heads flew into the air. Then the soft sword stabbed down several times at lightning speed, turning the 3 heads into chunks of flesh and broken bones. He grabbed the 3 divine crystals and spatial rings in the air, and flew into the cave with Yi Yaorao. "This purple light is amazing. Big brother, is this a type of spiritual attack?" Thousands of miles up in the sky, within the protective barrier of the Phoenix, the dragon war god was sipping on a cup of yellow wine. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he spoke to the Viper war god beside him. "It should be a spiritual attack, but I have never heard of it before." The Viper war god nodded. However, he recalled that the war god pavilion did not have any information on this. He was at the peak of the God King realm, and was considered one of the best among 4th-grade war gods. He already had high authority in the war god pavilion, but he had never come across such information. The dragon war god was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Big brother, there is something I am not sure. If I should ask." "Speak. Why can't we ask each other?" The Viper war god glanced at the dragon war god, somewhat blaming him for his hesitation. "Although this kid's temperament is not bad, I feel that Big Brother seems to be a bit too good to him. Moreover, for this kind of assessment mission, it would be more appropriate for us to go, but you volunteered yourself. Isn't this making a big fuss out of nothing?" The dragon war god smiled slightly, throwing out the doubts in his heart. "Oh. This kid's character is indeed somewhat similar to mine in the past, And he also cultivates the law of space. It can be considered fate. The Viper War God drank a mouthful of wine, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "But it's not enough for me to personally lead a team to take on this boring assessment mission." That day, I received a sound transmission, asking me to personally preside over this assessment mission. Most importantly, this sound transmission came from the 5th floor. 5th floor. One dragon and the other man were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. They knew very well what the 5th floor of the City Lord's mansion represented. Even the Pavilion Lord of the Battle God Pavilion's Fengwu City was not allowed to go there, let alone them. In the past, it was the City Lord mansion of Fengwu City. Now that Fengwu was captured, the identity of the person who could stay on the 5th floor was obvious. Yilong said nervously, "Is it the envoy of Longyang Mansion?" "No. I've seen the envoy of Longyang Mansion once. He's a man, but the sound transmission came from a woman. Let's not ask about this. It's always good to treat this kid well. That trash Lu Ji still wants to use his power to suppress others? He doesn't know that the power behind that kid is enough to scare him to death. Even Lu Changshu doesn't have the qualifications to go up to the 5th floor. Then should we secretly look after this kid? There are so many experts in the cave. If he's killed, we'll be in trouble." The Dragon War God thought of another problem, and frowned as he said, "No need. There are no other instructions from above. I think this kid should be able to deal with this kind of situation easily. If the young master of a big family doesn't have some skills, would he dare to enter the tiger's den?" As soon as they entered the cave, Yi Qinghan realized that the light was gradually dimming. He asked Yi Yaorao to follow closely behind him, but the flexible sword in his hand continued to dance in the air, and waves of ripples spread out. Yi Qinghan released spatial vibration as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. As expected, after advancing a few hundred meters, the 2 heavenly deity race experts hiding in the corners of the passage were forced to reveal themselves. Then Yi Yaorao made a move and easily killed the 2 ghost race experts, whose speed had become extremely slow. Although the light in the cave had become dim, when a cultivator entered the deity realm, they didn't need to use their eyes to scout the way. They could easily use their divine sense to sense the surroundings. The 2 of them didn't stop and continued to walk deeper. There were many intersections in the cave. Some passages led straight up, while others led downwards. It was like a maze. After walking for a while, they couldn't tell which direction to go. Yi Qinghan didn't care about which direction to go. He chose a random path and walked straight down. Along the way, there were ghost race experts hiding in the corners, walls, and even the ceiling of the passage. Moreover, these ghost race experts hid in a very special way. Their divine sense couldn't detect them. Only when they moved would they discover that someone was hiding nearby. Yi Qinghan had just comprehended spatial vibration, and Yi Yaorao's ice laws were very effective against these hidden experts. The 2 of them took turns to scout, and it was very easy for them. After walking for an hour, they didn't find a single junior commander. Instead, they found more than 10 cultivators who came for the assessment. However, all of them were lying on the ground, and their blood had already turned cold. They were probably assassinated by the ghost race. However, Yi Qinghan took a look at the corpses. None of them were peak-stage divine general martial artists from the team. The strongest among them was only a 3rd-level divine general. Go down. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 intersections in front of him. He pondered for a moment, and chose a passage that led downwards. Just now, he and Yi Yaorao had already conversed briefly. They knew that the Viper War God had forced their 2nd commander out of Beehive Mountain. Most likely, those junior commanders were so frightened that they hid underground. Furthermore, there were no sounds of battle from above. Most likely, the team's powerhouses were heading underground to hunt down those junior commanders. There's a battle. After walking for close to 1,000 meters, Yi Qinghan felt invigorated. He pulled Yi Yaorao and quickly walked downwards. However, he realized that the further he walked, the wider the passage became. After running for a few hundred meters, he realized that the passage ahead was gradually becoming flat. Furthermore, a faint light appeared in front of them. Ha! Cha! Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao retracted their divine power, lightened their footsteps, and quietly approached. They looked at the faint light in front of them. At the same time, they used their divine senses to check. After checking, they were invigorated, and their eyes lit up. There was a large hall in front of them. The decorations inside were very luxurious. It was obviously the residence of one of the 3 junior commanders. Right now, countless cultivators were fighting intensely in the hall. There were more than 10 cultivators on the Battle God Pavilion's side, while there were more than 20 junior commanders and a few experts on the Ghost Race's side. Furthermore, there were a few familiar faces of Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo, Lu Ji, and the others were among them. Yi Qinghan checked for a while. Then he took Yi Yaorao's silver sword and started to dig silently at the side of the passage. He dug out a small cave. Then he turned to Yi Yaorao and said, "Come, let's go in and take a nap. When they are almost done fighting, we will go and check the divine crystals." Hehe. Sleep? What kind of sleep? Yi Yaorao was stunned. When she saw the mischievous smile on Yi Qinghan's face, her pretty face blushed as she spoke in a shy voice. Chapter 600. Stupid girl, what is this place? What do you want to do? Yi Qinghan smiled and tossed Yi Qinghao inside. He moved closer and teasingly said, "Your little brain, can't you think about something a little more pure?" Oh. Yi Qinghao's face turned as red as a ripe apple after hearing Yi Qinghan's teasing. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand and hit Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Then she said in a low voice with some embarrassment, "I thought you wanted to use that thing like in Baleful Een Stream. And then have me help you dispel the baleful aura. You're so bad, I'm not talking to you anymore." Stupid girl, there are demons in Baleful Een Stream. And the ghost race is everywhere. You want to put on an erotic show in front of the ghost race? Wouldn't that be a big loss for me? Yi Qinghan chuckled and then took out a dagger. He began to dig up the mud and stones in the walls of the cave, and put them in his spatial ring. That's right. Then what if you use that thing and the baleful aura gets to your head? Yi Qinghao's expression instantly changed. Because Yi Qinghan was around, she didn't like to think too much. In any case, she just followed Yi Qinghan, so her thoughts were very simple. Now that she was reminded by Yi Qinghan, she immediately came to a realization. Her face burned as she looked at Yi Qinghan and said in surprise, What are you doing?" "Hee little girl, don't worry. Don't you feel that the stones of Beehive Mountain are very special? Our divine senses can't see through these mud and stones. These stones are a little strange. I'm going to dig some back. They might be useful in the future." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly as he used his divine sense to secretly observe the battle in the hall. He dug up the mud and stones and said with a smile, "That's right. These stones are very strange. Divine senses can't see through them. But does this have anything to do with my question?" Of course, Yi Yaorao had already discovered that there was something strange about the Beehive Mountain's rocks. Both of them were God General Realm martial artists. Normally, they would be able to use their divine sense to scan the interior of a mountain. However, the rocks of this Beehive Mountain could only penetrate half a meter deep. Divine sense is restricted here. We can't see what's happening outside, so the people outside can't find out what we're doing. Those war gods that are thousands of miles away can't find out our whereabouts either. So you don't have to worry. Just follow my instructions later. Yi Qinghan chuckled. At first, he wasn't very confident, but after entering the cave, his confidence doubled. Since his divine senses were restricted in this cave, the problem was simple. No matter how many peak stage god generals there were, he was not afraid. What he was afraid of was exposing the slaughter god blade, and the carefree pavilion. Now that his divine sense was restricted, everything was simple. There were more than 20 commanders in the hall. Once they were all killed, the mission would be completed. Now the only problem was a familiar face inside, Kong Luo. Yi Qinghan had heard from Yi Yaorao that Kong Luo stood in front of him when he was comprehending the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan had a good impression of him. If he used the slaughter god blade, he would feel guilty if he killed Kong Luo. However, if he didn't kill Kong Luo, he was afraid that his secret would be exposed. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi started to release spatial oscillation. His divine sense also started to sweep the surroundings. After checking the surroundings and confirming that there weren't any ghosts in hiding, Jiang Yi's divine sense started to sweep across the hall. Finally, it stopped beside Kong Luo's ear and transmitted a message. Are you confident that you can break out of this encirclement? If you can leave immediately. Yi Qinghan's unbridled divine sense attracted the attention of the two parties fighting in the hall. Instantly, countless divine senses swept over. However, after realizing that it was two God General Realm martial artists, the ghosts withdrew their divine senses in disdain. The ghost race withdrew their divine sense in disdain. Then, a small commander began to flash over. Kong Luo and Lu Ji easily found out that it was Yi Qinghan. Lu Ji's eyes flashed coldly, but he felt helpless. At this moment, they couldn't even take care of themselves. Of course, they didn't have the strength to kill Yi Qinghan. Seeing a junior commander dashing towards Yi Qinghan, the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, as if he was looking for trouble. All right, take care of yourselves. Kong Luo had always wanted to leave. He had chased a peak stage heaven god ghost race member all the way here. However, he realized that Lu Ji and the rest were fighting with more than 10 ghost race commanders. Then, a few more ghost race experts suddenly appeared. As a result, everyone was surrounded. Although the attacking power of the ghost race members wasn't very strong, and there weren't many peak stage god generals present, their speed was too fast. Furthermore, their movements were unpredictable. It was very difficult to kill them. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice, he gritted his teeth. The long rod in his hand flashed with black light. He waved it violently and charged towards the other end of the tunnel. All the ghost race members who were hit by his long rod were sent flying. Their figures flashed and disappeared into the air. Then they appeared again and surrounded Lu Ji and the rest. Kong Luo was too strong. No ghost race member dared to chase after him alone. Kong Luo leaped a few times and disappeared into another tunnel. Hee, a God General Realm Level 2 junior commander came. Aren't they looking down on me? Yi Qinghan was almost done with the mud and rocks. He flashed out of the cave and merged with his battle beast. He drew out his flexible sword and swung it around randomly. He stretched his limbs and didn't even look at the ghost race member who had flashed over. He said to Yi Yaorao, "Follow me." Wow, there's a cold ice jade body. Supreme God Emperor, I actually found a cold ice jade body. The ghost race member didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yi Yaorao, who was following behind him. He shouted loudly, his black face filled with surprise and ecstasy. Hua! When they heard the ghost race members shout, all the martial artists in the hall stopped fighting. All the ghost race members stared at Yi Yaorao with bright eyes, causing Yi Qinghan to be stunned. It's actually the cold ice jade body. I should have known. Damn it. If I had known, I would have attacked in Dancing Phoenix City. Lu Ji's expression changed as he cursed in a low voice with regret. What is the cold ice jade body? Young master. The 4 guards were guarding Lu Ji closely. The other peak divine generals were also looking at Yi Yaorao thoughtfully, a hint of greed in their eyes. It's one of the immortal world's saint bodies. However, it's very rare and not as famous as the others. The ghost race has a yin body, so it's easy to sense it. Damn it, this cold ice jade body is going to benefit the ghost race. Prepare to break out. There are too many ghost race members here. Lu Ji sighed in a low voice. The divine sword in his hand shone brightly. He nodded at the martial artists beside him, and prepared to break out of the encirclement in the direction that Kong Luo had gone. Although he didn't understand what they were saying, it seemed like they were very powerful. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes. However, he didn't want to think too much about the cold ice jade body. She was his woman anyway, and he had time to slowly figure it out. Thus he said calmly, "What are you ghost race members shouting for? And you Lu family homosexual, don't you dare leave. All of you will stay here today." Chapter 601. What? Hearing Yi Qinghan's indifferent words, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Lu Ji and the others, who were about to break out of the encirclement, stiffened and looked over in disbelief. My young master is called Lu Ji. He is not a homosexual. You have to understand what is homosexual. A guard curled his lips and said disdainfully. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt a big slap sweep over from the side. He immediately tensed up and saw Lu Ji's furious eyes. He didn't dare to dodge and took Lu Ji's slap head-on. He held his face with some grievance and said bitterly, "Young master, did I say something wrong?" "Shut up." The anger in Lu Ji's eyes burned even more. His hands trembled slightly. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing there calmly, he almost wanted to rush towards Yi Qinghan and kill him first. TSK, I didn't expect you humans to like this. I thought only our ghost tribe liked this in the immortal realm. But you are from Longyang Prefecture, right? I heard that Longyang Prefecture is more promiscuous than our ghost tribe. No wonder. A ghost suddenly smiled faintly and charmingly at another ghost beside him. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan, blinked his eyes and said, "Oh yes. Little handsome man. How do you know the special name of our ghost tribe? Could it be that you are also one of them? TSK, if you can come with us, I will spare your life. How about it? Of course, you have to contribute the cold ice jade body behind you. It is a very nutritious spiritual body." F***CK. A black line appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. The immortal realm was vast and boundless, with hundreds of races in great numbers. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. He did not expect that the terms from his previous life would be the same in the immortal realm, and the meaning was exactly the same. Thinking of a few black ghosts together, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Hearing the last few words, his heart began to burn with anger. The flexible sword in his hand continued to dance, and the space around him began to tremble. His divine sense began to sweep the surroundings without restraint. After a thorough investigation, she no longer hesitated. With a flip of her flexible sword, she sheathed it. Then a long black saber appeared in her hand. The hall suddenly became cold, so cold that it chilled one's blood to the bone. As the temperature in the hall changed, countless faces also appeared. Lu Ji's face started to turn white. Then his lips started to turn white. Finally, his entire body started to tremble slightly. The black faces of the countless ghosts inside suddenly showed signs of turning pale. Their eyes that were filled with greed and lust suddenly turned into fear at this moment. Extreme fear. Swoosh! Countless sonic booms rang out. Whether it was the ghosts or Lu Ji's group, everyone had the same thought at this moment. That was run. Run far, far away from this saber. They didn't know why they had to escape. Why would they flee when facing two first-level divine generals? However, they felt fear. A fear that came from the depths of their souls. After a martialist broke through to the god grade, they would instinctively avoid danger. The stronger they were, the stronger this instinct was. At this moment they felt danger. Extreme danger. It was as if they had encountered a divine king expert. It was an absolute danger. Therefore, they instinctively fled without hesitation. **T. This little bastard is actually this strong? It's over, we're done for. Father, great-grandfather, save me. Lu Ji circulated his divine power at full force. His handsome face became extremely hideous as he dashed toward the entrance of the passageway. He quietly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. His heart was filled with anxiety and regret. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He also understood why Yi Qinghan was so daring. It turned out that it wasn't because he had guts, but because he was fearless. Whoosh! All of a sudden, everyone felt a gust of cold air blow over. Then they realized in horror that their bodies had stopped in midair. They couldn't move their limbs, nor could they circulate their divine power. Then, their minds were invaded by all sorts of negative emotions as their bodies started to tumble in the air. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My father won't let you go. My great-grandfather won't let you go. If you kill me, you'll definitely die. Lu Ji held his head. He felt all sorts of negative emotions that were enough to tear his soul apart. The veins on his face bulged. He bared his teeth and roared. What the hell is this? Ah! My head hurts so much. My lord, please spare my life. We have no grudges against each other. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. Spare me. Tisk tsk, spare my life, spare my life, spare my life. Everyone tumbled about in the air, wailing and pleading incessantly. They all knew that the man with bloodshot eyes and murderous aura slowly walked out of the black fog, had absolute control over their lives. Lu family homosexual, Your threats have no effect on me. From the moment you flirted with my woman, you've become my target. Now die. Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about Lu Ji's threats at all. This test was extremely dangerous and had a slim chance of survival. Even if the Lu family had any suspicions, the Honeycomb Mountain couldn't use its divine senses. Who would know that he was the killer? As for the rest of the martial artists, Yi Qinghan didn't feel any pity for them. If he was weak and was killed by Lu Ji, these people would probably be cheering and clapping their hands. Thus he didn't hesitate. The slaughter god's saber gently slid across their necks. Blood splattered everywhere, and the ground was littered with corpses. Go in. Yi Qinghan forcefully suppressed the murderous aura in his heart and opened the door to the carefree pavilion. He pointed at the shining golden door and shouted at Yi Yaorao in a low voice. He quickly picked up the divine crystals and interspatial rings on the ground. When Yi Yaorao's figure disappeared into the teleportation door, he used his divine senses to scan the area and followed her in. Then, the shining golden door quietly disappeared. After a while, the black fog in the hall slowly dissipated, leaving behind dozens of frozen corpses and a cold aura in the hall. After Yi Yaorao and Yi Qinghan entered the carefree pavilion, Elder Lu naturally sensed them. However, when he saw Yi Qinghan's bloodshot eyes, he chuckled and continued to meditate in the technique practicing room. Oh, is this the Immortal Palace? It's so beautiful. Yi Yaorao looked at her surroundings in a daze. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. When she looked at the majestic palace, her small mouth gaped open as she looked around in disbelief. You will come here often in the future. However, my little darling, can you help me remove the murderous aura first? Yi Qinghan panted heavily as he stared at Yi Yaorao's voluptuous body. He looked at her perky buttocks and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Then he carried her on his shoulder and rushed into the room. Chapter 602. High up in the sky, the Viper War God, who was drinking wine, put down the wine cup in his hand and frowned slightly. The two of them looked at the Viper War God in surprise and asked, "What's wrong, big brother? I seem to sense an abnormal spatial fluctuation below us." The Viper War God sensed for a moment and shook his head slightly. He said helplessly, "This beehive mountain is made entirely of black glazed stone. My divine sense has been weakened, so I can't sense it clearly. I'm not sure either." "Hee, big brother, you are being overly suspicious. The entire beehive mountain has been sealed by your space confinement. Even if an Emperor God expert wanted to sneak in, it would be impossible for him to not alert you. There's only a group of divine generals down there. How could they produce such a large spatial fluctuation that you could sense from such a distance?" Ilong smiled. "That's true, big brother. You cultivate the law of space. You should be able to sense even the slightest ripple in space. Perhaps it's the energy ripple of a cultivator?" Another war god said thoughtfully. "Maybe. This space fluctuation disappeared in a flash. I guess I sense wrongly." The Viper War God no longer paid attention to it. He picked up the wine on the table and began to drink slowly. "Qinghan, what did you mean when you said gay in the tunnel yesterday?" Within the unfettered pavilion, Yi Qingrao laid lazily on top of Yi Qinghan. She only had a blanket covering her lower body. Her two round jade balls were pressed tightly against Yi Qinghan's chest. Her lily-white hand was drawing circles on Yi Qinghan's chest as she frowned slightly and spoke with some doubt. Yi Qinghan stretched out one hand and rolled it around on the jade ball, while the other hand reached into the blanket, feeling around inside and out. He smiled faintly and replied in a very serious manner, "This is a very profound art. Usually this art is divided into the attacker and the receiver. Both sides would be filled with passion and excitement. They would put in a lot of effort on a dark and windless night to carry out some kind of activity that goes beyond friendship. It's a kind of exercise that's easy to explain in simple terms." Yi Yaorao raised her hand and saw that Yi Qinghan was currently fiddling with the small dot on her jade ball, causing her entire body to itch incomparably. She angrily slapped away his mischievous hand and revealed a trace of anger at the corner of her mouth. She glared at Yi Qinghan and said, "It feels very powerful, but can you say it more simply?" Hee. Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Yaorao and continued to stretch out his hand to play with her. Then he moved his mouth closer and kissed her translucent earlobe. He faintly said, "To put it simply, it was what we did yesterday, but it was 2 men. 2 men. Yi Yarao muttered. She was so shocked that her beautiful face paled. She suddenly sat up and covered her mouth with her hand. After a long time, she looked at Yi Qinghan angrily and scolded. "You're teasing me again. Men and men. How is that possible? You're too bad." Yi Yarao had heard from her subordinates in the firework tribe that Shou Kuang and the manor lord of Longyang Manor also had their interests. However, she didn't really believe it because she naively thought that there was no such thing between men. How could she do this? Haha. Why would I tease you? I will only tease you. Many men do indeed have this kind of special feelings and hobbies. This is a common thing in the god realm. You know, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Yi Qinghan watched as Yi Yarao sat up. Because she sat up too abruptly, the 2 jade balls swayed up and down. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but feel his lower body become slightly aroused. Woo! Yi Yarao saw that Yi Qinghan was serious and didn't seem to be faking it. She bit her lip and muttered to herself for a moment. Finally, she blushed and lay down again. She buried her face in Yi Qinghan's shoulder and said in a voice that only a mosquito could hear, "Men don't have that. How do we do it? It feels so profound." Yi Qinghan laughed in a low voice. His hand suddenly stretched out from below, lightly caressing the flowers on Yi Yaorao's back. He moved closer to her ear and said, "There's no peach blossom land, but there's this. The rear flower blooms, and the night is captivating, hee hee." Ah! Yi Yaorao's private area was suddenly brushed by a hand. Her entire body trembled, and she wanted to jump up, but Yi Qinghan hugged her. She felt a scalding hot iron rod pressing against her lower abdomen. She instantly understood what was going on, and her entire body became hot. Ice and fire began to fuse again. 8 days have passed, but only 3 people have come up. High up in the sky, Yilong looked nervously at the Viper War God, who was sitting leisurely in a small secret chamber on the back of the crying phoenix. "It's a little strange. According to my calculations, Lu Ji's group should have completed the mission long ago. This ghost race only moves a little strangely and is a little fast, but their attacks aren't that strong. As long as they don't get assassinated, it shouldn't be too difficult to complete the mission." Although the Viper War God's expression didn't change, there was a hint of worry in his tone. He looked down and sighed. "That brat didn't come up either. This doesn't make sense. He has such a strong backer. If he didn't have someone to rely on, he wouldn't take the risk to participate in the War God trial. What's the problem? Big brother, should I sneak down to take a look?" Yilong probed. "No." The Viper War God glared at him and reprimanded him. The War God Pavilion has always been fair and just. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a great influence in the immortal realm. Moreover, if a cultivator wants to become strong, he has to go through the test of blood and fire. How can he stand at the peak? If we go and help him, the backer will blame us. If we help him secretly, why do we need to do it? That's true. Let's hope that this brat can pass this trial. Yilong sat down awkwardly and sighed. In the passageway below, a blue figure was hurriedly traversing. From time to time, he would swing the long rod in his hand and smash a hidden ghost race member to smithereens. However, he didn't even look at it as he continued traversing through the passageway. "Mother, there are still 2 more divine crystals. I can't fail, I can't fail. I will definitely succeed." Kong Luo's slightly pale lips squirmed as he cursed in a low voice. He was very strong, and he wasn't afraid of any ghost race minor commander. However, as the battle continued, the ghost race members realized that the 3 God King battle gods had disappeared. They didn't flee in fear like they did at the beginning. Instead, they started to gather together. It was difficult for Kong Luo to fight against so many enemies. Many times, he was forced to stop chasing after them. Fortunately, many ghost race members knew that he was very strong and didn't dare to get entangled with him. However, he had lost the chance to obtain the divine crystals. There's someone ahead? Kong Luo's body suddenly stopped and raised his metal rod. Just as he was about to attack, his divine senses scanned the situation and he was shocked. He increased his speed again and rushed forward. "My lord, have you completed your mission?" Kong Luo rushed forward for a few hundred meters and saw a man and a woman walking over leisurely. He smiled and put away his metal rod. He cupped his hands and asked politely, I have completed it, Brother Kong Luo. Have you completed it? The person was Yi Qinghan, who had sneaked out of the unfettered pavilion. The moment he used the slaughter god blade, he had completed his mission. In fact, he had completed it more than expected. However, he didn't want to go out and submit his mission immediately. Instead, he stayed with Yi Yaorao in the unfettered pavilion for a few days before sneaking out and looking for a way out. No, just a little more. Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a leisurely expression on his face, and was even more certain that Yi Qinghan was a hidden expert. When he had asked Kong Luo to break out of the encirclement, there had been more than 20 minor commanders with him. Furthermore, there had been Lu Ji, who had a grudge with him. Not only had Yi Qinghan escaped unscathed, but he had also completed his mission easily. How could a first-stage god general do that? My lord. Kong Luo hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly, Do you have more ghost race divine crystals? I am willing to buy them. I want two. How about 2 million divine stones each? I only have this much. In the future, if my lord needs anything, Kong Luo will do it without hesitation. Why would friends talk about divine stones? 2 divine crystals, right? Take it, you're a good person. I'll be friends with you. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly. This peak god general Kong Luo was doing a little too badly. He only had a few million divine stones on him. For million divine stones wouldn't be of much use to him, so he might as well sell Kong Luo a favor. This? Kong Luo looked at the 2 divine crystals that Yi Qinghan handed over, and blinked in disbelief. Then he suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan and said gratefully, My lord, thank you for your great kindness. I didn't know. Yi Qinghan chuckled when he saw the extremely emotional Kong Luo. He pulled Kong Luo up and patted him on the shoulder. He said nonchalantly, You don't have to be so polite. Let's go. Do you know the way? I do. My lord, please. Kong Luo hurriedly nodded. A fiery light flashed in his eyes as he looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Then he started running forward. Chapter 603. Kong Luo walked around the cave for a long time, and was very familiar with some of the routes. He turned here and there, making the 2 of them dizzy. Along the way, Kong Luo was very excited. There was no need for Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan to deal with the ghost race members who were hiding along the way. Yi Qinghan also got a new understanding of Kong Luo's strength. Wherever his black iron rod swept across, the space would heat up. A destructive aura would burn the entire space. How could the defense of an ordinary ghost race member withstand the might of his rod? Kong Luo, what kind of profound mystery is that? It's so powerful. Yi Qinghan was shocked as he watched from behind. He was afraid that if Kong Luo was hit by his rod, even the divine crystal would shatter. Kong Luo was stunned. Yi Qinghan's question was a little abrupt. It was very impolite to ask about other people's profound mysteries. However, when Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan's pure eyes, he smiled and did not think too much about it. Instead, he explained enthusiastically, My lord, I cultivate the law of destruction. Furthermore, I specialize in one type of law. Just now, I used the law of destruction, which is a mid-grade profound mystery. If I use my full strength, even a peak stage god general who cultivates the law of earth with the strongest defense would be annihilated. The law of destruction is the most tyrannical law in terms of attack. My attack is very strong, but my defense and speed are slightly weaker. So powerful. Yi Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. However, he felt bitter in his heart. He realized that the spatial laws that he cultivated had become useless again. This was because the spatial laws seemed to be a supplementary law, and could not be used to attack directly. If it wasn't for the slaughter god blade and Xiaohei, he might not even be able to defeat a second-stage god general, let alone defeat a peak-stage god general. Kong Luo's face stiffened. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I've embarrassed myself in front of my lord. My lord's strength is unfathomable. Now Kong Luo doesn't even have the guts to fight you. I feel that if I dare to fight you, I will be killed instantly. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and asked in confusion. direct, it's just pure intuition. Moreover, my intuition has never been wrong since I was young. Kong Luo stopped and looked at Yi Qinghan seriously. Let's go. Yi Qinghan smiled and said nothing. He sighed in his heart. This Kong Luo is really a strange person. Although he grew up with wild beasts, his intuition is too terrifying. The three of them sprinted for an hour before they saw a glimmer of light. Yi Qinghan was greatly shaken. He pulled Yi Yaorao and sped up. The three of them rushed out of the cave. Bang! Bang! When Xiaochen went out, he discovered that the three had charged out from the top of Beehive Mountain. However, a battle was happening halfway up the mountain. Close to 100 Netherworld ghost race cultivators were chasing down dozens of cultivators. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that these dozens of cultivators were not very strong. Most of them were second or third level divine generals, and there was only one peak divine general. Moreover, he cultivated the law of water, so his attacks were not strong. There was only one junior commander among the nearly 100 ghost race cultivators. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Their unique technique, Netherworld Ghost Shadow, was also very strange. It constantly attacked the group of cultivators from all directions, and immediately retreated when its attacks failed. Fortunately, this water law of nature elite had strange techniques. A long whip danced in the air, and any cultivator that was hit by it would be bounced back. Even that junior commander was the same. The group slowly moved closer to the space shackles set up by the Viper War Immortal. In the end, they stood together and barely resisted the attacks of the ghost race cultivators. This Viper War Immortal really did not make a move. Yi Qinghan looked up at the sky and sighed as he watched the huge Diluan circling in the air. He wondered if the Viper War Immortal would leave with the remaining people after 2 days had passed, and the 10 days were up. Sir. Kong Luo cupped his hands in confusion when he saw that Yi Qinghan was staring blankly down from the top of the mountain, and did not immediately fly up to the sky. Kong Luo, go help them. After all, we came out together. It's not convenient for me to make a move. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before speaking to Kong Luo. All right. Kong Luo did not say anything else. He only nodded at Yi Qinghan. Then, carrying the black iron rod on his back, he rushed down from the top of the mountain. His speed was getting faster and faster. Black chi revolved around his body as he headed straight for the center of the battlefield. Boom! Kong Luo was still in midair, but he waved his iron cudgel in the air, drawing out countless black afterimages, and suddenly smashed it down. As his long rod swept down, countless scorching black chi engulfed the group of ghost race cultivators. This caused the flickering figures of the ghost race cultivators to stagnate. At this time, Kong Luo's speed suddenly increased. He was like an enraged lion pouncing on a flock of sheep. His iron rod flew everywhere. As long as the ghost race cultivators were smashed by his iron rod, they would be turned into minced meat and severed limbs. In just a few breaths, more than 20 ghost race cultivators had died under his iron rod. The might of his iron rod was terrifying. Chi. The warriors on the other side were overjoyed at the arrival of strong reinforcements. They began to counterattack. The water elemental law powerhouse waved his long whip even faster. He caught the ghost race cultivators one by one, and threw them to Kong Luo's side. Where are you going? Kong Luo had already locked onto the junior commander. When the junior commander saw that the situation was bad, his figure flashed, and he was about to rush into the cave. Kong Luo shouted, and the iron rod in his hand flashed with black light. There was a tiger's roar as Kong Luo smashed it down in the direction that the ghost race cultivator had fled. A black burning chi suddenly held out from the iron rod, condensing into the phantom of a huge black tiger. This tiger was covered in black flames and an aura of destruction. Its speed was frightening, and in the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the junior commander. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the junior commander. In the blink of an eye, the black tiger phantom turned into black flames and faded away. All that was left in the air was a divine crystal shining with rainbow light, a spatial ring, and a berserk aura of destruction. Kong Luo put away his iron rod and swaggered towards the divine crystal. As he passed, no one dared to stand in his way. Countless ghost race cultivators fled in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. In the end, They all disappeared into the caves. Thank you for saving our lives, my lord. Several dozen warriors breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly came over to thank him. Even the water elemental law powerhouse came over to thank him respectfully. If it weren't for Kong Luo, they would have been surrounded. In the end, they would have been surrounded by more and more ghost race cultivators. At that time, they would all have died. No need to thank me. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Kong Luo glanced at them coldly and raised his head proudly. Then he pointed at the green-robed man on the peak and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank him. If it weren't for his orders, we might have already returned to Ting Yuan." Chapter 604. Thank him. Everyone looked up and locked their gazes on the two people standing at the summit. They were all dumbfounded when they saw them. Weren't these the first-level divine general cultivators? Kong Luo wanted them to thank him? Moreover, Kong Luo had used the word order. This was inconceivable and unbelievable. Many of them had mocked Yi Qinghan before, and some had even cursed Yi Qinghan. Now they were actually being asked to thank him. This made them feel awkward, as if they had smashed their own feet with a rock, and they began to hesitate. However, the water elemental cultivator seemed to be deep in thought as he looked at the green-robed figure on the summit. He had noticed Kong Luo's last sentence. We might have already returned to the Phoenix. The word us caused this powerhouse to be slightly startled. Combined with Kong Luo's respectful tone towards the green-robed man, this powerhouse's heartbeat sped up slightly. Then he actually ignored everyone else and directly flew towards the peak. Only then did everyone hurriedly follow him and fly towards the peak. Greetings, my lord. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. The expert flashed to the summit and looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a warm smile on his face. He was even more certain of his thoughts. He actually knelt to Yi Qinghan on one knee and bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lord. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. When the cultivators who had flown up saw this peak divine general cultivator actually kneel before Yi Qinghan, they helplessly followed suit and knelt on one knee before shouting in unison. Rise. Yi Qinghan remained standing quietly as he spoke indifferently. He accepted everyone's bow without the slightest bit of embarrassment. If he had not been compassionate, these people would probably have died. He was still too soft-hearted. My lord, I am Gu Yang and I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if my lord can show some kindness and help me? The water elemental cultivator did not get up. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. This also made the people behind him feel embarrassed and kneel as well. Speak. Yi Qinghan could guess what was going on. He smiled and waved his hand, not letting them get up again. If they liked to kneel, then let them kneel. There were many people here who had cursed him on the third floor of the city lord's mansion. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Yang gritted his teeth and said, Exalted One, may I ask if you have any more Ghost Folk Minor Commander Divinity gems? Of course, I won't let you give them to me for free. I'm willing to pay godstones for them. Gu Yang's words stunned everyone present. Was Gu Yang crazy? He actually wanted to buy divine crystals from this person? He didn't even know if he had enough. They were both first-level god generals, and this required 20 divine crystals. Did he think that Yi Qinghan's task had already given him enough divine crystals, and that he had more? Kong Luo snorted coldly and looked at Gu Yang with a look that said, At least you know what's good for you. He stood behind Yi Qinghan without saying a word. Of course, Yi Qinghan had enough. He had killed 23 minor commanders back then. Moreover, he had not only found a large number of godstones and treasures in Lu Ji's spatial ring, but he had also found 5 ghost folk minor commander divinity gems. He and Yi Yaorao needed 20 divine crystals, and now he had 8 more. After giving Kong Luo 2, he still had 6 left. Many of these divine crystals belonged to third-level god generals. Even if he sold them, he wouldn't be able to get many godstones. Hence he said calmly, I do. How many do you want? Name your price. Wow. Yi Qinghan's indifferent words were like an earthquake, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. He actually had divine crystals, and from his tone he seemed to have quite a lot. How was this possible? Had the world changed, or was this first-level god general trash actually a peerless expert? Was he just good at disguising himself? I want 4 divine crystals. Gu Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stood up abruptly and answered quickly. Then he awkwardly said, "Your Excellency, I only have 10 million divine stones. I know this is a small amount for Your Excellency, but please do me a favor. I owe Your Excellency my life." "It's not that serious." "All right, bring the divine stones over." The corners of Yi Qinghan's lips curled up slightly. Even if he sold the extra divine crystals, he wouldn't be able to get such a price. Now he had made a small profit. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Gu Yang was overjoyed. He quickly took off his spatial ring and removed the soul connection. Then he took out another spatial ring and placed a green whip and a few ghost race divine crystals inside. Then he took out a divine stone crystal card and erased his soul imprint. Then he threw the card and the spatial ring to Yi Qinghan and said respectfully, "My lord, I only have a little more than 10 million divine stones. There are some small toys inside that aren't worth much divine stones. Just treat them as toys for madam. Take them." With a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan threw over 4 divine crystals that emitted colorful divine lights. Then he took the divine stone crystal card and scanned the spatial ring. He found that Gu Yang was indeed pitifully poor. There were only a few 100,000 divine stones left. He looked around but didn't find anything special. Just as he was about to throw the spatial ring to Gu Yang, something caught his attention. Gulp gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard behind Gu Yang. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at Yi Qinghan. Seeing how Yi Qinghan took out 4 ghost race divine crystals so easily, everyone knew that he definitely had more. However, they wanted too much. Many of them only had 2 or 3 divine crystals, and some didn't even have one. Most importantly, the price was too high. Even if they sold all the divine crystals in their bodies, they still wouldn't have enough. Therefore, they looked hopefully at Yi Qinghan from time to time. From time to time, they would lower their heads shyly and feel a little jealous. "Where did you get this fiery red leg guard?" Yi Qinghan suddenly took something out of Gu Yang's spatial ring and threw it into his own. He was so fast that no one could see what it was. They only knew that Yi Qinghan had taken something out of the spatial ring. Yi Qinghan began to transmit his voice to Gu Yang, causing Yi Yaorao and Kong Luo, who were beside him, to feel somewhat baffled. "A fiery red leg guard? Is there a leg guard with a fire dragon on it?" Gu Yang stared blankly for a moment, then thought of something and transmitted his voice in confusion. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod her head, he smiled and transmitted his voice to explain. "Oh, this is something I obtained after destroying the divine temple in my plane. Legend has it that this is the most precious treasure of the divine temple. It is said that an ancient god of the divine temple brought it back from the divine realm. It seems to be one of the fire god battle armors, called the fire god leg guards. But my lord, this thing is definitely fake. What divine world treasure? This thing is not even a divine artifact. It doesn't have an artifact spirit. It just has a stronger defense. Why, is there something wrong with this leg guard, my lord?" A trace of joy flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes, but he didn't hide it. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he transmitted his voice. "This isn't fake, this is indeed a piece of the fire god's battle armor. However, this is the result of the first refinement of a grandmaster in my clan. Although this battle armor doesn't have much use, my elder is very fond of it. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was hunted down and was seriously injured. His spatial ring was also stolen. If I bring this back to him now, he will definitely be very happy. On behalf of my elder, I would like to express my gratitude. This is a small matter. As long as my lord is happy." Gu Yang had some doubts just now, but Yi Qinghan's words instantly made him feel at ease. This thing's material was special. It was definitely a product of the divine world, but it was useless. It turned out that it was made by a master alchemist for the first time. No wonder. At the same time, many of the doubts in his heart were resolved. From the looks of it, this green-robed man was definitely the young master of a great clan in the divine world. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder Kong Luo was so respectful to him. No wonder he was so courageous in the Battle God Pavilion. Now that everything was clear, he was even more respectful to Yi Qinghan. Chapter 605. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't some *T young master of a big family clan. Although the Yi family was the top family clan in the Fire Dragon continent, it was nothing in the divine world. He made up a lie in such an obvious manner because he realized that the Fire God leg guards and his 2 Fire God arm guards were actually a set. Not only were they made of the same material, but the patterns on them were also exactly the same. Furthermore, after hearing Gu Yang's words, he got a little excited. Could it be that this Fire God battle armor was really a treasure of the divine world? The material was special, but it looked useless? Wasn't his Slaughter God blade the same? It also didn't have an artifact spirit, but it was a true treasure and a great killing weapon. However, when Yi Qinghan put the 2 Fire God arm guards together previously, there was no reaction at all. Presumably, this leg guard wouldn't have any reaction as well. Hence, he didn't pay much attention to it. He decided to try and see if there would be any special effects if he could put them together in the future. After exchanging glances with Kong Luo, the 3 of them nodded at Gu Yang and the rest before flying up into the sky. When the 3 of them flew for a few thousand meters, Yi Qinghan already felt a lot of pressure. His divine power was being depleted very quickly, and his chest felt a little stuffy. He turned to look at Yi Yaorao, and also noticed the same problem. Kong Luo, who was beside him, had already noticed that the 2 of them had slowed down. However, she didn't say anything and immediately pulled Yi Qinghan's arm. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao, and the 3 of them continued to fly up into the sky. Have you completed your mission? When they got close to the translucent barrier, the Viper War God's voice rang in their ears at the same time. The 3 of them hurriedly nodded, and a hole automatically appeared in the barrier. After that, a cool breeze blew over, and the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly flew towards the celestial bird. The celestial bird seemed to have received the Viper War God's instructions. It slowly stopped in the sky, and a huge door appeared on its back. The 3 of them flashed in, and the pressure on their bodies instantly disappeared without a trace. When the 3 of them entered, they realized that there were only 5 people sitting in the huge hall. They were all peak stage God General experts. The 5 of them weren't surprised to see Kong Luo come in. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao behind Kong Luo, their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Haha! At this moment, the door of the small secret room in front of them suddenly opened. The Viper War God and the other 2 walked out laughing. They looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing there calmly, and were in a good mood. The Viper War God stretched out his hand, and his loud voice resounded in the hall. Hand over your divine crystals. If you don't have divine crystals, I'll throw you out all the same. Yi Qinghan's smile became even wider. He knew that the Viper War God was talking to him. He glanced at Yi Yaorao and flipped his hand. 10 divine crystals appeared in his hand. Yi Yaorao also waved her hand, and took out the 10 divine crystals that Yi Qinghan had given her. Kong Luo also handed them over. All right. As expected, you didn't let me down. Little brother, when we return to the God of War Pavilion, I'll personally put on the God of War robe for you. The Viper War God patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder with satisfaction. He liked and admired Yi Qinghan very much. First, it was because he knew that Yi Qinghan's status was different, so he secretly took care of him. Second, it was because Yi Qinghan's temperament was really to his liking. Of course, there was also another reason. Due to the conflict between Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji, he had always been very dissatisfied with Lu Ji's father. Thank you, my lord. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao, and the 2 of them bowed respectfully. When Yi Qinghan learned that the Viper War God had actually delayed his attack by an hour for him, his good impression and gratitude towards him grew even more. He had always been someone who would return the favor tenfold if others showed him respect. Moreover, it was such a great favor. Although he did not know why the Viper War God was so kind to him, there was nothing wrong in being respectful. The 5 people at the side and Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan with even more different gazes. The Viper War God was a famous war god in Dancing Phoenix City. Moreover, it was rumored that he was about to break through to the God Emperor realm. Once he broke through, he would definitely become a 5th grade war god. In the entire realm of gods, a 5th grade war god would be considered a true expert. Now that the Viper War God had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qinghan, Once Yi Qinghan became a war god, he would have a powerful backer in Dancing Phoenix City. Moreover, the 5 people in the hall were very clear that Yi Qinghan could rely on his strength of the first level of God General Realm, and also bring along a burden. Not only did he return safely, he even obtained 20 divine crystals. It seemed like this kid was not simple. The Viper War God and the other 2 chatted for a while longer, then walked into the small secret chamber with a smile. Not long after, Guyang also came up. The warriors below once again hardened their hearts and rushed into Beehive Mountain. 2 days later, when the demonic moon rose, another 2 people came up. Below them, there were still dozens of warriors left. They stared blankly at the circling Ding Wan in the sky. Their eyes were filled with despair and resentment. 10 days are up. The Viper War God and the other 2 walked out again. Then they began to shout toward the people below. Their voices were not loud at first. However, when they left the Ding Wan and traveled downward, their voices gradually became louder. Finally, when they reached Beehive Mountain, they had already become a deafening roar. Even the Beehive Mountain was shaken by their loud roar, causing the soil to rustle and fall. The loud roar began to travel through the countless passageways and into Beehive Mountain. All the surviving warriors gather outside. If you do not come out within 2 hours, then you shall remain in Beehive Mountain forever. The Viper War God's words not only startled Yi Qinghan, who was on the Ding Wan's back, but also shocked the 40 warriors below. Then they became incomparably ecstatic. Originally, everyone had thought that failing the test would mean certain death. The Viper War God would not care about them anymore, leaving them to fend for themselves. They had not expected to be rescued in the end. As the Viper War God looked at the stunned 11 people, his expression gradually turned solemn. He said, "If I did not force you into a desperate situation, how would you dare to fight and kill? If everyone present had known that the time for the test was up, and would not have left you behind, I'm afraid that not even 11 people would have passed the test." A cultivator can only unleash their potential in a desperate situation. Only by continuously breaking through and growing in desperate situations can a cultivator finally reach the peak. Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo exchanged glances and nodded. The Viper War God was right. Yi Qinghan had also broken through many death traps. His strength had increased tremendously, and his mental state had become increasingly mature. Kong Luo was probably the same. The tests of the Battle God Pavilion were everywhere. The 2 of them also started to look forward to joining the Battle God Pavilion. 2 hours later, more than 10 warriors rushed out of Beehive Mountain in ecstasy. Then a Dragon War God went down and brought this group of warriors back. When the 60 people saw the 11 people seated in the Ding Wan, their previously ecstatic expressions turned somewhat gloomy. They all found a place and sat down with complicated emotions. The Ding Wan started to flap its huge wings gently and flew towards Dancing Phoenix City. The white barrier also became transparent again. However, Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Beehive Mountain, which was getting further and further away. He also felt a little sad. Out of the hundreds of warriors, only 70 had returned. Furthermore, the success rate of the Battle God test was as low as 1 in 10. This world was indeed very cruel. Chapter 606. Activate the barrier. With the Phoenix rushing at full speed, it didn't take long for them to see the Dancing Phoenix City from afar. The city was still in lockdown, and the fiery red barrier was still shining brightly. The Viper War God roared from within the Phoenix, but it didn't slow down and continued to fly towards the Dancing Phoenix City. "It's the people from the God of War Pavilion. Activate the barrier, all guards on alert." A deep shout rang out from within the city. Then countless cultivators dressed in fiery red battle armor rose into the air. The red barrier suddenly faded, and coincidentally, the celestial bird also began to slow down, directly charging into the city and finally stopping above the plaza. Those who pass the test, go to the God of War Pavilion. The rest disperse. The Viper War God scanned the crowd coldly, and then led the way down. Those who didn't pass the test suddenly turned pale. It was already nighttime, and the city had already banned the night. All the hotels and inns had already been closed. And if they wandered around the city, they would be mercilessly captured by the city guards and locked in the god's prison. Many of them had only taken the risk to take the test to avoid being locked in the god's prison. But now they still had to take this path. Under the cold gaze of the dragon and the war god, everyone could only take heavy steps and fly down from the phoenix. After everyone walked out, the phoenix spread its wings again and disappeared in a moment. The barrier in the city didn't activate again, and no one knew how the phoenix disappeared. It was very strange. Yi Qinghan and the rest followed the Viper War God and entered the city lord's residence without any obstructions. They went straight up to the 3rd floor. The Viper War God took out a black token and placed it in a notch on the stone door on the right. The stone door suddenly opened. The 14 people entered one after another. Yi Qinghan held Yi Yaorao's hand, but they realized that the moment they entered the stone door, there was a flash of white light. When they opened their eyes again, they found that the scenery before them had changed. A beautiful valley had appeared before them. There was a dazzling sun in the sky, illuminating the valley with incomparable light. However, when the light fell upon their bodies, they felt a faint sense of warmth. It was very comfortable. The valley was very beautiful, and it was many times more beautiful than the firework tribe. White mist occasionally rose from the ground, and the entire valley was like a paradise. The valley was very big, and there was a plaza made of white jade in the middle. There were countless castle-like castles in the surroundings, giving off a trace of mystery. This is where the real Dancing Phoenix City's War God Pavilion is. Only quasi-war gods and war gods can enter. Even the mayor of Dancing Phoenix City doesn't have the right to enter. There was a mission hall, a martial arts hall, a training room, a hotel, a shop. This was an independent parallel space. Anything you wanted could be satisfied here. Of course, you had to have god stones. The 11 of you must remember that you are not allowed to use force here. If you have any disputes, you can go to the arena to fight. But if you use force on your own, the only outcome will be death. No matter how powerful the person behind you is, he will still die. The Viper War God led the crowd towards a huge ancient castle on the north side of the plaza. As he walked, he explained to the crowd. Everyone looked around and exclaimed inwardly. This Battle God Pavilion was indeed awesome. It was no wonder it was the strongest force in the immortal realm. Just the Battle God Pavilion in the small Fengwu city must have cost a lot of godstones to build. Even City Lord Fengwu can't enter unless she's a war immortal? I wonder if the Dragon Sun City Lord can enter? If not, then this Battle God Pavilion is really awesome. Even the 8 sovereigns might not have a higher status than the Pavilion Master. I wonder what rank this Battle God Pavilion Master is. Could he be the legendary 9th rank Invincible War God? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. There were 6 continents in the immortal realm, as well as the boundless Starry Ocean and Mount Supreme in the Starry Ocean. Yi Qinghan didn't know much about other places, but this misty continent had a total of 108 prefectures. Each prefecture had 108 small cities like Dancing Phoenix City, and each small city managed 108 tribes. In other words, there were 11,664 small cities on the Misty Continent, which meant that there were 11,664 Battle God Pavilions like this one. What kind of concept was that? Yi Qinghan couldn't imagine how powerful the Battle God Pavilion was. In a small Battle God Pavilion like Dancing Phoenix City, a peak-level God King like Viper War God was at most a mid-level member. It seemed like there were many other war gods who were as powerful as Viper. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more shocked he became. The Battle God Pavilion was too powerful, so powerful that he didn't dare to imagine it. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and stopped thinking about it. What did the Battle God Pavilion's power have to do with him? He just wanted to earn enough godstones and think of a way to go to the Dragon Sun City to buy the Fire Dragon plane. Then he would return to the Fire Dragon continent with his beautiful wives and live out his long life in peace. When he got bored of it one day, maybe he would come to the immortal realm to find a more exciting life. After walking into the largest castle in the center, Yi Qinghan realized that the decorations inside were very simple, but it didn't lack grandeur and dignity. The hall inside was very big, much bigger than the Dancing Phoenix City Lord City residence. There were dozens of martial artists wearing war god robes inside, sitting on jade tables. They were either chatting or drinking tea. Along the way, they met countless war gods. These people obviously knew the Viper War God, and the other two. They all smiled and greeted the three of them. They also smiled faintly at Yi Qinghan, and the rest behind them. Yi Qinghan and the rest didn't dare to say anything. They followed the Viper War God respectfully and walked inside. Finally, they arrived at the door of a room on the right side of the hall. The Viper War God gestured for the rest to wait outside while he walked in alone. An hour later he came out again. He handed everyone a white badge with a demon carved on it and said, "This is a temporary badge. This is a temporary badge. The official badge will only be awarded 5 days later. I will arrange for you to stay in the pavilion's hotel for the next few days. Don't worry, you don't have to fork out godstones. You are new to the pavilion, so your food and accommodation will be free for a year. You can wander around the pavilion and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Of course, there are guards outside, and you can't enter the places that are closed. One more thing. Don't get into conflict with anyone. You can look for me if you have any problems. I live on the east side of the valley. My name is outside the courtyard. I will come and find you in 5 days." The Viper War God gave the white badges to everyone, and explained a few things. He then gestured for the Dragon War God to arrange their accommodation while he walked out of the castle. "Viper, come out." Before the Viper War God left, a loud roar came from outside. The Viper War God was startled, but he sneered and walked out without the slightest fear. The Dragon War God and the Dragon War God heard this roar and revealed a cold, murderous aura. They ignored everyone and hurriedly walked out. The countless war gods in the hall also changed their expressions and quickly walked out. "Go. Let's go and take a look." Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo looked at each other, and had a bad feeling. They then shouted in a low voice. Everyone followed him out. They were unfamiliar with this place, so they had to follow the Viper War God and the other two closely. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where to stay. Chapter 607. The one shouting outside was also a war god. He was unusually tall and handsome. He looked very young, but his body gave off a sense of vicissitudes. At this moment, he looked at the Viper War God furiously. The 7 or 8 war gods behind him were also furious. They looked at the Viper War God, and the two people who came over. When Yi Qinghan saw this person's face, his heart tightened. Trouble is coming. This person looked very similar to Lu Ji. One look, and one could tell that he was a relative of Lu Ji. His expression was so angry. It seemed that he was a close relative. "Viper, how are you?" "You are very good. You actually dared to plot against my only son. You actually dared to plot against my son. I know that you are unhappy with me. You wanted to kill me for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. You are finished. Do you know that? You are completely finished. You actually dared to plot against a descendant of the Lu clan. You are too daring." As expected, this man glared at the Viper War God. He opened his mouth, gritted his teeth, pointed at the Viper War God and roared. He looked extremely furious. Yellow divine power revolved around his body. His eyes were full of hatred. He actually dared to threaten the Viper War God in the War God Pavilion. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He didn't expect this person to be Lu Ji's father. He groaned inwardly. He carefully thought about the details at that time. After confirming that there weren't too many loopholes and that there shouldn't be any evidence left, he calmed himself down and listened carefully. Haha. The Viper War God ignored the 7 or 8 war gods in front of him. Their surging divine power looked like they were about to devour someone. He raised his head and laughed. He stood calmly. There was no aura of divine power revolving around his body at all. The long laughter made the expressions of the war gods on the other side even more gloomy. After a while, the laughter stopped. The Viper War God put his hands behind his back and stared at the man opposite him coldly. After a while he said calmly, "Why? You want to fight? Haha. I am not looking down on you. Even if you had 100 guts, you wouldn't have the guts. Why don't we go to the arena and play? If any of your Lu clan's war immortals want to challenge me, I, Poisonous Snake, will accept them all. Of course, if your Lu clan wants to set me up, I will accept them all once we leave the city." The words of the Viper War God were calm, but they were powerful and resonant. His heroic spirit reached the clouds. and every single word of his resounded in the ears of everyone present. Although his voice was indifferent, it was incomparably cold and arrogant. It could even be said to be arrogant and overbearing. Yi Qinghan looked at the Viper War God, who was standing calmly. His heart was boiling, and his eyes were burning with passion. What was an expert? This was what it meant to be an expert. What was heroism? This was heroism. Yi Qinghan knew very well that Lu Ji wasn't killed by the Viper War God, and he had nothing to do with God stones. He had killed him himself. However, the Viper War God did not explain, or rather, he did not care to explain. Instead, he went straight to the point. If you want to fight, I will fight. If you want to play, I will play with you. He even said that if your Lu clan wants to set me up, I will accept them all. What heroism? What arrogance? One dragon and the other war god wanted to explain, but they were infected by the Viper War God's heroic spirit and stopped talking. Instead, they stood proudly and calmly looked at the ashen-faced people in front of them. The disdain and contempt in their eyes were extremely obvious. Good. Lu Chun took a step back and glared viciously at the Viper War Immortal. 3 words came out of his mouth. He was on a mission and was on his way to Dancing Phoenix City. However, he received a message from his clan on the way. Lu Ji's Soul Jade tablet was broken. Dancing Phoenix City was under lockdown, so he could not come out to investigate. Therefore, he sent a message to him. When he hurried to Honeycomb Mountain, he saw Lu Ji's dead body with his eyes wide open. When he found out that Lu Ji had secretly participated in the God of War assessment behind his and his clan's back, and that it was his nemesis, the Viper War God, who led the team, he did not think too much and rushed back to Dancing Phoenix City furiously. He came in directly and questioned Viper. Unexpectedly, Viper did not even bother to explain and directly accepted the challenge. He was not a fool. He would not fight in the God of War pavilion. He did not want to die. He was so impulsive because he was angry over the death of his son. He also wanted to anger Viper to see if he would reveal any flaws. He did not expect that. Viper's eyes moved quickly. He looked at the surrounding war gods with contempt and mockery. He looked like he was watching a good show. Lu Chun's face turned pale. He snorted and shouted angrily, "Viper, don't think that you can do whatever you want in Dancing Phoenix City, just because the pavilion master likes you. I'm going to the arbitration tribunal to sue you. Just you wait. As long as you are not a war god, I will torture you to death." Ha! Viper laughed loudly again. He did not even look at Lu Chun and the others. Instead, he turned his head and looked at one dragon and the other war god. He smiled and said, "Do you see that? Only trash will shout like a girl. I will go and see the pavilion master after making arrangements for them." After he finished speaking, he held his head high and walked straight to the right. Under his black robe, his straight back was like a sharp sword, showing off his ability. He was like an old pine tree standing proudly in the eye of the storm, laughing at the weakness of the strong wind and the wild waves. "You've got guts." Yi Qinghan secretly gave Viper a thumbs up. Everyone also looked at Viper, who was slowly disappearing into the distance, and secretly saluted him. Viper's pride and dominance shocked them deeply. They also understood one thing. In this world, those who were powerful could ignore and look down on everything. "Lu Gong, go to the pavilion and the city lord's residence to issue a mission. Offer a reward of 10 billion godstones for any clues or evidence of my son's death. I want the person who killed my son to die a horrible death." Lu Chun looked at Viper's disappearing back viciously. Then he glanced at Yi Qinghan and the others who were behind One Dragon. One Dragon and the others were powerful and fearless. However, the people behind him lowered their heads slightly and avoided Lu Chun's gaze. However, everyone was shocked when they heard Lu Chun's words. Kong Luo and Gu Yang's eyes flickered as they lowered their heads even more. 10 billion. Yi Qinghan's eyes also flickered. He almost jumped out to turn himself in and sell himself out. He had worked himself to death and reincarnated several times, yet he only managed to gather a few 100 million godstones. Now Lu Chun was offering 10 billion. He subconsciously turned his head in Kong Luo's direction. However, he suddenly came to his senses and did not look over. He pondered for a moment and raised his head slightly. His expression was just as shocked as everyone else's. However, he was complaining in his heart. Many people had seen the conflict between him and Lu Chun. Now that he had returned, Lu Chun had not. It was easy for people to connect the dots. If Lu Chun, who had lost his son, had even the slightest doubt about him, there would definitely be endless trouble. If the powerful Lu clan wanted to squash a first-layer divine general martial artist like him, they had countless ways to do so. He made up his mind to continue staying in the Battle God Pavilion. As long as there was a suitable mission, he would leave immediately. He could not stay in Dancing Phoenix City anymore. Chapter 608. This God of War Pavilion is so luxurious. It can even be compared to Wine Dance's heaven-grade rooms. Yi Qinghan looked at the luxurious decorations around him, especially the super-large water bed in the middle of the room. He could not help but feel the wealth of the God of War Pavilion. The treatment that the God of War received was really different. Didn't the One Dragon War God say that we can only stay for 5 days? We will have to pay God stones after 5 days. Yi Yarao smiled coldly, but her eyes were filled with worry. However, she did not say anything. Hee, won't there be free rooms after 5 days? We will stay there for free. We are newcomers, so we get free food and lodging for a year. Yi Qinghan saw the worry in Yi Yarao's eyes. He held her hand and made her sit on his knees. He said gently, I know what you are worried about. Trust me, I can handle it. You performed very well just now. Remember, with me around, you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, Yi Yarao replied softly. She was indeed not worried. At most, she would just die with Yi Qinghan. She was not afraid of this. Instead, she felt very happy. Hence, she did not show any signs of fear just now. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck. She closed her eyes and hugged him tightly. A charming smile appeared on her face. After a long time, she raised her head and asked, Qinghan, what is up with that cold ice jade body? Yi Qinghan also recalled the ecstatic expression on the ghost race's face when they saw Yi Yarao at Beehive Mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Then he shook his head and said doubtfully, I am not sure either. After I obtain the prospective God of War medal, I will ask around and see if there is any information on the various spiritual bodies in the God of War Pavilion. We want to find out more about the God of War Pavilion in the next few days. Yi Yarao nodded and did not say anything else. Then, she saw Yi Qinghan's thoughtful expression and knew that he was thinking about something. She did not ask any questions. She was very obedient. She gently left Yi Qinghan's embrace and sat down to meditate and cultivate. Yi Qinghan was indeed thinking about something. He was organizing the information fragments that had suddenly appeared in his mind. When he was meditating outside Beehive Mountain, he suddenly entered a state of soul stillness. When he woke up, he found that there was more knowledge in his mind. He hadn't had the time to tidy himself up. Now that he could finally relax, he naturally had to tidy himself up. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His pure eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. He sorted out the remaining fragments of information in his mind. He discovered that this information was actually the record of the God realm that Xiaohei had sent to him from Baleful Een stream. Of course, the records of the God world was no longer the records of the God world. Instead, it had become a cultivation technique in the state of soul stillness. It was filled with explanations regarding the state of soul stillness and how to comprehend it to the 5th level. According to the information provided, as long as one cultivated to the 5th level, they could enter the state of soul stillness at any time, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. Yi Qinghan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The heaven-defying aspect of this state of soul stillness was that once one entered this state, one's soul would soar rapidly. Divine power would also rise continuously. Moreover, in this state of soul stillness, one's nomological law cultivation speed would soar. Why did the Dream Palace become the #1 divine weapon under the God Emperor realm? Because the cultivation speed in the Dream Palace was several times faster than outside. The nomological law comprehension speed was also twice as fast as outside. There were also battles between experts. With this divine weapon in hand, one could nurture countless God King experts. Therefore, the Dream Palace's name shook the divine world. Countless experts and factions were envious and coveted it. There were even countless experts who used countless wealth to exchange for a position in the dream palace. However, the state of soul stillness fulfilled 2 of the 3 major functions of the dream palace. Moreover, the cultivation speed of the soul was several times faster than in the dream palace. What was the soul? It was one of the most important things for a God realm expert. If the soul was annihilated, the person would be completely finished. They wouldn't even have the chance to go to the netherworld realm and become a specter. When one's soul was powerful, even without nomological law attacks, just the soul attack would be incomparably powerful. Soul attacks were the strangest. They could practically ignore some physical defenses and many nomological law defenses. They could directly attack the enemy's soul and annihilate the enemy's soul. This was why soul cultivators were so powerful. They could become 7th grade war gods with a god emperor cultivation. Now he could actually cultivate and comprehend in this state of soul stillness. Moreover, he had obtained this method. How could he not be astonished? How could he not be shocked? No. This is a message that Xiaohe transmitted to me. Also, Xiaohe said this was called 9 Revolution Soul Refining Grand Technique. How did it become the soul stillness grand technique? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't find an answer. In the end, he transmitted his voice to Xiaohe. Xiaohe was cultivating his soul. At this moment, he was awakened by Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. He transmitted his voice back in ecstasy. "Boss, is it safe now? Let me out. I'm about to suffocate to death." A black shadow quietly condensed. The moment Xiaohe came out, he jumped around in the room, startling Yi Yao Rao out of her cultivation. Yi Yao Rao was very clear about the relationship between Xiaohe and Yi Qinghan. She looked at Xiaohe with a smile and didn't say a word. "Boss, can I ask you for a favor? Unless I don't enter the beast battling space again when we merge. I'm bored to death. This cultivation isn't fun at all. After cultivating for so long, I've only improved a little. Boss, can I stop cultivating in the future? I hate cultivating. If I continue cultivating, I'll die." Xiaohe ran around for a while. His 2 little claws danced in the air. He took a few deep breaths and his eyes were filled with anger. He jumped onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder and spoke in a depressed tone. Ever since he came to the immortal realm, Xiaohe realized that Yi Qinghan's strength was improving step by step. However, his own strength didn't improve at all. He was less and less useful to Yi Qinghan. Hence, he decided to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. However, he realized that cultivation was dull and boring. He had no interest in cultivation at all. Forcing himself to cultivate only made his mood more and more restless and depressed. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but talk to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He immediately stopped thinking about the matter of his soul being silent. He carried Xiaohe down and looked at Xiaohe with concern. Xiaohe held an extremely important position in his heart. Although Xiaohe was extremely mischievous in the past, he had never been as irritable as he was now. He hurriedly asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xiaohe? What happened?" "Big brother." Xiaohe's eyes suddenly became misty. He looked at Yi Qinghan with some guilt and said in a low voice, "Big brother, I don't want to cultivate. I really don't want to cultivate. If I cultivate anymore, I will go crazy. I will die. Big brother, am I very useless? I realize that I am really useless." Don't cry, Xiaohe. No one is forcing you to cultivate. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't cultivate. Let's not cultivate. When Xiaohe cried, Yi Qinghan completely panicked. He hurriedly held Xiaohe and said urgently, "Don't cry. Big brother is here. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to think about anything. Even if the sky falls, Big brother will support you. Believe in Big brother." But, as soon as Yi Qinghan comforted him, Xiaohe cried even more sadly. His small black eyes were filled with tears and his little body trembled. He lifted his little head and kept shaking his head. He looked at Yi Qinghan with his teary eyes and said, "But Big brother, if I don't cultivate, I won't be able to help you. I will become useless. Big brother, if I become useless, will you not want me anymore? Big brother, If you don't want me anymore, I will go crazy. I will die. Chapter 609. What nonsense are you talking about? After listening to him, Yi Qinghan slammed his palm on the bed. His face was so angry that Xiaohei and Yi Qianrao were dumbstruck. He looked at Xiaohei with extreme rage, his face serious and cautious. Realizing that his tone was a little harsh, he softened his tone and said, Xiaohei, listen carefully. Xiaohei, listen to me carefully. You are not my, Yi Qinghan's beast, nor are you my pet. You are my little brother, my blood-related brother. Without you, Xiaohei, I, Yi Qinghan, would have died many times, let alone my achievement today. In this life, even the Grim Reaper can't separate us. Even if the world ends, we will die together. Do you understand? You've helped me enough. In the continent, I told Lord Devour that you should have your own life. Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't cultivate. You can cultivate when you want to. Whatever you want, I will risk my life to help you get it. As long as you're happy, you can do anything. If you're unhappy, I won't be happy. If something happens, I will help you. If we can't handle it, we will die together. It's not a big deal. Do you understand? Yi Qinghan's voice echoed in the quiet room. His serious and solemn tone made people feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his soul. Yes, boss, I understand. Big brother. Xiaohei was frightened by Yi Qinghan's shout. Then he heard Yi Qinghan's forceful words. Tears flowed in his eyes. He buried his head in Yi Qinghan's chest and cried. When Yi Qianrao heard Yi Qinghan's words, her eyes became moist. However, the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. She didn't feel jealous that Yi Qinghan thought so highly of Xiaohei, even willing to die for him. On the contrary, she felt very proud. This was her man, an indomitable man. If Yi Qinghan could do that for Xiaohei, of course, he could do it for her and his wives. She had no regrets in her life to be married to such a man. All right, Xiaohei, don't cry. You're a man too. Don't cry like a girl. Yi Qinghan continued to comfort Xiaohei, and looked at him guiltily. After she came to the God realm, she had less time to chat with Xiaohei, and care for him less. She secretly made up her mind to care for Xiaohei more in the future. She smiled and said, We've both become gods not long ago, so there's still a long time ahead of us. Cultivation can take its time, and there's no need to force yourself to cultivate. Do you understand? Yes. Boss, I'll listen to you. I won't force myself. Xiaohei's tears turned into a smile, and his entire body became relaxed. He thought of how he constantly forced himself to cultivate in the warbeast space, but the more he forced himself, the more irritated and worried he became. That kind of torture, that kind of helplessness and bitter loneliness almost drove him crazy. Now that he found out that Yi Qinghan was still treating him the same as before, or even a little better, he couldn't help but grin. Yi Qinghan saw that Xiaohei had returned to her playful self and relaxed. Only then did he remember his original intention of looking for Xiaohei. He hurriedly asked, Oh yes. Xiaohei, have there been any changes to the secret soul cultivation technique that you obtained from the baleful Yin stream? For example, turning it into another cultivation secret skill. Mutation? No, it's still the 9 revolution refinement soul, but it's so hard to comprehend. I'm only at the first revolution. Xiaohei scratched his head with his claws and said doubtfully. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. That's strange. The last time you imparted it to me, it was a record of the divine realm. But now it suddenly changed into the soul silence cultivation technique. Yi Qinghan explained, but found that Xiaohei's eyes were full of confusion, and there was no clue at all. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. But when he thought that this thing was imparted to Xiaohei by the strongest person in the ancient dragon castle, the powerful soul cultivator Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan felt slightly relieved. Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao's soul cultivation was so strong, and this was probably just a small trick to her. But he was even more puzzled. Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao could predict that Xiaohei would definitely impart it to him? And she knew that he had comprehended the soul silence state? Don't think about things that you can't figure out. This was one of Yi Qinghan's good attitudes. Anyway, it was a good thing for him, a very good thing. When he thought about cultivating the soul silence state to the 5th stage, He would be able to enter this state at any time, and he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he could comprehend the soul silent state to the 5th stage, his cultivation speed would soar like a rocket, and he could even become a legendary soul cultivator. Yi Qinghan let Xiaohei play by himself in the room, and Yi Yaorao also closed her eyes to cultivate. He started to sort out his thoughts and confirmed his current cultivation direction. First, he would cultivate the 2 spatial nomological laws that he had comprehended outside the Beehive Mountain to the phenomenal success stage. He would also comprehend the formless wind technique to the small success stage. After comprehending these 3 nomological laws to the phenomenal success stage, he would focus on comprehending the soul silent state. As long as he could cultivate his soul, he wouldn't need to use the Slaughter God Blade, and would be able to instantly kill a peak stage god general martial artist with his body fusion battle technique. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan stopped thinking and brought Yi Yaorao and Xiaohei out to tour the Battle God Pavilion. The Battle God Pavilion was divided into a few big areas. One of them was the castles around the White Jade Plaza. There was a hall for missions, a hotel for leisure, a place for practicing martial arts, an information pavilion where Yi Qinghan wanted to check on the cold ice jade body, a treasure pavilion where he could buy and sell items, and even a study hall where experts would explain their cultivation methods and experiences. However, when Yi Qinghan asked around, he gave up on the idea of going in. Every time a god king gave a lecture, it would cost 100 million godstones to listen in. There was no need to talk about god thearchs. Even if Yi Qinghan sold himself, he still wouldn't be able to enter the Battle God Pavilion once. Of course, if Yi Qinghan sold the Unfettered Pavilion's God Sword and Slaughter God Blade, he would definitely be able to enter the Battle God Pavilion to listen in for half a year. The east side of the Battle God Pavilion was the residence of a famous battle god who had god stones. Every courtyard had the name of a battle god. Yi Qinghan asked around and shook his head. If one wanted to buy a small courtyard in this place, not only would one need an astronomical amount of godstones, one would also need to be at least a 3rd-grade war god. For a martial artist like Yi Qinghan who had yet to become a battle god, this was something very far away. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan didn't plan to stay in the pavilion for long. There were a few big courtyards in the north side of the pavilion, but there were guards outside. Yi Qinghan only took a few glances from afar, and didn't dare to go over. The Viper War God had said that he couldn't go over to places with guards. If it wasn't an important place in the pavilion, then it was the residence of some important people. In the hall for missions, Yi Qinghan indeed saw Lu Chun's astronomical reward. However, after strolling around the Battle God Pavilion for the entire afternoon, he calmed down a little. Fighting was prohibited in the Battle God Pavilion, and there were experts guarding the pavilion. He would probably be killed before he could even make a move. He was even more certain that once he became a battle god, he would immediately accept a mission and leave the Dancing Phoenix City. After leaving the Dancing Phoenix City, he would go to other cities to accept missions and slowly think of a way to go to the Longyang Manor and the Soul Devourer Manor. Chapter 610. East of the God of War Pavilion. Rows of courtyards were arranged in an integrated manner. The courtyards were not big, and the decorations were very simple. However, the houses in every city were extremely expensive. The houses in the Battle God Pavilion could not even be bought with divine stones. Being able to own a courtyard here was a symbol of one's status. At this moment, in a courtyard with the words Viper on the outside, 3 black-robed men were sitting in the courtyard, facing the demonic sun in the sky, leisurely drinking wine. "Big brother, how are you going to handle this?" One dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. He took a sip of wine and asked softly. The other war god also raised his head slightly and looked at the Viper war god with concern. The Viper war god sneered. He leaned back lazily and said with a smile, "What are you worried about? We didn't do anything. What are you afraid of? Besides, Lu Chun does not represent the Lu family. That old fart Lu Zhongshu is not so old that he would dare to attack me without any evidence. Moreover, even if he had evidence, he would not attack me for a useless disciple. After all, he has to give the pavilion master some face. As long as he does not attack, what does the Lu family have to fear?" One dragon and the other war god thought about it and agreed. Viper's strength was already at the top of the 4th grade war gods. One more step, and he would break through to the God Emperor realm. As long as he broke through to the God Emperor realm, not to mention Lu Chun and the others, even Lu Zhongshu would not have to fear anything. One dragon was no longer worried. Instead, he thoughtfully looked up at the demonic sun in the sky. Then he laughed and said to the other two, "Who do you think set up Lu Ji? Or killed him?" Lu Chun must have checked the scene and confirmed that it was not the ghost race. Otherwise he would not be so angry. Who has such guts? When one dragon said the last two words, the three of them simultaneously thought of that weak green-robed man with guts. They thought of the words, "Go to hell," and looked at each other and laughed. I don't think it was him. I have a whole new level of respect for him for completing the mission with a burden. Lu Ji had 4 peak divine general guards and seemed to have formed a team with 3 peak divine general warriors. It is impossible for this kid to have the strength to kill Lu Ji and the others without anyone noticing. Hehe. The venomous snake war god filled the glasses of the 3 people once again, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said with certainty, "Among the warriors participating in the assessment, there are only 2 people who are suspicious. It's not Kong Luo, it's him. But I have a feeling that this was done by this kid. Firstly, he has a motive. Secondly, do you remember when I said that I sensed an abnormal spatial fluctuation? Think about it, even I didn't notice his strength, and he didn't disguise it at all, but he could easily complete the mission. What did this mean? This means that he's either an expert much stronger than me, or he has a rare treasure that he used to kill Lu Ji. Haha, who cares about him? I'm looking forward to the clash between Lu Chun and the forces behind this brat. I'm afraid that even Lu Zhongshu would be finished if he were to face an expert who could go up to the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion. Haha. Elong War God stood up, stretched his body, and laughed out loud. The venomous snake war god waved his hand and said, "Why don't we care? The 2 of you should pay more attention. If there's a chance, we'll help this brat and do him a favor. I feel that this brat has the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. If we help him now, perhaps this brat will bring us some opportunities in the future." The surviving warriors of Beehive Mountain. Most of the warriors thought that Lu Ji was plotted by the venomous snake war god. Otherwise, Lu Chun wouldn't have been so furious and directly challenged the venomous snake war god. However, there were 2 people who didn't think that the venomous snake war god was plotting against Lu Ji. They were suspicious of Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo and Gu Yang. Kong Luo knew very well that this was most likely done by Yi Qinghan. This was because Yi Qinghan was at the scene at that time, and even asked him to break out of the encirclement. In the end, he didn't go to that hall again. In the end, Kong Luo didn't go to the hall again, but he didn't see Lu Ji and the other peak god general powerhouses. Although he didn't go to the hall in the end, Yi Qinghan came out alive, and he even brought a large number of Ghost Clan's divine crystals. He had always concluded that Yi Qinghan was the strongest warrior among the warriors who participated in the assessment together. Moreover, Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji had a direct conflict, so the answer was obvious. He quietly sat cross-legged in the hotel room, and did not activate the light mechanism inside. A faint ray of light shone in his eyes. In the dark room, he was like a gray wolf in the night. His green eyes were wide open, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Yang was somewhat suspicious because of Yi Qinghan's strangeness and Kong Luo's attitude towards him. In particular, Yi Qinghan had sold him 6 divine crystals in one go. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had a shocking amount of divine crystals, which made him even more suspicious. If he had enough divine crystals, why did he come out of Beehive Mountain so late? Was there something fishy going on? Or was he doing something? He touched his space ring, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Yi Qinghan was very clear that there were definitely people who were suspicious of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he had a conflict with Lu Ji, and he had come back alive and successfully completed the mission. However, since he had already done it, he wouldn't have any regrets. Ever since Lu Ji had taken liberties with Yi Yaorao, Yi Qinghan had sworn in his heart that he would kill Lu Ji if he had the chance. This had nothing to do with hatred. It was related to his principles as a person. He would repay those who treated him well, and it didn't matter if he scolded those who treated him badly. However, if someone touched his woman or his loved ones, He would kill them without mercy if he had the chance. For the next few days, Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stayed in the room and didn't go out. They just sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. Meanwhile, Xiaohei paced around in his room all day. Eventually, when Yi Qinghan saw that he was bored, he got the hotel staff to send a large batch of fine wine and delicacies over so that Xiaohei wouldn't be so bored. A few days later, it was time for the meeting with the Viper War Immortal. Before Yi Qinghan could go out and scout for information, the Dragon War Immortal had already notified Yi Qinghan and asked him to wait in the hall. Under such circumstances, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't let Xiaohei show himself. Under his unwilling gaze, Yi Qinghan summoned him back. By the time Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo arrived at the mission hall, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting at a white jade table waiting in the hall. When Kong Luo and Gu Yang saw that Yi Qinghan had arrived, they hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Although the rest of the people didn't know why the two of them were so respectful to Yi Qinghan, they still greeted him in a friendly manner. In a short while, everyone had arrived. The Viper War Immortal had also arrived with the Dragon War Immortal and Kong Luo. This time, the Viper War Immortal led everyone to the second floor of the hall, and finally entered a small hall. Chapter 6:11. All of you think of a code name. For example, my code name is Viper War God, his code name is Dragon War God, and this one is Tiger War God. This code name would accompany you for the rest of your life in the immortal world. This code name might disappear with your death, but it could also be that this code name would spread far and wide, becoming something like the Lei Yun Martial God, the Xiaotian Martial God, the Dancing Butterfly Martial God. A name that could shake the entire immortal world. A name that would terrify any martial artist. This code name will be bound to your Quasi-War God badge and your soul aura. There was no one in the small hall. After entering, Viper War God turned around and looked at the 11 of them seriously, explaining to them. As soon as Viper Warrior Legend's name was mentioned, everyone became excited. They also began to ponder, preparing to think of a nice and mighty code name. They also fantasized about how this code name would shake the entire immortal world in the future. Qinghan, what do you want? Yi Yaorao turned to look at Yi Qinghan, asking softly. Yi Qinghan didn't care about it. However, when Viper War God mentioned Dancing Butterfly War God, he remembered the moment outside Song City, when the 4 peak god generals of the Golden Horn God clan heard Dancing Butterfly War God's name. He was so scared that his legs almost turned to jelly. He was excited. He didn't expect that Lord Devour would be so famous in the divine world. Pondering for a while, he said, "From now on, I will be called Frigid Night War God." Frigid Night War God? Good, that's a good name. I will be called Frigid Ice War God. Yi Yaorao sneered. Although her smile was cold, one could tell that she was very happy. After a while, they had thought of their code names and started to register. The registration was just a simple record of information. For example, Yi Qinghan didn't register that he came from the Fire Dragon dimension, or that he came from the Huaxia dimension. The Battle God Pavilion didn't care too much about the authenticity of such information. After all, there were tens of billions of dimensions. Who would go to each dimension for no reason? Then Viper War God suddenly walked to the front and knelt on one knee in front of the white wall. Under the signal of the dragon and dragon war gods, they all knelt in front of the wall. But, all of a sudden, the Viper War God waved his hand, and shot a red stream of air at the wall in front of him. The airflow collided with the wall, but there was no explosion. Instead, the white wall began to light up and emit a gentle light. As the gentle light shone on everyone, they felt incomparably comfortable. It was as if they were babies returning to their mother's embrace. It was so warm that even their souls became incomparably calm and warm at this moment. Gradually, the scene in front of everyone began to change. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, everyone was shocked, and it was a shock that came from the depths of their souls. No one had ever seen such a scene before. Not only Yi Qinghan, but even Kong Luo, a martial artist who had been wandering in the divine world for many years, had never seen such a strange scene. Everyone seemed to have come to a world of magma. Below them was boiling hot magma that was slowly squirming. The scorching magma was burning the surrounding air. The sky was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. The sky was covered with dense black clouds and lightning flashed. From time to time, lightning would strike down and hit the magma, causing the thick and hot magma to splash everywhere. The moment the lightning struck, everyone could clearly feel the destructive power contained in the lightning. This lightning seemed to be different from the lightning in the material plane. It was many times more powerful. Yi Qinghan felt that if he was hit by this lightning, not to mention himself, even the Viper War God would be destroyed. In the divine world, Yi Qinghan had never seen rain, let alone lightning. This was the first time he saw lightning in the divine world, and he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This wasn't important. What was important was that there was a mass of black fog floating in the air. This black fog was floating erratically, and sometimes it disappeared, making it difficult for people to guard against it. Some martial artists didn't know what this black fog was. But Yi Qinghan was very clear that this was the aura of a demon. And it was even more terrifying than the aura of a demon king. What is this place? Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But when they saw the Viper War God and the other two standing there as if nothing had happened, they heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, when the Viper War God saw everyone's nervous expressions, he smiled and turned his head to explain. Don't worry, this is just a simulated scene. If you really came to this place, not to mention the world-destroying lightning and the demonic aura in the sky, even the scorching aura in this space would instantly melt your body and soul. Of course, that includes the three of us. Don't speak, just watch carefully. Oh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of place was this? There was actually such a terrifying place in the divine world? Just the scorching aura of this magma could burn a peak god king expert to the point that not even his skin was left? Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. 3 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky. These 3 figures appeared without a sound. There was no spatial fluctuation or sound at all. Most of them had ascended from a material plane, so they knew how to teleport. But teleportation should at least cause spatial fluctuations, right? However, the 3 of them had appeared without a sound. It was too strange. Moreover, the faint aura of these 3 people made everyone feel as if 3 million tall mountains were pressing down on their backs. Even breathing was incomparably difficult. The 3 people were wearing black robes, and there were 2 black horns on their heads. But their faces and bodies couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't because there was something covering them, nor was there any airflow blocking them. It was just that they couldn't see clearly, and everything was hazy. These are the 3 monarchs of the 9 nether demon world. The Viper War God lightly said, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Demons were the public enemies of the divine world. Everyone naturally knew that demons were constantly attacking the divine world. Yi Qinghan gulped. He had personally witnessed the terror of a demon king. And above the demon king, there was still the Azura King and the Azura King. If the Azura King's strength was comparable to a high-level war god of the divine world, then the strength of these 3 demon monarchs could be calculated. They were absolutely powerhouses on the same level as the 8 sovereigns of the human race, or even higher. Haha. Suddenly, a long laugh caught everyone's attention. 3 figures walked over from afar. In this dangerous place, where death was lurking everywhere, 3 figures walked over leisurely. In this danger zone that was filled with fatal dangers, the 3 of them walked as if they were walking in their own courtyard. They were so relaxed and casual. When the destructive lightning struck down from above, it would automatically dissipate. The demon aura floating in the air would automatically avoid the 3 of them. Even the magma below calmed down after the 3 of them walked past. Chapter 6:12. These are war gods. Suddenly, a martial artist cried out absent-mindedly. These 3 people's attire was exactly the same as war gods, but the robes of these 3 people did not have any rank insignia. For example, the Viper War God had 4 demonic moons in front of his robe, which represented that he was a 4th-grade war god. Even a would-be war god would have a star. This is too strange. I am one of the 3 chief pavilion masters of the War God Pavilion, the founder of the War God Pavilion. The chief pavilion master at the front is still the supreme sovereign of Mount Supreme. Tens of millions of years ago, the 3 pavilion masters and the 3 monarchs of the Fiend Realm battled in this place for 3 months and 3 days. In the end, they succeeded in killing 2 monarchs and successfully suppressed and sealed the 3rd monarch under the lava. However, it also led to the death of the 2nd Pavilion Master and the 3rd Pavilion Master. The Chief Pavilion Master established the War God Pavilion to protect the realm of gods and defend against the invasion of the evil demons. At the same time, every war god who enters the War God Pavilion must watch this simulation to commemorate the 2 Pavilion Masters who died for the glory of the realm of gods. The Viper War God spoke in a low voice. His tone was a little bleak and sorrowful. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a celestial realm, which made everyone feel better. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were actually able to watch a legendary battle between 2 peak experts. This was an opportunity that could only be chanced upon. If they could comprehend even a little bit of it, they would be rich. However, when one of the 3 sovereigns of demons raised the blade in his hand, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They returned to the hall again. However, when the sovereign of demons raised the blade in his hand and revealed a hint of murderous intent, everyone felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chests and their blood vessels were about to explode. "Sir, why is it gone?" Kong Luo's eyes lit up, and his entire body emitted a beast-like violent aura. Seeing the scene in front of him disappear, he angrily looked at the Viper War God and questioned him. The Viper War God tilted his head and sneered. "You still want to watch? Do you want to die? Not to mention you, even I don't dare to watch. If you look at it for one more second, your souls will be destroyed by the murderous intent contained in that blade. Of course, if you want to watch it, it's not impossible. As long as any of you become a 7th grade war god, you will be qualified to watch the battle once." 7th grade war god. A trace of disappointment appeared in the eyes of countless people. Could a 7th grade war god be promoted so casually? Not to mention a 7th grade war god. Even a 5th grade war god was like an insurmountable mountain to the countless experts of the realm of immortals, let alone them. However, there were 2 people who did not show any signs of being discouraged. Instead, their eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit. The Viper War God trio quietly observed everyone's expressions. After seeing the radiance in the eyes of Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo, they secretly nodded. A person's mentality could often represent a person's future. If a person was determined to become a superior person from a young age and constantly worked hard around this goal, then he would definitely be able to achieve it. In the end, even if this person didn't achieve much, he wouldn't be too bad. On the other hand, if a person had no ambition and only wanted to hold on to a few acres of land and live a mediocre life, then he could only be a farmer until the day he died. Yi Qinghan didn't have any lofty ambitions, but he was forced to constantly strive for one goal after another. Moreover, he could endure pain that ordinary people couldn't, and he could endure loneliness that ordinary people couldn't. What did it mean to be different? How could one be different if they didn't have any special characteristics? The Viper War God flipped his hand and suddenly took out 11 spatial rings. These spatial rings were different from ordinary spatial rings, as they had a small image of a demon on them. After distributing the rings to everyone, he smiled and said, "There are 2 War God emblems in here, which can be recognized by blood. There are also 2 sets of War God robes, and some rewards from the War God Pavilion. Put on the War God robes, recognize the emblems, and give me one of the emblems." Yi Qinghan scanned the rings and realized that the things inside were exactly as the Viper War God had said. However, he didn't care for the rewards. There were only some divine stones and ordinary artifacts. He took out 2 identical emblems and recognized them with blood. He handed one of them to the Viper War God and was about to put on the War God robe, but the Viper War God waved his hand and stopped him. "Sir, why are there 2 emblems?" At this moment, Guyang suddenly asked. Not only him, but many others were also very puzzled. The Tiger War God at the side said, "Because once you die and your soul dissipates, the emblems stored in the War God Pavilion will change color. The War God Pavilion will know that you are dead and erase all information about you." I said it before. The Viper War God didn't care about what was happening over there. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan very seriously and said with a smile, "As long as you can return and complete the mission, I will personally put on the War God robe for you." After saying that, The Viper War God didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to speak. He took the War God robe from his hands and actually really put on the War God robe for him. He even put on the War God robe for him seriously. There was absolute silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Viper War God's gentle actions. They were all extremely envious. To have a peak 4th grade War God personally put on the War God robe for them was such a great honor. Alright. I welcome all of you as War Gods of the War God Pavilion. I hope that your names will eventually resound in every corner of the divine realm. Make me proud of you. There is a War God record in the spatial ring. Everything that you have the authority to know about the War God Pavilion is in there. Of course, you can come find me at any time. I look forward to your growth. The Viper War God took out a white crystal from his hand. Then he circulated the divine power in his hand. The crystal emitted a gentle white light that shone on everyone's bodies and the badges on their War God robes. Buzz. The white badges on everyone's left chest suddenly lit up. Yi Qinghan looked at them and saw the 2 faint words Frosty Night, flickering with a bewitching light. He saw that the 2 words Frosty Night had also appeared on Yi Yaorao's badge. He couldn't help but feel emotional. He had finally become a War God. Although he was still a War God, as long as he continued to increase his strength, his rank would also slowly increase. Perhaps one day, the 4 words Frosty Night War God would resound everywhere and strike fear into the hearts of the divine realm's martial artists. After becoming a War God, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Yaorao directly to the mission hall. In the past, without the War God robe, he couldn't even enter. He could only look around from the outside. Now he could go in and search as he pleased and accept any mission he wanted. There were many small halls for accepting missions. They were clearly marked as the War God Mission Hall, the 1st grade War God Mission Hall, the 7th grade War God Mission Hall. Of course, there were also general mission halls that didn't have any rank restrictions. For example, Lu Chun's Sky High Bounty was issued in the General Mission Hall. Let's go in and see if there are any good missions. Yi Qinghan was slightly excited. After bidding farewell to everyone outside the hall, he pulled Yi Yaorao along and walked into the War God Mission Hall. Everyone dispersed. Some went back to rest and cultivate, while others, like Yi Qinghan, walked into the War God Mission Hall. However, when no one noticed, one of them put on a bamboo hat and walked around the hall. Finally, he quietly walked into the General Mission Hall. Chapter 613. There were countless bars in the Quasi-War God Mission Hall. Dozens of beautiful women sat on them. Yi Qinghan looked around, found an empty bar, and sat down. Buzz. As soon as he sat down, a transparent barrier enveloped him and the beautiful waitress. Clearly, this was set up by the War God Pavilion to protect the confidentiality of the missions. Hello, sir. Do you want to accept a mission or turn in a mission? The woman in front of him looked very young. She wore a black uniform and had a professional smile. Yi Qinghan checked and found that this woman was only at the Heavenly God realm. It seemed like she wasn't a War God, but an employee hired by the pavilion. Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Yaorao, who was standing outside, then turned around and spoke softly to the beautiful woman. I'm here to accept a mission. May I ask if there are any missions to the Northern Prefecture? The further the better. Of course, it would be even better if there's a flying tool. And sir, please wait a moment, I need to check. The employee carefully listened to Yi Qinghan's request, then flipped through the booklet in her hand. Under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, she checked for a while, then shook her head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, there's no mission that fits your requirements. How is that possible? Check again. Yi Qinghan was a bit anxious. If he stayed in Dancing Phoenix City for too long, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Sir, there's no need to check. Because quasi-war god missions are very rare, most people in the north would hire war gods above the 3rd rank, so, after hearing the employee's explanation, Yi Qinghan felt a bit more at ease. Indeed, those who could travel across prefectures and use flying tools were all experts. They were all relatively high-level missions. Why would a powerhouse invite some trash divine general realm martial artists to accompany them? He nodded at the employee dejectedly and was about to leave when the employee spoke again. Oh right, sir, there's a mission to Dripping Spring Prefecture. That's right, sir, there's a mission to the Dripping Spring Manor. You fulfilled the requirements, but they don't have flying tools. They only have ground tools, and they've hired service personnel. I wonder if you want to accept it? Dripping Spring Prefecture. Yi Qinghan had seen the map, so of course he knew this prefecture. This was the prefecture to the north of Longyang Prefecture, separated from Longyang Prefecture by the Beacon Smoke Prefecture. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He sat down again and asked, "Is this earthly tool fast? Can it be as fast as Tingwan?" Being a waiter meant that he was a servant, which meant that he had to serve others. However, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about that right now. A quasi-wargid level was too low. Perhaps he could wait here for 5 or 10 years without anything happening, but he didn't have the time to stay here for long. The attendant explained patiently, I'm not sure what kind of earthly tool it is. The customer didn't leave any information. However, although Kailuan is very fast, there are still some earthly tools that are faster than it. According to the information, even the lowest earthly tool can reach the speed of a god king. Do you need to answer it, my lord? How many people did they invite? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked again. 100. The attendant checked and said, they only asked for quasi-war gods and first-grade war gods. The mission will last for 5 years, and they will guarantee your safety along the way. Once you arrive at Dripping Spring Prefecture, they will ask you to stay and pay 10 million divine stones per person. Of course, if you want to come back, you will have to accept the mission yourself. Currently there are 63 people who have signed up. Do you need to sign up, my lord? 100 people. 10 million divine stones? Yi Qinghan began to calculate in his mind. To be able to invite 100 people as attendants, they must be powerful experts or young masters or ladies with divine stones. Moreover, 10 million divine stones was a good price for a quasi-wargid. Someone who could offer such a high price definitely had the ability to guarantee their safety along the way. Yi Qinghan didn't care about divine stones, but he was happy that their safety could be guaranteed. Both of us will sign up. Yi Qinghan pointed at Yi Yaorao behind him and said to the attendant, "Please take off your badge, I need to register." The attendant nodded with a smile and began to handle the procedures for Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. He informed the two that the mission would begin in 10 days, and that someone would inform them at that time. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood as he left the mission hall with Yi Yaorao. The two didn't go back, but went to the information pavilion. Before, they didn't become quasi-war gods, so they didn't have the right to enter. Now, of course, they had to investigate the cold jade body. Moreover, Yi Qinghan wanted to see if there was any useful information. The information pavilion was located on the west side of the White Jade Plaza. It was a tall and straight building. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao walked straight inside. As expected, the two guards outside didn't stop them. As soon as they entered, Yi Qinghan saw a flash of white light and found himself inside a building. The scene outside couldn't be seen clearly anymore. Looks like this information pavilion is protected by a formation. There was a bar counter in front. The two walked over. Before they could speak, the attendant greeted them, "Hello, sirs. You are quasi-war gods, so you can only look on the first floor. You can look through the information on the first floor as you please. Of course, you can't break it or take it out. Thank you for your cooperation." Yi Qinghan scanned around and found countless bookshelves. On top of the bookshelves, there were several tens of thousands of books. There were also various labels that categorized the information. Yi Qinghan knew that the information on the first floor probably wasn't that important. However, the two still held on to a sliver of hope and began to search. Dancing Phoenix City, East City. There was a huge mansion. This mansion was a few hundred acres wide, and there were several tens of thousands of buildings and courtyards. Martial artists who could own a courtyard in a place like Dancing Phoenix City were considered experts with some status and strength. Only a few big families in Dancing Phoenix City could own such a large courtyard. At this moment, a black figure was rushing towards the mansion's entrance. This made the guards outside the mansion tense up. However, when they saw the person's attire, they let out a sigh of relief, especially when they saw half of the person's face under the bamboo hat. Their faces revealed a flattering smile. "Lord Shirlu, you're back." The guards bowed and bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. However, the person didn't even look at them and immediately rushed inside. This confused the guards. Lord Shirlu was usually calm and steady. Why was he so impatient? Pa. In a luxurious hall, Lu Chun's face was filled with anger. He smashed a black jade cup on the table onto the ground. The Lord Shirlu who was standing in front of him just now didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the furious Lu Chun. Chapter 614. With the influence of the Lu family in Dancing Phoenix City, it didn't take a few days to figure out what happened to Lu Ji before and after the test. First of all, Lu Chun eliminated the Viper War God and the other two as suspects. Although only 11 people passed the test, there were still dozens of survivors. These people all confirmed that the Viper War God and the other two did not come down after they left Beehive Mountain and flew to Crying Phoenix. After the Viper War God came out, some warriors saw Lu Ji. Another reason was that there was a faint aura of darkness at the place where Lu Ji died. The Viper War God and the other two did not cultivate laws of darkness. Of course, the most important reason was that the pavilion master of the Dancing Phoenix City's War God Pavilion sent a message to Lu Zhongshu, vouching for the Viper War God. Therefore, the Lu family did not continue to investigate the Viper War God. If he was not killed by the Viper War God and the other two, then it could only be the warriors who took the test together. The 11 War God candidates who passed the test became suspects. Kong Luo, who cultivated the Tao of Destruction and had the most powerful attacks, and Yi Qinghan, who had a conflict with Lu Ji, became the two most suspicious people. Just now, this Lord Shirlu brought news that made Lu Chun even more suspicious of Yi Qinghan. This was because the Lu family's spy in the War God Pavilion had just sent news that Yi Qinghan immediately accepted a mission as soon as he became a war god. Moreover, it was a mission to the Dripping Spring Manor. If he did not have a guilty conscience, why would he leave Dancing Phoenix City in such a hurry? Old Shirlu, go to the War God Pavilion immediately and report all the remaining quotas. Arrange for our people to go in. Lu Chun's gloomy expression changed several times. Then he turned to Lord Shirlu and said hatefully. Lord Shirlu thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Fourth brother, this mission only requires war gods and first-grade war gods. How can the family have so many first-grade war gods? Moreover, the first-grade war gods in the family are only peak divine generals. Lu Ji was with 7 peak divine generals, but they were all killed. This. No need for family disciples." Lu Chun waved his hand and said, "Go to the pavilion and secretly invite first-grade war gods. As long as there is a mission, regardless of success or failure, each person will be paid 500 million godstones. If anyone helps me take revenge, I will give 5 billion godstones. Also, send that wanderer kid in as well. Tell him that he owes me a favor, and he can return it now." Wandering god of war? Lord Shirlu let out a sigh of relief when he heard this and smiled. But then he realized that it was wrong to smile at this time, so he quickly pulled a long face and said, "Yes, Wanderer has just broken through to the God King realm. If he were to make a move, it would be a cinch. Fourth brother, I'll go arrange it." After Lord Shirlu left, Lu Chun sat down again. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand heavily, hitting the armrest of the chair. In an instant, the armrest turned to dust. He raised his hand to look at the portrait across the hall and said absent-mindedly, "Mayor, don't worry. Even if I have to spend more godstones, I will avenge our son. Even if I have to spend everything I have, I will make sure all 11 of them are buried with There are countless spiritual bodies in the realm of the gods. The most famous are the 10 great ancient god spiritual bodies. Each of them has a miraculous effect. Those who possess spiritual bodies cultivate at an extremely fast speed. If they don't die along the way, most of them will eventually become peak experts." Sigh, what kind of **T information is this? It's so vague and doesn't have any useful information. Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh and put away the encyclopedia of spiritual bodies in the realm of the gods. After spending an entire afternoon in the information pavilion, and flipping through almost all the books on the first floor, there was little useful information. The information on the first floor was basically a summary, without any detailed information. He also checked for information on soul stillness, cultivation of laws, and the like, but discovered that it was all vague information. Finally, he walked to the other side and glanced at Yi Yaorao, but he also shook his head. The two of them walked back to the hotel with some helplessness. The two of them had read the records of the war god, and knew that the higher the rank of the war god, the greater the authority they would receive. After reaching 5th grade war god, they would not need to take on any missions. Every year, they would receive 100 million divine stones as a subsidy from the war god pavilion, not to mention the countless other privileges. For example, this information pavilion. Yi Qinghan was very clear that as long as he went up to the 3rd floor and above, he would definitely be able to obtain countless precious information from the realm of the gods. However, it was very difficult to increase the rank of the war god. For example, Yi Qinghan, who was a prospective war god, wanted to become a 1st grade war god. He would have to participate in the war god's test, or take on 100 missions in order to increase his rank. Although the mission to Dripping Spring Manor had a reward of 10 million divine stones, which seemed like a lot, the duration of the mission was 5 years. If each mission was 5 years, then 100 missions would take 500 years. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to increase the rank of the war god. Of course, if one was powerful enough, he could directly take the tests one by one and increase his rank quickly. However, the missions of the war god tests were incomparably dangerous. Without absolute confidence, who would dare to risk their lives to increase their rank? Sir. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he saw a warrior standing guard outside his room. When this person saw Yi Qinghan, he hastily saluted. When Yi Qinghan saw him, he smiled and said, "Let's go in and talk." After opening the stone door to the room, Yi Qinghan took the lead and walked in. After entering, he immediately opened the defensive barrier of the room. Yi Yaorao brewed 2 cups of tea and handed them to the two of them before entering the room. Only then did Yi Qinghan open his mouth and say, "Kong Luo, what's the matter?" "Sir, there are some things that I don't know if I should say. Of course, please don't misunderstand. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Sir. Kong Luo definitely has no ill intentions." Kong Luo hesitated for a moment, and said with an awkward expression. A trace of vigilance flashed in Yi Qinghan's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Speak. Just now, I took on a mission to Dripping Spring Manor. I hope that, Sir, you will also accept it and leave Dancing Phoenix City with me." Kong Luo nodded his head and said with a sincere look in his eyes. "Oh." Yi Qinghan became even more vigilant. He asked calmly why. Kong Luo smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, you and I both know that the Lu family is so powerful. Lu Ji is dead, so Lord Viper and the other 2, as well as the 11 of us, can't escape suspicion. Lord Viper is powerful and has a backer, so he isn't afraid of the Lu family. However, we are different. The Lu family has countless ways to kill us. If we continue to stay in Dancing Phoenix City, I'm afraid we will be killed by the Lu family. Of course, Sir, you may not be afraid of the Lu family, but it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, Dancing Phoenix City has been sealed for so long. I'm afraid there might be some problems. Kong Luo thinks it's better to leave as soon as possible." Haha. Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. He said, "Brother Kong Luo, you and I are thinking the same thing. Actually, I've already accepted the mission to Dripping Spring Manor. This time let's go together." Kong Luo was stunned for a while. Then he said happily, "It's my honor to go together with Sir. Sir, I'll take my leave first. See you in 10 days. Chapter 6:15. After Kong Luo left, Yi Qinghan fell into deep thought. Did Kong Luo really care about him, or did he have other motives? Was it a coincidence that Kong Luo went to the Dripping Spring Manor with him? Was it because he was afraid of being marked as a suspect by the Lu clan, and thus staying away from Dancing Phoenix City? Or was it arranged by someone else? Yi Qinghan never thought that Kong Luo would be truly grateful to him just because he helped him a little. The human heart was unpredictable, and under such a great temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be moved. He always believed in a saying, there was no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. Loyalty was just a matter of not having enough bargaining chips for betrayal. In the face of absolute benefits, even father and son would turn against each other. Yi Futian summoned Xiaohei and let him play around in the room. Just as he was about to enter the room to cultivate, He received a message from the waiter outside that someone wanted to see him. Why did the Viper War God summon me? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered a few times. They had only been separated for half a day, and the Viper War God had sent a message to see him. Yi Futian didn't know what was going on. Of course, he didn't dare not go. After all, he was indebted to the Viper War God. He went in and said a few words to Yi Yao Rao. Then, he let Xiao He play in the room and walked out alone. Yes, it's this courtyard. Yi Qinghan walked to the east side of the pavilion, and soon found the courtyard marked with the word Viper. Just as he was about to knock on the door and enter, the door suddenly opened. The Viper War God and the Dragon War God were sitting in the courtyard, and looking at him with a smile. Greetings to the two lords. Yi Qinghan walked in, and bowed respectfully. May I know why the two lords summoned Qinghan? Sit. The Viper War God pointed to the chair beside him, and personally poured a cup of yellow wine for Yi Qinghan. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. I heard that you accepted a mission? To the Dripping Spring Manor? Yi Qinghan just sat down and looked at the Viper War God in surprise. He just accepted the mission in the morning. And now the Viper War God knew about it? She looked at him doubtfully but still didn't say anything. Haha, there are some things in the Dancing Phoenix City's Battle God Pavilion that are no secret to certain people. For example, me and the Lu clan. Seeing Yi Qinghan's awkward expression, the Viper War God let out a long laugh. He drank a mouthful of wine and looked meaningfully at Yi Qinghan. Lu family. Yi Qinghan understood what the Viper Warrior God was implying. Of course, he knew that he would be suspected by the Viper Warrior God and the Lu family. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and said, Sir, we are different from you. All 11 of us will be suspected by the Lu family, and I will be the biggest suspect. I have no choice but to run. Haha, you're such a slippery fellow. The Viper War God and Elong looked at each other, but a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes. Both of them knew that there was someone behind Yi Qinghan, but why was Yi Qinghan in such a hurry to escape? Moreover, with his status, he was willing to accept the task of serving others. However, both of them didn't think too much about it. The Viper Warrior God was silent for a moment, and then he told Yi Qinghan why he summoned him today. Actually, the Lu family has already noticed you. Not long after you accepted the task, the Lu family has taken over the remaining 23 places. However, with my authority, I only know that the Lu family has inserted 23 people, but I don't know who they are. On the way, you have to be careful. So fast. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the Viper Warrior God reminded him. Otherwise he wouldn't even know when he was plotted against by others. It seemed that he was too naive. The Lu family was such a powerful force in Dancing Phoenix City. The conflict between him and Lu Ji, as well as many things about Beehive Mountain, would probably be investigated in less than a day. Moreover, there was a reward of 1 million yuan. 23 people? He didn't know if these people were targeting him or Kong Luo. Or were they planning to kill both of them? Sir, during the mission, they wouldn't dare to openly target me, would they? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked. No, the War God Pavilion prohibits killing each other. Of course, the arena doesn't count. If they openly kill the War God and are photographed by the memory worm, no one can protect them. The Viper War God said with certainty. He then looked outside and said, according to my understanding, the sponsor of this mission is an expert of 5th grade War God level. If there are no special circumstances, he would not allow anyone to use force inside his divine pangolin armor. Therefore, relatively speaking, you are still safe. Of course, you still have to be careful. Especially if there are any special circumstances, you must be vigilant. Also, it is said that this sir has a strange temper. Don't anger him. If he throws you out halfway, no one can do anything about it. Yes, I'll remember. Yi Qinghan nodded and stood up. He bowed deeply to the two of them and said gratefully, on this trip to the Dripping Spring Manor, Yi Qinghan doesn't know if I will be able to see the two of you again. Both of you have taken such good care of me. Yi Qinghan doesn't know if I will have the chance to repay the two of you. Haha. We are all men, don't be such a sissy. The Viper Warrior God and the other War God quickly stood up and waved their hands. They said with a smile, if you have the heart, Then work hard on your cultivation. When you, the Hanya war god, become famous in the divine realm, maybe we will go over to you to make a living." Yi Qinghan didn't say any more words of thanks. He bowed again and left. He was very clear that with how big the god realm was, it would be very difficult for him to meet the Viper War god again. Just like when Niu Haiyan left, Yi Qinghan was also very clear that he would not have the chance to meet that fairy-like girl again. They cultivated quietly in the inn for 10 days. The 2 humans and 1 beast didn't take a step out of the inn. After 10 days, it was time for the mission to start. Yi Qinghan received a message from the staff of the War God Pavilion. He took Yi Yaorao with him, but he didn't put Xiao He back into the War Beast space. Instead, he hid Xiao He in his sleeve and followed the staff of the War God Pavilion outside. They gathered at the White Jade Plaza. Before long, the 100 people who accepted the mission arrived at the plaza. Yi Qinghan secretly investigated them and discovered that most of them were war gods. Only a small portion were first-grade war gods. Moreover, half of the war gods were third-grade divine generals. What made Yi Qinghan vigilant was that there was a divine king expert among them. Even though he had just broken through to the divine king realm, divine king experts were usually second-grade war gods. However, divine king realm experts were usually able to reach the rank of second-grade war god. They would never accept such a low-level mission. Combined with the information from the Viper Warrior God, this person's objective was obvious. Everyone, enter the transportation array. A third-grade war god from the War God Pavilion was assigned to lead the team. This person looked at the list of names. When he saw that everyone was present, he coldly said, then flashed toward the small transportation array at the corner of the plaza.